Ever since a wild dimensional storm rocked this world, absolute monstrous entities have been popping up everywhere. But honestly, that's not even the wildest part of our story. While everyone else is out there, grinding their butts off, and risking their lives to cultivate primordial energy, our protagonist is living a totally laid-back life. He's got his hands on a mysterious phone device that lets him play an epic game and tirelessly upgrade his character. And get this, when his game character levels up and gains powers, his real-life skills and abilities get a massive boost too. So buckle up, and get ready to watch our guy absolutely wreck the competition, and boldly rise to the top, all thanks to the ultimate device clutched in the palm of his hand. In this story, a massive dimensional storm rocked Earth almost a decade ago, which violently tore open the veil, revealing gods, fairies, ghosts, monsters, angels, demons, elves, and countless other legendary beings. These dimensional beings were then classified into 4 intense categories: mortals, legends, epics, and mythicals. Their abilities and destructive powers were utterly beyond human imagination, with humans unfortunately sitting at the very bottom of the mortal class. However, humans could fiercely improve their standing by cultivating their primordial energy or by bravely hunting down dimensional beings and snatching their precious dimensional crystals. The latter method, though, was absolutely brimming with risks, as the areas where these terrifying beings lurked were incredibly dangerous. Once our thrilling world building is complete, our story dramatically kicks off in a classroom, where this fiery bald teacher is calling out our protagonist, Joe Wen. And when our boy completely ignores his call, the baldy starts absolutely yelling his head off, just like any typical, exasperated teacher would. I mean, his frustration is pretty understandable, since this genius is taking a blissful nap in the middle of class, leaving the teacher utterly perplexed and wondering why the old principal thought so highly of this seemingly lazy guy. The scene then flashes back to a pivotal moment when the old principal told the bald teacher that there are only 2 distinct types of geniuses. One is our incredible hero of this story, and the other is absolutely everyone else. Fast forward to the exhilarating present, and as soon as our boy hears that glorious bell, he suddenly bolts out of the classroom without uttering a single word. The teacher is left scratching his head in utter bewilderment, thinking maybe the principal severely misjudged Joe Wen's true potential. Meanwhile, our hero sprints down the corridor, bursting out the doors. He emerges right onto the tennis court area. The moment he's finally alone with his phone, he reveals that his entire life has been flipped completely upside down. It all started ever since he got his hands on this mysterious phone. And the game hidden inside is the sole reason why. He's been zoning out in class and totally blowing off his cultivation training. All it takes is a single drop of his blood on the phone screen, and bam! He can access the hidden game app. But before he dives in, he frantically scans his surroundings, making sure no one is lurking nearby. Then, he grabs a needle, pricks his finger, and adds another drop of blood to create his in-game character. As soon as the phone absorbs the blood, the crimson fluid begins to morph, taking the shape of a character. It transforms into an adorably cheesy little avatar, ready for Joe Wen to play with. And the game's biggest selling point? It's that upgrading this avatar's abilities also upgrades our boy. In real life, no need to risk life and limb for cultivation anymore. He can just chill out and play to improve himself. He quickly spots some monsters in the game, and unleashes a furious flurry of punches. His avatar obliterates one ant with a series of powerful blows, and the other ant gets a fiery barrage of punches for its trouble. As dusk starts to settle, we catch up with the bald teacher once more. He shares that in the Commonwealth, it's incredibly rare to find a genius who can cultivate primordial energy, especially at just 16, but he's worried, as there aren't many like Joe Wen, who still stick to bitter, rigorous meditation, honing their chi without any external help. Everyone at Gita High School had sky-high hopes for our boy, believing he'd easily snag first place in the upcoming practical test. However, a month ago, something happened that shattered the school's confidence in Joe Wen. To see what really rattled them, we rewind almost a month and find students buzzing, gathered around. They're buzzing with shock because someone has challenged our boy. And what's even more surprising? It's a girl. They're all calling her crazy for taking on the school's prodigy on her very first day. As contenders face off in the middle of the basketball court, our boy asks if they know each other. But the girl doesn't bother with any pleasantries. She just snaps at him to bring it on. In typical, reckless fashion, our guy charges at her, only to be met with a gut-wrenching kick. It sends him crashing to the ground, like yesterday's trash. With just one kick, the way she's standing now, It's crystal clear she didn't even times break a sweat times delivering that devastating kick. The crowd is absolutely stunned by the immediate outcome of this clash. They just can't believe she took him down with one single, powerful blow. Their curiosity is absolutely peaked now. Everyone's buzzing, frantically asking who this mysterious girl could possibly be, and what her name is. The bald teacher then explains that, ever since Zhou Wen was utterly humiliated by that girl named Anjing, he's completely lost all his motivation. All he does now is sleep and game. The old man is seriously worried that if this continues any longer, our boy won't have a future. But honestly, the old man might actually be overthinking things here. In our boy's unique case, if he keeps gaming like this asterisk, he might just become unbelievably tremendously powerful. After finally defeating some pesky monsters, Zhou Wen's avatar snags yet another gleaming explosion crystal, and as he absorbs the crystal's power, an arcane, vibrant blue energy completely envelops him. When his blood avatar absorbs a primordial energy crystal in the game, it actually boosts the player's real-life abilities. How cool is that? Plus, the game lets players peek at stats that are totally invisible in real life. Just a month ago, our boy's stats were pretty dismal. Honestly, but thanks to the game, he's seen an incredible boost. He worries that if he had only cultivated bitter meditation, even with years of intense practice, he might not have progressed anywhere near as quickly as he has with the game. His only regret is that the incredible crystals he collects in the game can't be brought into real life. What a bummer! If they could asterisk, he would have sold even the lowest grade ones, to rack up enough cash to live comfortably for the rest of his life asterisk. As the game continues, our boy finds himself up against another ant, and this one's really giving him a seriously tough time. It's a menacing red mutated vigor ant, which is way faster and stronger than the usual creepy crawlies. Juan knows he can definitely beat it with enough time and focus, but just as he's fully focused on the intense fight, he suddenly hears footsteps quickly approaching. It's Fang Ruoxi, a total hottie in shorts, and our boy feels a sudden surge of anxiety seeing her around. He absolutely doesn't want her to find out what he's playing, and if his secret gets out asterisk, he's going to be in serious trouble. But abandoning this crucial battle now isn't an option either. He then decides to completely ignore her, trying to appear as just a tech nerd utterly absorbed in his phone. But Fang Ruoxi calls out to him anyway, inviting him to join her team for the final, practical test of the graduation exam. As he continues his game, he asks why she wants him on her team. Fang Ruoxi explains she wants to score super high in the combat test, of course, and, crucially, needs strong teammates. Our boy, however, tells her he isn't as strong anymore, since the title of top student was snatched from him a month ago. But the girl boldly claims he's still the only one at Guide High School she considers truly worthy of being her opponent. But he tries to remind her that Anjing was the strongest, but Fang Ruoxi reveals Anjing has already transferred schools. Ju is absolutely stunned by this news, and the girl further adds that, while she isn't sure where Anjing came from, it's clear she's surpassed the mortal class. Her appearance and departure were so sudden that it felt like she was just here to challenge our boy. Fang Ruoxi also mentions that she initially thought Zoe Wen had some sort of rivalry with Anjing, which might be why she challenged him. The boy thinks about it for a moment, but then claims that this isn't possible, because he has never met her before, let alone have beef with her. The girl then drops this topic and asks him once again whether he's joining her team. Zhou Wen, seeing the opportunity, agrees, saying he's fine with benefiting from her skills and leadership. Fang Ruoxi decides it's settled, and explains that she's already found 2 other teammates. Starting today, all team members, including our boy, will train together every afternoon. With that, she quietly leaves, and he finally defeats the red ant. He rushes to grab the dimensional energy crystal, but as soon as he does, a bunch of ants swarm him. But our boy quickly ends the game, and plans to check out the new crystal later. Suddenly, he feels a strange sense of unease. His phone and his body start radiating a crimson energy, and he's overwhelmed by an intense, surging feeling. It looks like the crystal might be causing this reaction. From what he knows, the Vigor Ant Crystal seems to be a primordial energy skill. Crystal from the legends. But he's unsure what skill it might grant. Without wasting any time, he drops a bit of blood on his phone, and activates the game to see what's happening. As soon as he looks into it, he sees that he has unlocked a new primordial energy skill. Later, all 4 members of the group come together, and Fang Ruoxi introduces Zhou Wen as their fourth teammate. To the other two members, the two guys raise their eyebrows. They acknowledge Zhou Wen's impressive skills, but he hasn't trained in over a month. Now they're questioning if he can still perform at his peak. The blonde-haired guy chimes in, emphasizing their ultimate goal: clinching first place in Guide City's college entrance combat test. He worries our boy might not be their strongest asset, even proposing they invite someone named Jung Yi instead. Our boy completely understands their hesitation to include him. You see, the college entrance combat test is a monumental event. It can drastically alter the trajectory of one's entire life, influencing everything from admission to prestigious universities to successful job hunting. It even dictates one's climb into society's highest echelons. And having powerful teammates is absolutely vital for safety. So, their desire for the absolute best team totally makes sense. Ru, however, tries to persuade the group, explaining that, while Zheng Yi is indeed a strong contender, she still firmly believes Zhou is their ultimate choice. The blonde guy then proposes a straightforward strength test. If our boy doesn't object, that is. Ru curiously asks, "What kind of test are we talking about?" The blonde guy proudly announces that since he times himself, is the weakest of the three of them. Zhou Wen will spar against times him asterisk. If our boy wins, he proves his worth and joins the team. If he loses, he's out. Our boy voices a concern about the inherent risks of combat, highlighting the potential for serious injury. He suggests no one truly benefits from getting hurt. But the blonde guy retorts that the school's strength measuring devices might give numbers, but those are utterly meaningless. They'll settle this with a bare-knuckle, straightforward fight, and whoever concedes first loses. Hearing this, Ru starts pondering how Tian's combat skills compare to Zhou Wen's, and a wave of concern washes over her for our boy. You see, our boy hasn't used a single-dimensional crystal to boost his cultivation, and his family is likely struggling financially. He might not possess any crucial fighting skills whatsoever. Despite her deep worries, she's intensely curious to see how he'll handle this situation. Meanwhile, Zhou Wen contemplates using machines to gauge their strengths, but Tian scoffs, provocatively asking if he's scared. Our boy just scratches his head. Secretly, they feared he might accidentally hurt them with just one punch. In the end, they decided to put their strength to the test using the machines. Tian steps up first, unleashing a powerful punch against the machine with all his might. Every eye in the room is fixed, watching in breathless anticipation. The machine proudly displays his strength score, a solid 7 points. Our hero, Joan, quietly observes how the numerical display on the machine isn't an exact match to the power levels he's seen represented in the game, but they're remarkably close to what he had before he started playing. He had similar power. Tian invites our boy to step up and test his own strength on the machine. When our protagonist finally delivers his powerful strike, the impact unleashes a booming noise that reverberates throughout the entire school. The baldy teacher, strolling casually down the corridor, hears the thunderous sound and wonders aloud, who in the world is using the testing machine when everyone should be resting? Driven by curiosity, he makes his way toward the machine room, and as he cautiously pushes the door open, he spots none other than Zhou Wen and the rest of the gang. He's left completely baffled, scratching his head. Could our boy really be the one who just unleashed that earth-shattering punch? And yep, it's undeniably him. The entire room falls into a stunned silence as everyone watches in absolute awe. Then, the machine flashes a strength score of a perfect 10. Even the old man, secretly observing from the shadows, is utterly dumbfounded. The old man begins to seriously reconsider his past judgments. He wonders if Zhou hasn't been slacking off at all, contrary to his assumptions. Perhaps he's been training with such intense dedication that he's literally only had time to catch a few naps in class. He even starts to believe that the old principal's initial assessment of Zhou might have actually been spot on all along. Meanwhile, Ru is absolutely bewildered, yet profoundly impressed by our boy's choice to use the most challenging method, to unleash his strength. And yet, he still managed a perfect 10 without even tapping into any chi fighting skills. Tian is visibly agitated, a storm brewing in his expression. With his frustration boiling over, he swallows his pride and begrudgingly informs our boy that he's qualified. He then decides to unleash one final punch, trying to salvage what's left of his dignity. He clenches his fist, and it crackles with raw, surging thunder. He delivers a devastating blow, a true shockwave, to the machine. This time, the machine proudly blazes with a strength score of 11. The sheer power of that punch leaves Tian utterly exhausted. Our boy, however, simply gives him a casual thumbs up for his effort. But our hero, Zhou, suddenly seems curious about something else entirely. Tian, however, barks at him to snap out of it, warning him to either score higher than 11, or face the utter disgrace of a crushing defeat. Our boy, unperturbed, then casually asks his friends if the school will charge him for any potential damage. Should he utterly demolish this machine? Blondie confidently vows he'll pick up the tab, even if it shatters to pieces. With that tempting offer, our guy starts to grin, as a vibrant yellow energy ignites, swirling around his body, powering up his fist. Blondie, however, scoffs, convinced Joe Wen's just all talk. After all, this isn't just any toy. It's built for serious strength, handling up to a whopping 20 points. Barely anyone in the entire school could ever hope to hit that mark. But with his power fully unleashed and cranked up, our guy lets loose a devastating punch, absolutely overflowing with chi. And Rue is utterly floored, shocked to witness him employing chi fighting skills. The impact is so earth-shattering that the machine immediately starts to crumble, its circuits frying and sparking from the sheer, raw power. Everyone watching is completely, absolutely stunned, as he dismantles the formidable machine like it's made of paper. The Baldy, eyes wide, is utterly baffled by this spectacle. He was certain this machine could effortlessly withstand strength, reaching up to 20 points. To wreck it like times that asterisk, he muses, you'd need a rank 8 or even a rank 9 chi fighting skill. At that very instant, the Baldy's polished head flashes back to the principal's words about Joe being an unparalleled, ultimate genius. And he's finally starting to grasp times why the principal made such a bold, confident statement about our boy. Even Rue, who has always known our boy possesses immense strength, found seeing it in action was a monumental eye-opener. As the golden hues of evening softly settle in, our boy takes a leisurely, thoughtful stroll down a quiet city path. As he walks, his mind drifts back, replaying his intense fight with Enjing. It utterly baffles him why someone at her legendary, god-tier level would even bother challenging someone still stuck in the Mortal League. He's pretty certain he's never even stepped foot outside Gita province, so he's completely clueless as to when he might have possibly offended her. Then, out of the vibrant blue, his phone suddenly rings. It's his dad, calling to ask if he'll be making it to his wedding. Our son, naturally curious, asks who the lucky bride could possibly be. His notoriously playboy father, ever so smooth, quickly sends a photo of a stunning woman with some truly impressive assets, then casually asks if his son approves of his future stepmother. Well, asterisk, that's times certainly one way to spice up a father-son chat. Anyway, our boy then asks when and where the grand wedding will actually happen, and his dad casually drops the bombshell that it's in about a week. That's when our boy, with a sudden realization, reminds his father that his all-important college entrance exam is, coincidentally, next week. So, much to his chagrin, he absolutely cannot attend, even though he truly wishes he could. He then shifts gears, asking his dad if there's an iron cookie box in the closet room. His father, clueless as ever and sounding confused, says he has no idea, so Joe promptly tells him it's a square iron cookie box, about 10 inches long, boasting a cheerful cartoon bear pattern on it. His dad then reveals it's the very box of bear cookies he used to devour as a kid. Too bad that beloved brand isn't sold anymore. Naturally, he's super curious about Joe's sudden fascination with that old box, so he just has to ask, why bring it up now? Our boy drops the bomb. There's a mysterious phone hidden inside that cookie box. Then, he asks if his dad was the one who put it there. His father quickly asks if the phone has a sleek white metal shell, a dark, keyless screen, and measures around 7 or 8 inches long. When Joe confirms, his dad dramatically declares it belongs to his grandpa. Our guy is utterly floored by this revelation. He immediately asks how his grandpa even ended up with such a device. His dad then launches into a wild, unbelievable story about Joe's grandpa. Turns out, his grandpa worked as a carpenter back in the day, specifically during the reconstruction of ancient Guy's city. They were tasked with building a massive number of ancient-style wooden structures. Grandpa was on that site for over a year. Then, one unforgettable night, while a few workers toiled late, they stumbled upon an ancient, dried-up well right on the construction site. A mysterious glimmer caught their eye from deep inside. Convinced they'd hit the jackpot, they believed it was treasure. And indeed, there was a box resting at the bottom of that well. As they carefully pulled that ancient wooden box from its watery grave, an ethereal light seemed to seep through its cracks. And what was inside? None other than a sleek, modern phone. Its screen was dazzlingly lit up at first, but it flickered and died the moment they pulled it free. Strangely, the phone had no keys, no charging port, nothing. It appeared utterly, irrevocably dead. Everyone was utterly disappointed when they realized it was just a seemingly broken phone. Thinking it was just some elaborate prank, they quickly lost interest. So, Grandpa simply tossed it into his dusty toolkit. His dad further explains that the phone simply never turned on, ever. And when he was younger, he even tried to hawk it at a repair shop just to buy some cigarettes. But the shop owner declared it completely worthless. So, he just unceremoniously dumped it into that cookie box. Now he's wondering if Joe, too, is planning to try and sell it. Inside, Joe breathes a massive sigh of relief that his dad never actually sold it. Otherwise, he never would have gotten his hands on this mysterious bad boy. He then asks his dad if the phone ever times turned on for anyone. His dad's answer is a firm, unwavering definitely not. He emphasizes it's been sitting completely unused for decades. His dad wraps up the call, mentioning he's got other important stuff to do. He's already given Joe all the wedding details, so it's completely up to Joe if he wants to show up or not. Once the call finally ends, Joe muses on the fact that his true combat test will be held precisely there, in ancient Gize City. As he'd decided, maybe it's worth checking out that ancient well for any lingering clues or leads. Heading back home, he dives straight into an intense game plan rework. Days melt into a familiar routine as he settles into this new rhythm, napping through classes and snoozing peacefully under a tree, all while everyone else is relentlessly training. Meanwhile, he's just gaming away, lost in his own world. Several days later, chaos erupts in the school corridor. Two students are absolutely tearing down the hall, full speed ahead. A guy in glasses slams directly into another student who looks like he stepped right out of an aristocratic society. The glasses guy hits the ground with a bone-jarring impact, but the blonde guy? He barely even flinches. He just stands there, radiating an intensely creepy aura. The blondie coolly walks away, his intimidating entourage in tow. And the students left behind whisper among themselves, utterly unnerved by his intimidating presence. Our next scene takes us outside, under the open sky, where we encounter Tien once more. He drops a bombshell. He's abruptly quitting the group. Apparently, a friend has already poached him for another team. With that, he simply turns and walks away, leaving our boy to desperately wonder, does Roxy even have a backup plan? Especially since the all-important test is just around the corner, and finding a reliable new teammate now feels utterly impossible. He then calls out to his other teammate, Li Ju, asking if he was aware of Tien's sudden departure. But Li Ju drops yet another devastating bomb. He can't team up with our boy either. No way. And adamantly refuses to be questioned about his reasons for quitting. Finally, our gaze shifts to Ruoxi, who appears utterly sad and completely dejected. Her distress is painfully obvious. Her team's numbers have plummeted, leaving them practically empty. When she spots our boy, she's quick to offer a heartfelt apology, but he immediately reassures her not to stress. He reveals a shocking truth. He should be the one apologizing, because he's the sole reason everyone is deserting them. Apparently, there are powerful forces actively gunning for him, which is precisely why his teammates suddenly abandoned the group. She then points out that she has absolutely no clue who he could have offended, but she's certain that whoever it is wields immense power, so he absolutely must be careful. He agrees completely. As they part ways, his mind races furiously about the looming test, and he's utterly stressed about finding trustworthy teammates in time. Heck, even his most trusted friend, Ruoxi, no longer wants to team up with him, given the sheer danger he's now attracting. As he walks away, the bald teacher suddenly calls out to him. Once our boy meets with him, the teacher reveals a crucial detail. Inspector Yang is, in fact, from the military, and his full name is none other than Yang Tianzuo. He asks if Joe recognizes him, and our hero quickly confirms he doesn't. The old man finds this incredibly strange, wondering why, if Joe doesn't know him, would such a high-ranking military officer openly criticize a high school student by name during his official inspection in Guide City? Our protagonist, completely baffled, then asks, just who times this man? So, the bald teacher steps up to break down the details. The Earth Federation is vast, divided into 4 major regions: East, South, West, and North. Inspector Ang, despite his youth, hails from an incredibly renowned family. At just barely over 20 years old, he's already a senior officer in the East Region military, making him an undeniably remarkable figure. Our hero, sensing trouble, then questions if Inspector Ang is specifically targeting him. The teacher admits he can't be entirely sure, but Ang Tianzuo did openly declare that our boy wasn't a good student. And, unsurprisingly, everyone around him eagerly agreed, especially those desperate to please Inspector Ang. Our guy, absolutely furious, demands to know if a senior officer like Aang truly doesn't realize how his careless words could utterly ruin a high school student's life. He then asks directly, is Aang related to Jing, the woman he fought just a month ago? The Baldy concedes there's a times chance asterisk, but cautions them not to jump to conclusions just yet. The most critical task right now is to find our boy a team, so he can officially sign up for the upcoming test. The deadline? It's the day after tomorrow. There's absolutely no time to lose. His teammates can't be just any ordinary students though. The old man reveals there's a specific student named Li Xuan in their very own school. If this time student accepts our boy onto his team, Baldy believes no one will dare make things difficult for him. However, there's a crucial condition attached. Our boy must do his absolute best to help Li Xuan secure a top score, and Li Xuan must achieve the highest score among all 4 team members. The boy, a hint of disbelief in his voice, asks if the old man is implying that he should just give his points to this newcomer, to which the old man firmly agrees, stating this is his only chance to participate in the upcoming match. Reluctantly, the boy agrees to the terms. He then tells the old man to immediately contact Li Xuan on his behalf. After that pivotal meeting, Zhou immediately calls his father, asking about Inspector An Tianzuo and if his father knows anything about him. That's when his father drops an absolute bombshell. Ang Tianzuo is actually our boy's brother . This shocking news hits our boy like a sudden, unexpected thunderbolt, completely out of the blue. His father then clarifies that Tianzuo is the son of his future stepmother. Once his father marries her, Tianzuo will officially become his brother. And as if that wasn't a shocker enough, his father drops another bombshell. Our boy has a sister, and Jing. The pieces instantly fall into place for our hero, revealing why that girl, and Jing, appeared out of nowhere, and brazenly challenged him in front of the entire school. It was probably just a sneaky move to tarnish his reputation. He quickly presses his dad. Do those two actually like their new father? In response, his dad insists they both respect him a lot. But after hanging up, only one burning question consumes Joe's mind. Why are these siblings relentlessly trying to mess with him? He wonders. Do they disapprove of the marriage between his father and their mother? He recalls Tianzuo flaunting his authority and trying to block him from joining the exam, while Jing absolutely crushed him with a single hit, all because he's just way too weak to stand against them. Nonetheless, he heads back to his messy, stinky apartment and dives into his game, figuring leveling up is the best way to tackle these problems. After taking down a mutated ant, he gets a special drop of symbiotic egg. Ju gets instantly excited to see this, because he knows just how rare it is for someone at the mortal level to get a symbiotic pet, since most people get theirs at the legendary level. As soon as his blood avatar tries to grab the egg, it starts to crack and hits him right in the chest. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his head, calling him master and pledging loyalty, even saying it would die for him. He feels this intense pain coursing through him, and he quickly sits back on his bed, his head aching like hell. But then, he notices a new tattoo on his hand, and once he checks his mobile phone, he sees he's now got a pet. A mutated immense strength ant. This pet can also be used in its symbiotic form as a fist weapon. Excitedly, he covers the windows with curtains, for some privacy, and decides to summon his new pet, though he's not quite sure how to go about it. He starts thinking about his pet, and as he concentrates, his hand begins to gather energy. A glove-like weapon starts to form above his hand. It turns out this glove is the symbiotic form of his pet, and is said to enhance the user's abilities. He then decides to summon the mutated immense strength ant itself. As the glove dissolves into mist, the crimson mist begins to shape into the ant. It materializes into a furious, but surprisingly cute creature. Our boy is somewhat scared to see this. And not gonna lie, this pet is much larger than I had expected it to be. But our boy, ever the pragmatist, decides to tackle this ride another day. Perhaps once he's out in the open. And just like that, a new day dawns. We find our bald teacher escorting our hero for a meeting with Li Xuan. The old man spills the tea, revealing Li Xuan to be a bit high-minded, but he quickly reassures our boy that despite it all, he's not a bad guy. And since they're only collaborating with him for this crucial test, there's absolutely nothing to fret over. Their sleek car absolutely zooms down the bustling highway, eventually arriving at a grand destination. The Honorable Royal Health Club. Inside, a watchful servant immediately greets the old man, who promptly informs her they're here for the Li family's second son. Upon hearing this, the servant wastes no time, swiftly leading them further in. As they step inside, it becomes blindingly clear. The old man wasn't exaggerating about Li Xuan's pretentiousness at all. The place itself is utterly majestic, gleaming with opulence, and the man of the hour is utterly swamped, surrounded by a gaggle of girls, looking every bit the part of a hip-hop mogul, who genuinely believes he's perched atop the entire world, probably after just raking in a few $100,000. Xuan quickly gestures for Baldy to take a seat and grab a drink, but the old man declines his offer and cuts straight to the chase. He introduces our boy without delay, right then and there, assuring Xuan that this kid is incredibly capable and will effortlessly help him ace that upcoming exam. Xuan, however, simply waves off the old man's enthusiastic pitch, claiming he completely trusts Baldy and will take our boy as his teammate solely for his sake. With that crucial detail settled, the old man decides it's time to depart, telling them both to dive into discussing the test details. Before he makes his exit, the old man turns back to our boy and advises him to get thoroughly familiar with Li Xuan and his team, because the actual test is practically breathing down their necks. With that, the old man finally leaves, and Xuan then dramatically turns to Joe, confidently claiming he's heard all about him, and that he's apparently the unrivaled genius of Gita High School. Our boy simply shrugs off the compliment as nothing more than a rumor, playfully telling him not to take it too seriously. Li Xuan casually agrees, then points out that it's utterly impossible for true geniuses to emerge from a small province like this one. He then sharply reminds our boy that if he times were times a genius, he wouldn't have been utterly defeated by An Jing in a single move. He then informs Joe that he doesn't need to participate in any teamwork, training, whatsoever. All Joe needs to do is strictly follow commands and never cause trouble. Then, he audaciously offers Joe a little challenge. If Joe can finish an entire bottle of alcohol in one rapid gulp, he'll let Joe choose any girl he desires from the entire club. But Joe just keeps his eyes glued to his mobile phone, barely glancing up, and simply states, "I don't drink." And it seems this flashy playboy is absolutely not times thrilled with Joe's chill attitude. And he's starting to question if Baldy, who practically begged him to deal with this good-for-nothing guy, was truly worth the trouble of messing with Joe. Li Xuan then slyly instructs one of the girls to entertain our protagonist. The girl playfully teases Xuan, calling him a naughty boy for his mischief. She then begins to seductively hover around Joe, attempting to grab his attention with her ample assets and somewhat average looks. But Joe remains utterly glued to his device, completely unfazed. As she gets more physical, daring to try and touch him, it becomes crystal clear that our hero is far too engrossed to deal with this silver-winged mosquito monster. He's doing his absolute best to maintain his focus, but the woman's persistence quickly starts grating on his nerves. As she continually bothers him, forcing his gaze toward her, his game avatar suddenly finds itself in deep, deep trouble. Just as he's on the verge of losing the entire game, he flings the annoying woman away like a true Giga Chad. He swiftly maneuvers his avatar out of immediate danger. The playboy nearly chokes on his drink, absolutely floored, stunned that our boy literally tossed the woman aside, just to save his game. Everyone bursts into uproarious laughter at the sheer absurdity of it all. It looks like our boy has, unfortunately, finally lost his game, and he's definitely not feeling too great about it. On the other hand, it seems like Xuan is starting to take a genuine liking to our hero. As night falls, the room is utterly littered with empty bottles and shot glasses. Li Xuan appears sound asleep in his bed with his girl, but as we take a closer look, it seems he's actually still wide awake. Meanwhile, Joe is still deeply engrossed in his game, absolutely determined to finally beat that silver-winged mosquito. Despite his relentless efforts, he keeps losing to the pesky bug, and his avatar keeps tragically losing its head to the monstrous foe. After playing through the entire night, all his attempts have, frustratingly, ended in failure. The mosquito isn't quite at a legendary level, so at times should be possible to finally take it down. Joe muses that if he can land a rank 9 power punch, he could truly hurt it. But since the punch takes forever to execute, he's wondering if he can combine it with a high-speed move. Since his game character is directly based on him, Joe figures that if he improves his real-life power punch, his game character will undoubtedly sync up with those gains. He immediately starts practicing his punch with fierce dedication, hoping to supercharge his in-game performance. As Joe trains relentlessly, Li Xuan sneaks a curious look at him, clearly intrigued by his relentless dedication. He has absolutely no idea what our boy is practicing, and that entire 1-inch punch concept sounds like pure gibberish to his ears. He just shrugs it off, figuring our boy might possess some unique skills, but seeing absolutely nothing impressive in his movements, he decides it's time to just drift back to sleep. Finally, the moment of truth arrives. The college entrance exam, and our boy diligently fills out every single answer on his sheet. And we also catch a glimpse of Li Xuan, taking the same grueling exam. Once the exam finally ends and everyone spills out of the hall, it's immediately clear that it was a truly grueling exam, as everyone looks utterly dejected and exhausted. Just a few days later, a bus packed with students zooms down the highway, heading straight towards the legendary, ancient Gita city. Decades ago, when the terrifying dimensional storm first hit, a massive dimensional crack ripped open within the city, transforming it into a fantastical realm, teeming with all sorts of mutated animals and plants. Troops are now heavily stationed within the city, and no one is allowed to enter without a special pass. And the real combat test is about to begin in this creepy, transformed city. Once the bus stops and the students step out, Joe immediately notices a lot of soldiers closely watching their every move. While he waits for his team members to arrive, he looks around and reads a large sign proudly stating Gita Province. Right next to that sign, there's a small, palm-like emblem mysteriously embedded in the wall that instantly piques his curiosity. Suddenly, his phone rings. He's pretty sure it's his dad calling, so he pulls out his phone. To his utter surprise, it's the mysterious phone he uses for the game. This phone has never once made or received calls before, and has never even vibrated, so its ringing now is incredibly strange. What's even more surprising is that a camera app is already activated. He opens the app but isn't quite sure what he's supposed to do with it, wondering if he's suddenly supposed to be taking selfies. He decides to take pictures of the beautiful landscape before him, but the camera on this mysterious phone isn't cooperating at all, and as he fumbles with it, he accidentally points it towards that palm-like emblem, near the Gita Province sign. The phone instantly detects the emblem, and when he snaps a photo, a brand new app magically appears on the screen. Well, it seems like it's an app for entering a dungeon in the game. Since he's free for now, he decides to give it a go. And after dropping a bit of blood, his game avatar instantly materializes, and he suddenly finds himself navigating through what seems like the Gita city. In the game, as he moves forward, he spots a monstrous creature from another universe. Behold, an adorable skeleton soldier. This pint-sized warrior charges forward, brandishing a massive weapon, and our hero is about to dive into an utterly unexpected battle. Joe deftly dodges the skeleton soldier's clumsy attacks with incredible ease. He's barely breaking a sweat, finding this challenge almost too simple. This particular skeleton is neither quick, nor is it strong, making this encounter an absolute breeze compared to the formidable ants he usually battles. His avatar then clenches its fist, ready to unleash devastating power, and with a single, mighty blow, shatters the poor zombie into countless pieces, delivering a devastating punch that leaves nothing behind. The skeleton's crystal drops swiftly to the ground, and Joe is pleasantly surprised to discover a rare skill crystal appearing right after his very first kill in this new challenge. He promptly activates the absorb function, and the crystal's potent energy immediately surges and flows into him. Surprisingly, it's not nearly as agonizing as he'd braced himself for, proving much smoother than his previous, often jarring, experiences with skill absorption. The system interface then instantly materializes, announcing his acquisition of the formidable skeleton palm skill, with a minimal chi consumption of just 1 point. It looks like Joe is off to an absolutely solid start, ready for anything. But despite this early success, he doesn't seem overly thrilled, because he distinctly remembers that skeleton soldiers are typically low-level foes, and their acquired skills tend to be quite basic, while consuming only minimal chi. Nevertheless, he decides to push on and truly test what his new skill can accomplish. He quickly summons his incredibly mutated, immense strength ant with a dazzling burst of light, then hops onto its back. The ant charges ferociously through the crumbling ancient city, its speed absolutely impressive as it plows deeper and deeper into the unknown area. And shortly after, he encounters even more hordes of skeleton zombies. He slices through them effortlessly, a whirlwind of destruction, treating them like mere practiced dummies, easily dispatched. He's certain that each victorious kill will yield even more precious crystals, so he's completely immersing himself in the exhilarating thrill of the hunt. However, after a considerable while, our hero's excitement significantly dwindles as he realizes he hasn't gained a single thing, despite having utterly annihilated a colossal number of skeleton soldiers. As he ventures even further into the perilous depths of the dungeon, he suddenly encounters something completely unexpected and alarming. A small army of little skeleton zombies, fiercely guarding the true final boss. A much larger, imposing skeleton, majestically seated atop a warhorse. The terrifying skeleton knight wastes absolutely no time, moving with incredibly shocking speed and precision, and landing a devastating, solid hit that pierces directly through Joe's avatar, but instantly killing him, bringing the game to an abrupt, sudden end. He looks back at the mysterious emblem near the ancient signboard, and is now absolutely certain that beyond that foreboding door, Gita Province holds countless more thrilling and perilous mysteries. Suddenly, a figure materializes right behind him. The moment he spins around, he spots his stepsister, who, as always, looks less than thrilled to lay eyes on him. Shortly after, we see Joe clutching a mysterious pen drive, and we're left wondering just how he acquired this tiny treasure. The scene then flashes back to his stepsister, swinging her fist directly at him, stopping mere inches from his face. She coolly informed him that their father had tasked her with delivering something to him, swiftly thrusting the pen drive into his hand. As she storms off, she loudly wonders why their father bothers wasting effort on a nobody like Joe, dubbing him a complete loser and declaring he'll never truly be part of the Aang family. After all, no one in Times Her Times family is as useless and weak as him. Our boy is understandably puzzled, wondering when he ever joined Times Her Times family. Just as he's deep in thought, he suddenly hears a shout from Xuan. Spinning around, he sees Xuan finally arriving with the two other team members in tow. Our guy is dressed so casually, he looks ready for a beach party, not a serious, high-stakes exam. The arrogant playboy then claps a hand on Joe's shoulder, telling him not to fret over a single thing, because his loyal goons will handle absolutely everything. The two eager lackeys quickly chime in, with one even boasting he could single-handedly take down all of Gita Province, just for his boss. Xuan, however, seems less than impressed by his lackey's bravado. The other one, sporting a black hat, steps forward and promises they'll give it their all, ensuring absolutely nothing goes wrong. Observing this, Joe quickly realizes Xuan is deliberately keeping himself, and our boy far from the action, clearly intending to use these two goons as mere pawns. The moment for the test finally arrives, and a soldier barks orders for everyone to report to the Invigilator. That's when we catch a glimpse of Ruoxi, and our boy spots her too. He flashes a charming smile and gives her a reassuring thumbs up, which seems to visibly calm her nerves a bit. Seeing that Joe has finally managed to join a team, the massive city gates begin to dramatically crack open, emitting a brilliant blue energy that swirls into some kind of portal. A guy in glasses, likely the Invigilator himself, steps forward and begins to lay down the rules. Your points? They're all tallied by the crystals you snag from taking down those pesky skeleton soldiers. The more crystals you gather, the higher you'll soar in the rankings. With that, he beckons everyone to step right up and enter the ominous gate. Joe, with a confident swagger, strides directly toward the swirling portal, and the moment he steps through its shimmering veil, he's instantly on the other side, flanked by fellow students, all poised to conquer whatever chaotic challenges lie ahead. Suddenly, ghastly skeleton monsters begin to pop up everywhere, and the students pounce on them, absolutely feral, like they're the last roll of toilet paper in a Walmart during a Black Friday frenzy. The skeletons clatter forward, their ancient bones, producing a surprisingly humorous, rattling symphony. Black Hat Dude, with a single, lightning-fast swing, dispatches a skeleton, slicing through its neck, as if it were made of a soft, yielding butter. Meanwhile, the overconfident guy snatches another skeleton's bony hand, and delivers a brutal knee smash, absolutely pulverizing it, into a shower of bone confetti. Talk about brutal. Well, it looks like our boy doesn't need to stress one bit, since these teammates are proving to be an absolute powerhouse. He's thrilled, in fact, because this gives him the perfect excuse to finally check something on his phone that he's been dying to look into for a while now. Xuan, however, is utterly bewildered. He's watching Joe casually tapping away on his phone, and can't help but wonder if this guy is a genuine genius, or if he's just full of it. Meanwhile, whatever Joe was trying to confirm, his hunch was absolutely spot on. Apparently, he wasn't just checking the city gate's layout, but the Times' entire Times game's map. Even the layout of the buildings here is Times' identical Times to the dungeon he knows from the game. This sparks a chilling curiosity. Is Times every Times dungeon based on a real-world location? The moment this chilling realization hits him, his face goes ghost white, as if he's about to literally soil himself. If this real-world setting is truly as similar to the game as he fears, then the terrifying skeleton knight Times exist here too. But thankfully, according to the areas he explored in the game, they're still a considerable distance from encountering that dreaded skeleton knight. As long as they stick to the designated testing area, they won't have to face that monstrosity anytime soon. After a short while, our group regroups, formulating a plan to venture deeper into the city. But our boy seems pretty hesitant to push any further, and we all times know exactly why he's feeling so cautious. The lackeys, however, argue that most of the skeleton soldiers in this section of the city have already been cleared out, and the spawn rate for new ones has drastically slowed. If they truly want to rack up those astronomical high scores, their only path forward? Deeper exploration. Joe tries to warn them, venturing beyond the testing area could spell serious danger. But Sean just shrugs, declaring that if our boy is scared, he can stay behind. The lackeys chime in, agreeing that diving deeper is their sole shot at a big score. So, Juan tells Joe to stick close to them, promising that even if things get dicey, his lackeys will have his back. Joe seems to be in quite the predicament, because he can't exactly spill the beans about the big, bad monster lurking just around the corner. So, he tucks his phone away, deciding to stick with the team for now. He's also planning to battle that skeleton knight in the game, to pinpoint the perfect strategy for its defeat. It's his only shot at ensuring both he and Li Xuan make it out of this mess alive. As the two lackeys charge ahead, they're smacking down skeletons left and right, with their flashy powers. Meanwhile, Joe and Sean are just casually strolling, with Joe completely absorbed in his game. He's getting his virtual behind handed to him by that pesky skeleton king over and over again. After another defeat, Joe faces the harsh reality. Dodging or jumping doesn't help, because that knight's sword always finds its mark, and is way scarier than the silver-winged mosquito. But then, he remembers that the Skeleton King isn't super agile all the time. It only speeds up when it's charging at him. He's pretty sure that the monster must be using a chi fighting skill to pull off this high-speed move. He's not sure how to deal with this, and if it continues like this, they are all gonna get wiped out. But suddenly, he notices something interesting. The defeated monster has dropped a large dimensional crystal. One of the lackeys quickly snatches the crystal, rushing to show it to their master. The lackey hands over the crystal to the master, and our boy reminds Juan that they've gathered enough points, and should make a hasty exit. However, the lackey disagrees, saying there's no need to rush, since there's still plenty of time before the exam ends. The black hat guy agrees, adding that they should rack up some extra points to ensure they come out on top. The playboy checks his phone. He even notes that there are absolutely no reports of legendary level creatures nearby, so they should be completely safe to venture further. But our boy, Joe, suddenly grabs his hand, asking if he believes in instincts. Xuan looks utterly confused, wondering what on earth Joe is talking about. Joe gravely explains that he always gets a terrible, gut-wrenching feeling whenever danger is near, and it has never once been a false alarm. Right now, he's experiencing an overwhelming, suffocating sense of unease about the imminent danger lying ahead, of course. Naturally, one of the goons completely dismisses Joe's dire warning. He lashes out, sharply reminding Joe that he should consider himself incredibly lucky to be accepted by their master in the first place, and he better not drag everyone down with his baseless fears, just because of some weird, unreliable gut feeling. Joe snaps back, pointing out that Gita Province is a tiny, insignificant place, and no students dare to leave the designated testing area. Besides, they've already accumulated so many incredible points that they'll easily maintain their overwhelming advantage, as long as they simply keep hunting within the safe testing area. There's absolutely no need to venture into the perilous unknown. It seems Joe's logical words actually strike a chord with Sean, forcing him to reluctantly admit that our boy does indeed have a point. But suddenly, the black hat guy viciously pulls out a sharp dagger and thrusts it straight into Xuan's unsuspecting back. After delivering that utterly cowardly, treacherous blow, this conniving bastard grins like a cat that just caught a mouse, reveling in his despicable act of treachery. The blonde lackey heroically tries to step in and protect his master, but tragically ends up getting taken down by the black hat guy too. With a truly menacing look glinting in his eyes, the black hat guy scathingly tells his fallen comrades to just die like dogs. The playboy, Xuan, admits he definitely didn't see that coming, and then, in an instant, his wound completely heals before their eyes. He stares directly at the treacherous black hat guy, his gaze sharp, asking if he was secretly sent by his brother. The black hat is absolutely dumbfounded to see that a playboy like Xuan somehow knows the ancient chi spell known as Invincible Constitution. And now, here's a quick explanation of this incredible key spell. You see, Key spells are vastly different from key fighting skills, or even dimensional crystals. They're specific techniques created by humans, each boasting its own unique cultivation limits. Invincible Constitution, in particular, is one of those exceptionally rare spells that can astonishingly raise a person's maximum cultivation level, straight up to the legendary epic tier. However, it's rumored that only virgins can successfully practice this spell, and once they lose their virginity, their progress instantly vanishes, forcing them to start completely over from square one. Our boy, Joe, is incredibly skeptical about Xuan practicing this spell, considering he's always surrounded by peachy cheeks just waiting to be smashed. The lackey on the ground pipes up, his voice ringing out. He's utterly disappointed his friend sided with Li Mobai against Xuan. Our dashing playboy also expresses his deep disappointment. He declares he never wanted to compete with his brother for power, so he can't fathom why his own brother wants him dead. The black hat guy then sneers a sassy comment, claiming Xuan should blame himself for his impending doom. With that, the black hat guy begins gathering raw energy into his dagger, then unleashes a blazing green energy slash at our playboy. However, our hero sidesteps the attack with such astonishing flair, it's almost unbelievable to behold. Our boy and the other lackey are stunned, speechless by a giant snake, none other than the legendary explosive scale snake. It becomes terrifyingly clear the black hat guy is no ordinary opponent, as no one could possibly summon a legendary creature like this. Meanwhile, Shuang just stands there, looking utterly unfazed. He casually explains that legendary level pets can actually be hatched, if someone at that elite level is willing to pay a hefty price to transfer the creatures. Symbiotic egg. The scrawny trader looks impressed by all this knowledge. Our playboy has been effortlessly dropping, but he quickly regains momentum and lunges at Juan with a dagger. Juan, however, simply grabs the dagger with his bare hands. Like it's no big deal. The black hat guy's jaw utterly drops at the sight, because he's clearly not ready for this level of sheer badassery. Our playboy's calm, composed face turns into something straight out of a dark fantasy nightmare. With a simple flick, he unleashes a massive energy explosion, sending the scrawny guy skidding violently across the ground. It's undeniably clear now that Sean's not just some pretty face, he's packing some serious heat, along with his legendary creature. As he strides forward, crackling with dark energy, and looking like he just stepped out of a Dark Souls game, the scene is perfectly set for an epic showdown. He gives off terrifying vibes to the black hat, who quickly starts retreating like his life depends on it, which, let's be real, it totally does. But Sean isn't about to let him off easy. He leaps ahead, immediately giving chase to that guy. Meanwhile, Joe is also trying desperately to keep up, but they're just way too fast for him, and he eventually loses sight of them. The lackey behind him tells Joe to keep chasing, because he absolutely has to help Sean at all costs. Joe replies, "Yeah, you go ahead, I'll catch up." The blonde lackey gets all huffy, calls Joe a coward, and keeps marching forward, searching for his boss. While Joe knows that even if he did chase after them, he wouldn't actually be much help. Both Xuan and Jiang Ho have legendary level creatures, which he definitely doesn't have. Right now his main concern is the Skeleton Knight, and he's pretty sure it'll be game over if they bump into that monster. So the only way to help Li Xuan is to find a way to handle this Skeleton Knight. Joe pinches his thumb again, drops a bit of blood, and his avatar finally comes back. He's determined to face off against this knight, and figure out a way to deal with it, in real life. The Skeleton Knight quickly starts charging at him on its horse, and that's when Joe realizes that running is useless. Once that knight begins its charge, it's next to impossible to dodge the attack, so he quickly leaps forward toward the knight, catching this empty-headed monster off guard. The knight seems pissed and starts throwing his spear, like weapon around trying to hit Joe. But our guy isn't just standing around like a sitting duck. He keeps moving, running circles around the knight, who's perched on his horse, desperately trying to land a hit. As the action intensifies, Joe keeps dodging left and right. That's when the Skeleton Knight uses its trump card, and lands a solid hit right into the avatar's chest. The reason he got hit is that he got distracted by the commotion nearby, and he's pretty sure Juan has finally encountered the Skeleton King. He puts his phone back into his pocket, and recalls his previous experience with the knight. He remembers that in the previous game, the Skeleton Knight was powerful, but had a blind spot that could be attacked near his skeleton horse. As long as they take full advantage of it, they'll make it out alive for sure. As he makes his way through, he spots rubble, a clear sign that the fighters must be nearby. After a little walk, he finally finds them. He quickly catches up and asks his friends if they're alright. The armored playboy responds that saying they're alright would be an overstatement. because this skeleton monster is on a whole other level. Joe is absolutely terrified to see the skeleton knight in person. It looks way scarier than the one he saw in the game. He also notices that the black hat is standing behind the skeleton knight. He is blown away to see that the skeleton is not attacking the black hat. But then, he catches sight of the armor adorning the black-hatted figure. This must be precisely why the skeleton knight is completely disregarding him. By the way, this mysterious black-hatted individual is Young Hao. And Joe finds this truly alarming. A deeply concerning revelation. Sean's brother must possess unimaginable wealth to be able to equip this black-hatted figure. With such an arsenal of legendary-level creatures, the knight swiftly recognizes our party as a formidable threat, and immediately begins a thunderous charge on his mighty steed. But then, the playboy heroically leaps in, shouting for everyone to stand back, swiftly raising his shield just before the skeleton knight can strike. The moment their powerful attacks collide, an explosive surge of power unleashes shockwaves so incredibly intense that the poor guy standing next to Joe is flung like a mere mosquito, crashing to the floor with a resounding, bone-jarring thud. He immediately erupts into a violent fit of coughing. Yet, he defiantly insists he's fine, despite the undeniable agony. As the chaotic dust slowly begins to settle, we witness the Skeleton King and the Playboy locked in an unbreakable deadlock. That's precisely when the Playboy spots a sneaky attack headed straight for him, and it's none other than the same explosive snake from Zhang Hao. But Xuan swiftly reacts, raising his shield with lightning speed, stopping the monstrous projectile dead in its tracks. Zhang Hao retracts his snake, a maniacal grin spreading across his face, declaring his excitement to see how Xuan will possibly handle both threats simultaneously. While the skeleton knight relentlessly continues his assault on the Playboy, this cocky goon too charges forward, joining the fray, making an already desperate situation even more dire for Xuan. His armor is visibly cracking, groaning under the sheer force of the relentless attacks, and it's clear he's enduring an incredibly brutal and arduous struggle. And Joe then boldly asks the Playboy how much time he needs to defeat Zhang, provided he can distract the formidable Skeleton King for the moment. Without a moment's hesitation, Xuan proudly proclaims it won't take him more than 2 intense minutes. And his confidence is absolutely unshakable. On the other hand, the lucky one simply scoffs inwardly. He's utterly convinced that Joe is merely of a mortal level, so there's absolutely no chance he could survive the Skeleton Knight's onslaught. If Joe even dares to challenge him directly, it's nothing short of a suicidal death wish. But our guy makes a dramatic, attention-grabbing show of shedding his coat. Striking a defiant stance, he then leaps directly behind the Skeleton King. He casually, almost mockingly, provokes the imposing skeleton, inviting him to a battle, and the empty-headed foe immediately falls for the bait. Swiftly positioning himself directly in front of our daring hero, without a moment to spare, he fiercely lunges forward, but our agile guy expertly sidesteps the initial, sweeping attack. He keenly observes that this attack bears striking similarities to what he'd faced in the game. However, as the powerful horse takes yet another stride, with a thunderous crash, its colossal leg pulverizes the ground. Our hero swiftly rolls, narrowly dodging a direct, bone-shattering strike. Then he's off, dashing like a maniac to stay clear of any danger. Joe quickly realizes this isn't like the game's Skeleton Knight at all. No, this one's terrifyingly swift, striking with lightning-fast agility. The intense dance of attack and evade continues. As the knight relentlessly tries to land a hit, our hero zips and weaves, expertly dodging every attack, always staying just a hair's breadth beyond its grasp. He then clenches his fist, delivering a solid, forceful punch. Smack dab into the horse's skeletal ribs. But the devastating truth immediately becomes clear. His punch is utterly useless, a mere mosquito bite. On a rampaging elephant, the Skeleton Knight just seems to be toying with him, enjoying his little game of poking at this weakling, while our guy frantically searches for any weak spots on the formidable skeleton. Meanwhile, the other blonde warrior finally struggles back to his feet, feeling utterly pathetic and overshadowed, because our guy has single-handedly stalled the fearsome Skeleton Knight, and he's doing it all without a symbiotic pet by his side. Even the formidable Black Hat warrior is completely dumbfounded by this display, watching our hero surprisingly hold his own against this terrifying monster. Just then, Sean interrupts Black Hat's thoughts with a sharp reminder that letting your guard down is a truly foolish mistake. He lands a devastating, bone-shattering blow straight to his opponent's face, sending the Black Hat flying through the air like a broken rag doll. But to everyone's utter shock, the Black Hat surprisingly regains his footing and defiantly challenges Juan, vowing he won't back down until he's either dead himself or his opponent is completely obliterated. The furious exchange of their strikes reignites with brutal intensity, and our confident playboy seems more than ready for it. If this Black Hat truly has a death wish, it appears the Black Hat's resistance is finally crumbling, and a final, decisive strike from our armored hero decisively ends the struggle, leaving the villain sputtering and coughing up thick gouts of blood. And his symbiotic pet begins to crack and crumble into dust. But remarkably, this opponent proves to be unbelievably stubborn. He quickly pushes himself back up, collapsing to his knees, summoning his other venomous snake pet to distract Juan. And once our playboy's focus is cleverly diverted, the Black Hat scumbag seizes the chance to ambush our hero from behind. Simultaneously, the ferocious skeleton knight lunges, swinging at our hero, but our guy, a blur of motion, ducks down like a ninja on pure adrenaline, letting both devastating attacks whistle harmlessly over his head. Then, Joe clenches his fist, delivering a thunderous smash down onto Black Hat's symbiotic pet. With a single, devastatingly powerful punch, he's clearly using his own symbiotic pet, transforming it into a powerful, protective glove. And the moment Black Hat's symbiotic pet is gone, the skeleton knight brutally thrusts its spear straight into Black Hat's chest. The snake, too, begins to shriek in pain, now devolved from a fearsome beast to a tiny gecko. Suddenly, the armored guy stomps on the funky, foul gecko, extinguishing its life altogether. With that immediate danger resolved, the Skeleton King begins a terrifying transformation, finally unleashing its full, devastating power. As the creature radiates this chilling, menacing aura, it lunges, launching a lightning-fast attack at our boy. The sheer speed of the skeleton's attack is mind-boggling, that our hero can't possibly dodge it in time, and simply braces to meet it head-on. But at that critical moment, Li Xuan intervenes, with incredible speed, deflecting the attack. Yet, it seems the attack was truly overwhelming, that Sean absorbs the full, destructive impact, and his mighty armor begins to shatter like brittle glass. Seeing this, our boy absolutely freaks out, realizing that even the mighty armored hero is on the verge of defeat. Relentlessly, the Skeleton King prepares to strike them once more, and both quickly bolt into action. It's then that the Playboy genius hatches a plan. Our hero is tasked with delivering the fatal blow to the skeleton, and the armored hero himself steps up to distract the skeleton. The moment the Skeleton King unleashes its attack, the armored hero bravely swoops in and quickly blocks it. With him occupied battling the Skeleton King, our boy spots a perfect opening. Appearing silently behind that empty head, he clenches his fist, unleashing a bone-shattering blow, which sets the skeleton ablaze and shakes the very ground. Yet, as the chaotic dust finally settles, the Skeleton Knight stands as menacingly as ever, leaving our hero utterly bewildered that this foe didn't even budge. The skeleton swiftly attempts to strike our boy, but our hero deftly leaps out of harm's way. As if evading these blows is simply second nature, our armored hero once again intercepts the knight's strike head-on. Then, our hero unleashes an inferno of fiery punches that mercilessly start to burn the Skeleton King. The strikes come with such blinding speed that they erupt into a giant explosion after impact. Our hero is utterly bewildered that they've unleashed countless powerful attacks, but this monster is still completely unfazed. But as the haze clears, we see the knight is absolutely enraged. Our boy's eyes snap to a glaring scar on the skeleton's face, and when we zoom in for a closer look, we discover a massive crack already marring that thick-skulled head. The armored warrior, quick as a flash, devises their next move. So he flings our boy soaring high into the sky, while he himself unleashes a deadly punch, distracting the Skeleton King. As the Skeleton King's gaze jerks upwards, all it can see is Joe, plummeting down at terrifying speed. The colossal skeleton tries to swing its massive sword, but Sean, pushing himself beyond all limits, leaps into action, pinning that wicked blade firmly to the ground. With the Skeleton King utterly unable to defend itself, Joe crashes down like a meteor, delivering a devastating punch straight to the very peak of its skull. The blow is so utterly powerful, the knight's skull finally shatters, causing a truly massive, earth-shattering explosion. Our boy flashes a triumphant, satisfied grin, as the Skeleton King disintegrates into a mere pile of rubble, leaving behind a gleaming crystal, a clear, undeniable sign of their victory. Our boy wastes no time, immediately squatting down to seize that crystal. But wait, it turns out it's not a crystal at all. It's a symbiotic egg. Well, that's a shocking twist. And honestly, that's just even better. Nevertheless, Li Xuan simply starts walking off as his powerful armor brilliantly fades away, casually telling our boy he can absolutely keep the egg for himself. He grabs his hoodie, smoothly pulls it on, and pointedly reminds Joe that if it weren't for his time's help, they'd already be long gone, dead and buried. So consider this a thank you gift for all of Joe's incredible efforts. But then, with a serious look, he also reminds our boy that his current level is far too low for hatching a legendary level creature. So he times better not hatch the Skeleton Knight's symbiotic egg rashly. Our boy nods. And that's when Juan's eyes snag on his gauntlet, immediately asking how he possibly managed to get his symbiotic pet. The playboy's expression turns instantly suspicious, because only with an invincible constitution, he muses, could someone truly handle a legendary level creature, like the terrifying black armor soldier. He wonders aloud if Joe might actually be at a legendary level. Joe, quick as a flash, sets him straight, stating plainly that he's just at the mortal level. But this revelation simply shocks Juan even more profoundly, because apparently, legendary level creatures are inherently far more powerful, and forming a symbiotic egg is much harder with weaker creatures. But since mortal level symbiotic eggs are actually rarer than legendary ones, Sean's now feeling pretty intensely jealous of Joe's rare mortal level pet. Joe then starts to worry. Did anyone see the dead black hat guy? The playboy just nonchalantly shrugs it off, saying the guy absolutely had it coming, and reassures Joe he'll take care of it. But our boy still remains undeniably tense. So, the playboy claps him on the shoulder, offering a reassuring touch, telling him to relax and promising that once they escape this place, Joe can apply to any college he desires, and he personally guarantees to assist him with that process. Together, they emerge from the swirling portal with their injured companion, and Sean swiftly recounts the chaotic events inside the gate to the instructor. Once all the chaos is settled, Sean makes his exit, and Joe bids his last goodbyes, as the playboy speeds away in his sleek private car. Joe, on the other hand, takes the bus back to the city. As the bus finally arrives, he steps outside, feeling a chilling cold and rather anemic, likely due to the significant blood loss during the intense game. He immediately decides to grab himself some iron-rich food. As Joe walks down the bustling street, he accidentally stumbles upon a person on the ground, smeared in crimson blood. Initially, he's absolutely shocked, thinking he's stumbled upon a gruesome dead body. But the mysterious man swiftly sits up, reassuring Joe that he is, in fact, still very much alive, just grappling with some rather persistent pain. Joe starts to cautiously back away, but the peculiar elderly man invites him for a quick, impromptu chat, since their paths have so uniquely crossed. Our boy isn't exactly the most talkative sort, but the old man insists on pressing him with a few questions. Even though Joe is utterly bewildered about their impending conversation, he reluctantly agrees to stick around nonetheless. The conversation immediately takes an unexpected turn, when the old man boldly asks if Joe prefers women with big breasts. Joe is visibly taken aback by the blunt question, but after a moment of intensely imagining both flat-chested and big-breasted women, he decisively concludes his preference lies with the former. The old guy bursts into hearty laughter, declaring he shares the exact same preference. He proceeds to explain that women with smaller breasts are unequivocally superior, asserting that only those who are utterly foolish would ever prefer larger ones. Joe, feeling profoundly awkward, starts imagining how a woman with truly large breasts would undoubtedly have a terribly hard time controlling them during a fight, especially if the jiggling physics were turned up to the absolute maximum. The lewd old man then poses another rather surprising query. Does our boy prefer cuddly and gentle women, or the short-tempered, fiercely sassy types? Joe is utterly stumped for a reply, and frankly, just wants to go home. So, to swiftly end this bizarre conversation right here, he deliberately chooses what he thinks is the most wrong answer, and grudgingly declares he prefers the short-tempered and sassy ladies. The old man falls silent for a long moment, but then, his eyes positively sparkle with admiration. He readily agrees, declaring his love for sassy women. He explains they're interesting and cute, a real delight, while gentle girls just aren't as much fun. He also can't help but point out that he never expected our boy to have such discerning taste at such a young age. Our guy, however, facepalms himself, thinking of his stepsister who brutally kicked him around. He just can't fathom why anyone would like a girl with zero sympathy. The old man, though, is absolutely ecstatic, happily stating, "It's rare to meet someone with such good taste. Like Joe." Joe then politely asks where the old man lives, hoping to walk him home. But this eccentric pervert doesn't bother with our boy's query, instead mentioning Joe can't hit on girls unless he's healthy. Since Joe's energy is low, his good taste won't get him very far. The old man then proceeds to hand Joe a small notebook, telling him it contains a cheese spell he can practice. Our boy is utterly shocked to hear this. The old man explains the spell will make times any times woman obedient, no matter how difficult she may be. So, he'd better take this technique and practice it to its fullest. Joe feels reluctant, mentioning he's already practiced other chi spells, so he doesn't need times this times one. But the old man highlights, with a knowing look, that while this true demonic record isn't a times top times chi spell, it's still far more powerful than the bitter meditation. Our boy is utterly shocked to realize that the old man already knows he's practiced bitter meditation. He curiously asks, how in the hell this crummy stranger knew he'd practiced bitter meditation? The old man explains that although Joe currently looks quite pale, he's built solid and taut, which can only times be achieved through bitter meditation. He can tell Joe hasn't been practicing it for long, and advises him to stop to avoid ruining himself. Instead, he suggests our boy practice the true demonic records, claiming it's 100 times better than bitter meditation. But then, he quickly amends his claim to say, it's actually times 1,000 times better. Laughing maniacally, Joe has no idea what to do, so he simply thanks the old man, and states he doesn't want to accept such a precious gift from a stranger. In his mind, Joe is also highly reluctant, because he's never heard of a key fighting skill called True Demonic Records. So, he decides to leave, not wanting to get trapped by a shabby old coot. Just as our guy starts to make his exit, the old man, radiating malice, quietly speaks. Joe, stop, he commands, his voice cutting through the air. Our boy's very next step falters and shakes, as an unseen force completely binds him. His face drains of color, and then, in an instant, he's violently yanked back to his original position. The old man, now introducing himself as Jin Doksan, declares he absolutely despises hearing no, and warns that no one who has uttered it has ever lived to tell the tale. Suddenly, the name Jin Doshin clicks times in our boy's mind, and his eyes fly open in utter disbelief. He remembers this is a name etched deep into history books, a man born during the most chaotic era when dimensional storms ravaged Earth, Jin Deoxys. He's notoriously known as the most ruthless and terrifying figure in all human history, the devil who drowned the Federation in blood, killing 27 individuals, who had reached the legendary epic level, one after another. The old man then asks Joe if he's had a change of heart, or if he still dares to refuse the true demonic records. In an instant, our boy eagerly declares he'll absolutely take them. The old man finds his easy agreement peculiar, and curiously probes if he's bluffing or truly desires them, especially since our boy had previously stated he'd never learn the true demonic records. While our guy doesn't utter a word aloud, he internally admits he has zero intention of learning them. He knows that mastering them would lead to him being hunted by the Federation, just like this eccentric old man. Jin then decides not times to hand over the true demonic records to Joe, believing that even if he did, Joe wouldn't actually practice them. Jin rummages through his coat, then turns to our boy once more, telling him he has another key spell that's actually quite enjoyable. He pulls out a different, short notebook, and asks if he'd like to practice this one. Joe eyes the notebook sheepishly, surprisingly not protesting this time. The old pervert then forcefully shoves the notes into Joe's hands, warning him not times to refuse this time, or face truly severe consequences. With that, the old man, Jin, makes his departure, vanishing into the city's bustling streets, leaving our boy utterly alone with a whirlwind of questions. As he stands there, bewildered, he can't help but wonder if that man is still watching him. He glances down at the notebook clutched in his hand, puzzled by how he ended up taking it. Just then, he lets out a sudden sneeze, and quickly sprints homeward. As he makes his way, he spots a few officers deep in conversation. One asks if the reaction was detected nearby this area, and a fiery redhead woman readily agrees. The officer orders her to scour the area and keep him updated. Our protagonist eyes them, immediately catching sight of their badges. It clicks instantly, he recognizes them. These individuals are none other than from the mighty Federation. He suspects they're hot on the trail of Jin Deoxyan, the very same person he just encountered, but he simply continues on his way, unfazed, thinking it has absolutely nothing to do with him. So, he brushes it off. Once back home, the first thing on his mind is a much-needed bath. As he soaks, he reflects on just how wild and unpredictable his day has been. First, Xuan was ambushed by his own treacherous friend, and then, on his journey back home, Zhou just happened to stumble upon the legendary devil, Jin Dioxian. All he wanted was to get cozy in his room and immerse himself completely in his game. He then eyes the strange cheese spell notes that Jin handed him, wondering if they'll actually be of any use. Nevertheless, he collapses into bed, hoping for some much-needed slumber. But just as his mind drifts into the realm of dreams, he's suddenly overwhelmed by monsters surrounding him from every side. The dream is so incredibly vivid, he jolts awake in his bed, absolutely drenched in sweat. He quickly stumbles to his feet, his body trembling, and immediately begins to vomit into the toilet. His head is spinning from an intense, throbbing pain. He has absolutely no clue what's happening to him. Suddenly, his eyes fall upon the key spell notes the old man gave him, and he notices some words vividly flashing on the page. It reads, Lost Immortal Sutra. He quickly snatches the notes, meticulously scanning them from all angles, but finds absolutely nothing unusual. This only makes him wonder if he's truly just anemic. As the sun slowly begins its ascent, signaling the vibrant start of a brand new day, he washes his face and gazes at his reflection in the mirror. He feels incredibly refreshed and wide awake. He then decides to kick off his day with some exciting game time. He grabs his phone, pinches his finger, and places a few drops of blood on the screen. Instantly, his avatar quickly loads up. Once immersed within the game, he's utterly surprised to see the skeleton knight still standing there. This can only mean that the monsters in the game and those in real life don't actually affect each other. Well, this truly feels like a welcome discovery, because it grants him another thrilling chance to give it a go. The monstrous foe charges at him once again, and just like that, our hero falls once more to the fearsome skeleton knight. Hours of intense gameplay have left him utterly drained and exhausted. This boss might be weaker than its real-world counterpart, but without Juan's unique assistance, he's absolutely stumped on how to finally take it down. His only shot now? Perfecting his positioning and grinding through endless attempts. Victory could be days away. A grueling test of endurance, and he's bracing himself for the virtual bloodbath ahead. To gauge the true extent of his in-game blood loss, he dives deep into online forums and guides, but the sheer mountain of information instantly overwhelms him. So, in a truly classic move, he decides to keep things blissfully simple. He'll just munch on some nuts for a quick, real-world energy boost. Beyond that, his genius plan is simply to avoid dying, but to truly tackle his virtual vitality crisis, he decides to grab some real food before his next grinding session. Over the next few days, he slips on his jacket and makes a beeline for the nearest grocery store. He diligently stocks up on all the healthiest options, ensuring peak nutrition. Back home, Joe plunges back into the grind, renewed and ready. And throughout this grueling period of intense gameplay, he piles up cans of food right beside him. Wait, hold on. It seems those healthy options flew right out the window. After countless failures, he finally starts to read the skeleton knight's moves. He spots a critical opening while the monster is midair, and with a mighty blow, smashes its skull into smithereens. Victory! This epic kill drops a glistening dimensional crystal of level 13. This precious gem boosts speed, and Joe proudly claims his hard-earned reward. But when he eagerly checks his stats, he sees his speed points have only bumped up by a measly few, bringing his total to a mere 9. This is seriously weird. It should have rocketed all the way to 13. But then, a realization. He's hit the absolute limit for his current level. Our boy is now seriously contemplating using bitter meditation to ascend to the legendary level. But as Jing Daoxian wisely pointed out, bitter meditation pales in comparison to an invincible constitution. He's absolutely itching to learn a higher-level Kwai fighting skill. So he's pondering if he should finally give that spell a shot, the very one Jing Daoxian bestowed upon him. That's when something unexpected snaps into place in his mind. He quickly hops onto his chair, heart pounding, fires up his trusty PC, and plugs in that mysterious pen drive his stepsister delivered from his dad. He has a sneaking suspicion there might be a key spell on it, but he quickly shrugs off the idea, deeming it highly improbable. But the very instant the system finishes reading the pen drive, bam! We see there's indeed a spell called Sun Shooting. His jaw absolutely drops to the floor at this sight. He even pinches himself, just to make sure this isn't all a dream. Now, both the Sun Shooting spell you see here, and the Invincible Constitution, can launch people straight to legendary levels, and beyond. What's more, they're primarily offensive skills. The Sun Shooting spell, however, is far less demanding than the Invincible Constitution and seems to be a key family spell originating from a Federation member. Our boy has absolutely no clue how his father acquired this gem. He wonders if his father managed to get the sun-shooting spell through the Aang family's deep connections, and even paid a hefty sum to acquire it. Oh, and just so you know, the Aang family is our boy's step-family. But he quickly shakes that thought right off, convincing himself his father isn't the type to ever go to such lengths for something like this. But just then, his father's phone blares, and guess who it is? Our boy, calling. His father's instantly curious why his son would call at this late hour, and when he finally picks up, our boy throws him for a loop by asking if he's still in one piece. His father is utterly bewildered and completely at a loss for words, but then, he snaps, telling our boy to knock on wood and calling him a damned brat. Well, it seems like his dad's doing just fine, and our boy was just checking in. He then shifts gears, getting serious, and says he has a question. His father, intrigued, tells him to go right ahead. So our boy drops the bomb. Where did you get your hands on the sun-shooting spell? There's a long, tense pause before his father asks, what sun-shooting spell are you even talking about? This news absolutely rocks our boy, and he quickly asks his father again if he didn't tell Aang Jin to give it to him personally. His father swiftly responds that he's not remotely interested in cultivation, so he'd have absolutely no reason to get something like this in the first place. Well, this revelation leaves our boy crestfallen, to learn his father never even considered him in that way. However, he's still completely puzzled why Aang Jin claimed it was from her dad, and this is just making an already complicated situation even more tangled. His father then casually adds that it might just be a gift from Aang Jin herself. Our boy acknowledges this, then abruptly ends the call, which instantly annoys his dad, but he quickly calms down, and decides to start asking around about who did times give his son the sun-shooting spell. Meanwhile, back with our boy, he reflects on how the Aang family seems to be taking a very special interest in his father lately. He's still so confused about why Jing challenged him at school, and he almost missed the test all thanks to his stepbrother, Inspector Aang. Now, out of the blue, she's handed him such a rare, key fighting skill. It just doesn't add up. So, he decides to focus on practicing the spell, instead of fretting over who exactly gave it to him. As he slowly starts to drift off to sleep again, his heart pounds as a chilling unease washes over him. Suddenly, those same demonic hands reach out, clawing for him once more. The moment those phantom hands clamp around his throat, pure terror takes hold, and he jolts awake, drenched in a cold sweat. After enduring this haunting dream twice in a row, he's absolutely convinced Jing Daxian is behind it all. He stumbles to the sink, splashing water on his face to freshen up, as the old man's cryptic words echo through his mind. His gaze then falls upon the small, unassuming notebook, wondering if it could hold the key to banishing these troubling dreams. After poring over these peculiar notes for a few hours, he finally starts to piece together the connection between Ki and the enigmatic human magnetic field. But before diving deeper into this intricate, nerdy stuff, his stomach lets out a mighty grumble, rumbling like crazy, and then it hits him. He's been so utterly engrossed in reading that he completely forgot to eat. He stands up, grabs another bowl of instant food, and lets out a hearty, satisfying burp. Jumping right back into the reading, he completely forgets where he last left off. After a brief moment of thought, he decides to just delve back into the notes once again. But the moment he focuses, it feels like he's seeing these words for the very first time, as if they've never graced his eyes before. Even with a faulty memory, it's still hard to believe he'd forget everything so quickly. Once he begins reading once again, from the very start, he finally reaches the part about cheese, the spell, and the human magnetic field. But suddenly, a nagging thought creeps in. Did he turn off the kitchen lights? After racking his brain with a lot of thought, he still can't remember if he truly turned off the lights in the kitchen. Utterly frustrated, he dives back into reading the book again, but quickly realizes his mind is completely blank. He's forgotten everything he just read. He takes a deep breath, steels himself, and enters a hyper-focused God mode, determined to squeeze every bit of information from the notes. Yet, despite his heroic efforts to concentrate, he still gets distracted, and poof, everything he had remembered is gone. This is truly the strangest thing that's ever happened to him. Every single time he gets distracted, all the previous content he read simply vanishes from his memory. But his resolve remains unshaken. He plunges back into God mode and decides to physically copy the contents of the notes into a book. But the instant he puts pen to paper, his mind goes completely blank, and he forgets everything again. He then tries a desperate new tactic, taking a photo of the notes. Yet, That attempt, too, proves futile. The screen capture completely misses the text. He finds this whole situation incredibly bizarre, and wonders if simply putting the book away will make everything snap back to normal. But just then, his phone blares, flashing an unknown caller tag. He picks it up, and who else but Sean is on the other end, asking if he's finally decided which university he'll be attending. Seems like our boy was so utterly engrossed in his gaming lately that he completely forgot the results would be announced today. Sean then casually asks if he wants to go to the same university. Our boy, puzzled, asks which university he's even talking about. Turns out, Li Xuan snagged the no. One spot, and our boy Joe impressively secured second place. So, with their top-tier positions in mind, the Playboy proudly announces they're both heading to Sunset College. That name definitely rings a bell for Joe, because he's heard Sunset College recently, discovered a brand new dimensional realm, and a symbiotic pet, making it a top choice for enrollment. But that is when panic truly starts to set in. He realizes that Liu Yang is the turf of the dreaded Ang family, and he probably doesn't want to get tangled up with those Times siblings. Nonetheless, he dives right back into his intense gaming session. While playing, he's up against some kind of infuriating mosquito enemy. He gathers fire in his fist and hurls it at the pesky insect, but the mosquito swiftly dodges the attack and slices him in half. He's absolutely frustrated to see that even after defeating the Skeleton King, he still can't defeat this annoying little critter. He didn't expect to still be struggling against the silver-winged mosquito. The fact that it's so fast and can fly makes it nearly impossible to catch. A sudden, sharp knock on the door interrupts his thoughts. He quickly heads to the door, wondering who it could possibly be. When he opens it, he's utterly surprised to find Li Xuan standing outside. It's pretty odd to see him on his doorstep so early in the morning, but this playboy doesn't even bother to ask for permission, and just brazenly walks right inside the home. Our boy finally asks Juan what the heck he's doing here, and mentions that he still hasn't decided if he wants to go to Sunset College. Xuan then offers him a mysterious book, telling him to take a good look. Joe flips through the pages, utterly baffled, and asks what it is. The playboy then reveals that it's a secret document straight from Sunset College, and urges him to examine it closely. As our boy cautiously takes a look at the papers, the playboy points directly to a drawing, and explains that it's a creature from a dimensional realm. Behold its raw, visceral form. He proudly boasts that this creature just burst into existence within the dimensional realm, a groundbreaking discovery by Sunset College. Our hero's a bit unnerved by Xuan's feverish excitement and asks, what's so special about it? The poor playboy's face falls in swift disappointment, and he's more than a little irked by the question. So he snaps back at our hero, demanding to know, does he even grasp the sheer significance of a symbiotic pet like this? He reveals that should Joe suffer heart loss in battle, this creature could instantly regenerate it, essentially granting him a miraculous second shot at life. Asterisk. Even after that mind-blowing revelation asterisk, our hero still feels utterly bewildered asterisk, and it's absolutely driving Xuan nuts asterisk. Our hero does grasp the significance of this symbiotic pet, but he's less than thrilled by these constant shocks asterisk. Then, Xuan drops another bombshell asterisk, that the dimensional realm falls solely under Sunset College's jurisdiction, meaning only their students can even dream of accessing it. He adds that if this news were ever officially unleashed asterisk, top students from around the globe would stampede to enroll. But the quota is strictly limited asterisk. Hearing this, our hero's interest finally skyrockets asterisk, and he instantly agrees to attend Sunset College. Xuan then casually drops another rumor. The Ang family will also be attending Sunset College. This news sends shivers down our hero's spine, and Xuan is shocked by his sudden scared expression. He asks why our hero suddenly looks so terrified asterisk. To which Joe simply shrugs, claiming he's not scared a bit asterisk. He confirms he's signing up today asterisk. And the playboy tells him asterisk, pack your bags asterisk, because they're blazing a trail to Luoyang in his Lamborghini. A short while later, our scene shifts to an FBI headquarters, or something equally official and ominous asterisk, where two officers are relentlessly hunting down Jin Daoxian. They times call up times the security footage from Changjun Road, and times bam, asterisk, they spot our hero on the video. They immediately start times speculating, asterisk, that Joe might be times somehow connected times to Jin Daoxian. Meanwhile, on a times blazing fast times highway, as the city braces for a storm, Joe and Xuan are times absolutely tearing it up, times in their Lamborghini. Joe's having the time of his life, but he's also worried this journey will times take forever, asterisk, because they have to times meticulously bypass times all areas, near dimensional realms. He also ponders the times ever-increasing challenge times his game is posing. The difficulty has nearly times doubled, asterisk, and he figures that continuing to play might just times drain his very lifeblood, asterisk. He glances over at Juan, who's casually lounging in the passenger seat. A wave of drowsiness washes over Joe, and he starts to nod off, but he quickly jolts himself awake with a start. He's sure that if he falls asleep in the car and gets sleep paralysis, he'll be in massive trouble, but he can't quite pinpoint why he's feeling dizzy and running a fever. Then, a memory sparks. The old man Jin, he had emphatically mentioned how important it is to be healthy if he wants to impress girls, and how low energy absolutely isn't going to cut it. So with that in mind, Joe decides that staying healthy is crucial. He resolves to play games in moderation from now on, to keep his health in check. Well, this is the kind of promise I make on a daily basis, but I always end up writing down some fun stories all the time for you. Guys, our boy starts feeling jittery just thinking about the old man Jin. He's seriously considering that if he ever bumps into that old coot again, he's gonna give him a piece of his mind. Ever since meeting that guy, he's been feeling pretty down. He's determined to get his revenge once he's stronger. But suddenly, he feels something weird inside him. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out the notes the old man gave him. The name on the cover starts glowing with energy before he opens them. He checks on Juan, who's still deep in meditation, and figures he won't notice. Plus, he's bored, so reading the notes might be a good way to kill some time. As soon as he cracks open the notes, words start popping out, and yellow energy begins to swirl in the middle of his chest. After a while, those notes of Lost Immortal Sutra have vanished, and as he opens his eyes, he looks at his empty hand, and he's totally confused about what just happened. He ponders if this was all just a dream. Could this truly be a dream? But as he closes his eyes again, he suddenly finds himself standing in the middle of an enchantment circle, but he is jolted awake once more. It looks like since he finished reading the Lost Immortal Sutra, all that energy has cultivated inside him. When he checks his system stats, he finds that his chi spell has changed to Lost Immortal Sutra. He starts to concentrate, and a flash of light sparkles in his hand. Once again, he realizes that he can no longer use bitter meditation now, because the panel has switched to Lost Immortal Sutra. Honestly, in this manhwa, the power system is so frustratingly vague it's almost sickening. It's a completely muddled, incomprehensible disaster, and these terrible translations are just twisting the knife. Joe glances at his phone, his mind buzzing with questions about the true nature of this mysterious, Lost Immortal Sutra key spell. He also realizes he's brilliantly shattered the 9-point attribute limitation of the mortal stage, soaring past previous boundaries. Overwhelmed with satisfaction at his newfound strength, Joe finds himself genuinely thrilled to have encountered the old man, Jin Daoxing. Once they step inside the colossal mansion, Juan confidently tells him to leave all Sunset College matters to him, suggesting Joe comfortably settle in until college officially begins. Well, this is just typical of the ultra-rich, isn't it? They can simply snatch up sprawling mansions wherever their hearts desire. As they finally relax in the luxurious living room, Juan thoughtfully brings out some refreshing drinks for his friend. Joe inquires if he lives here completely alone, without any staff, to which Juan readily confirms with a nod. He then presents Joe with a truly bizarre, hybrid can of Coca-Cola and Pepsi. As they quickly gulp down the peculiar concoction, Juan's phone suddenly jolts to life with an insistent ring. Then he chats intently with someone on the line for a bit, and once he finally disconnects the call, he tells Joe to simply kick back and relax right here. Meanwhile, he himself needs to step out for a bit of urgent business. Once alone, he begins pacing, swiftly casting off his coat. He starts vigorously swinging his fists, loosening up. He then muses on how a devastating power punch demands a grand, sweeping motion, making it incredibly difficult to employ that same technique for a precise, pinpoint 1-inch punch. He recalls trying it out on that irritating silver-winged mosquito, but the tiny menace effortlessly dodged his strike. It seems he'll definitely need a fresh technique to truly swat that mosquito. That's when a thought sparks. He remembers the unique skill he acquired, the fearsome skeleton palm. He quickly glances at his hand, which is still faintly billowing with wisps of smoke. He figures the skeleton palm's rank is quite low, so it might not be incredibly effective just yet. But he's determined, deciding to train with it regardless. And as soon as he powerfully swings his hand, a fierce gust of sharp wind blades whips and zooms around the area. He immediately observes how incredibly swift this move is, making the skeleton palm a surprisingly potent and excellent match for his signature 1-inch punch. So he relentlessly keeps training, pushing himself until he's utterly exhausted. He then grasps that even though it's only a rank 1 chi fighting skill, it shockingly drains an immense amount of chi. Deciding it's time to put it to the ultimate test in the game, he snatches his phone and carefully smears some blood onto its surface. And just like that, his avatar bursts onto the scene. Talk about a grand entrance. His avatar comically crash lands right on a mutated ant. This tiny critter looks utterly furious and immediately swings a limb his way. Instantly, our hero seems to be in deep trouble. His chi has plummeted, utterly drained from his intense training session. But somehow, he pulls off an incredible dodge, narrowly escaping the blow. But then, a surprising turn of events. His chi actually starts to regenerate, all thanks to the mysterious Lost Immortal Sutra. And as a bonus, it supercharges his movement speed too. That's times what we call a fantastic perk. He then unleashes a devastating fusion of two formidable skills. Behold, the legendary 1-inch skeleton palm, smashing directly into the unsuspecting ant, unleashing a massive explosion that finally obliterates the pesky critter. And just like that, a system window flashes, announcing a glorious achievement. His skeleton palm skill has surged, reaching a magnificent level 10, and triumphantly evolved into the formidable Ash Palm. Our boy is absolutely blown away by this incredible upgrade. He also notices this powerhouse skill now consumes 5 precious points of ki, making it nearly as devastating as his renowned Power Punch. He's absolutely itching to unleash this newfound, electrifying power, but since that mutated, immense strength ant is now laughably weak, he sets his sights on testing it against the mighty skeleton knight. The instant he taps the icon for that formidable dungeon, his avatar swiftly materializes right in the heart of Gita City. That's when he suddenly remembers, having already vanquished the skeleton knight, he'll only get a crack at the skeleton king if he bites the dust and respawn. So, with a heavy sigh and a dose of reluctance, he begrudgingly lets those puny skeletons take him out. After much spirited messing around with his dazzling new skills, he finally masters the tricky attack patterns of the skeleton knight. He apparently began utilizing his lightning-fast speed to effortlessly dodge and land devastating strikes on the skeleton knight from behind, with his potent Ash Palm technique. That time's single asterisk, explosive attack absolutely shatters the skeleton's head into smithereens. Moments later, a mysterious lady sweeps into the grand mansion. The moment her eyes land on him, slumped down there, she calls out, and her commanding, stern voice jolts our boy awake. He's instantly startled, shooting upright in surprise, immediately demanding to know just who she is. The lady, with a challenging gaze, demands to know why he's alone, and where on earth Li Xuan has gone. He casually mentions that Li Xuan is simply out and about, which instantly makes the girl jump to a wild assumption. He must be off cavorting with some scandalous girls again, or perhaps getting tangled up with some shady characters once more. She then curses him, furious that he always avoids her whenever she tries to reach out. With that utterly perplexing remark, she abruptly turns to leave, leaving our boy utterly flummoxed and more confused than ever. But then, in a sudden, unexpected move, she halts, grabs his hand and, with a glint in her eye, declares he'll serve as a perfect stopgap. And just like that, she begins dragging him right along, not even bothering to ask for his permission. The girl then turns to him again, and quickly reminds him that she's Li Xuan's older sister. And since he's a friend of her brother, she wants to ask him for a little favor. Well, now that he thinks about it, our boy remembers that Xuan is indeed his friend now, thanks to all the help and favors they've been exchanging. But he'd rather avoid any trouble, honestly, and just enjoy some sweet alone time playing games. As he mutters all of this to himself, the girl asks him what he's mumbling about, and he quickly brushes it off, saying it's absolutely nothing. She then tells him to get cleaned up and dress properly. He agrees, and a short while later, they find themselves at Sunset College's pet arena. The place is absolutely buzzing with dazzling lights, almost like stepping into a pulsating neon city. Once they finally arrive, they get off their heavy bike and meet 2 girls who are already there. The lady tells him he doesn't need to do anything, as he can just stand aside and cheer her on. The boy agrees, and quickly starts playing his favorite game, which annoys the lady pretty much, as you can imagine. As more and more people start to gather, someone expresses their amazement at seeing Li Xuan's sister arrive. They wonder aloud why Xuan himself isn't here. And the guy standing with his girlfriend smugly jokes that maybe Xuan is just scared to show up. Li Xuan's sister cuts him off abruptly, telling him to cut the crap because she can handle them all on her own. She then turns to the lady standing beside this guy, addressing her as Su Mei, and reminds her that since they defeated the mutated, ancient warhorse together, why is she trying to take the symbiotic egg for herself now? Su Mei begins pretending to be frightened, and while hiding behind her boyfriend, she claims that she delivered the final fatal blow, and thus the egg rightfully belongs to her. That's when her boyfriend chimes in, reminding everyone that they agreed to fight among themselves, and whoever wins will take that symbiotic egg. So, he says, she better hold her horses before pointing fingers. The sister then addresses Gao Yang, suggesting it might be better for him to just hand over the egg without a fight, given they already know who's going to win this showdown. Oh, and by the way, our girl's name is Wei Yang, but Gao Yang's arrogance? It's on a whole other level. He dismisses her as a mere junior, declaring he won't deign to fight her himself, claiming it would give him an unfair advantage. With a smug grin plastered across his face, he reveals he has another companion ready to take her out. Just then, heavy footsteps echo through the room, immediately snatching Wei Yang's attention. As she glances towards the source of the sound, a formidable figure emerges from the shadows. This guy is a sophomore known as Gu Dian, and he's radiating an intensely powerful aura. It's so potent that even the sister, who was just full of herself, starts to visibly panic. Even our boy can feel the vicious aura radiating from this newcomer, causing everyone else around to tremble with fear. Shortly after, the two contenders face off. The bald guy tries to provoke Wei Yang, taunting her to come at him. In response, she starts radiating her own intense aura, fully ready to take him down herself. Wei Yang's friend desperately advises her not to fight this monster, and suggests it might be better if they just hand over the symbiotic egg. Our boy, curious, asks who this guy called Gudian is. The terrified girl quickly explains that he's known as the Devil. In school, she adds, that there are rumors he once beat up a senior on his very first day of school. With his curiosity now fully piqued, he starts to wonder if this big guy is truly as strong as they say. He's also started to feel a real concern for Wei Yang. Just as they're about to clash, Gao Yang starts mocking Wei Yang, asking if she's really scared. In the face of Gu Dian, it seems she's fully provoked, because she swings her massive leg, and aims a powerful kick straight at the bald guy's head. But Gao Yang merely tilts his head slightly, and her kick lands harmlessly on his shoulder, doing nothing more than tickling him. Wei Yang, shocked by his insane defensive power, leaps into the air again, trying for another brutal kick to his head, but Gao Yang just stands there, chill as a cucumber, barely reacting, like he's the second coming of One Punch Man. As Wei Yang's leg comes crashing down, the guy snags it with his bare hands, and with lightning speed. She's absolutely slammed to the ground with such incredible force that a massive cloud of dust and smoke explodes outwards. As the dust finally settles, it's horrifyingly clear she's been hit so hard, she's practically fused with the very ground beneath her. He then slowly stalks towards her, making it painfully clear she's utterly no match for his power. And, devastatingly, it looks like he's completely right. Her forehead is gushing blood, and her entire body is a wreck of bruises and scrapes. But this absolute jerk then violently kicks her again, treating her like yesterday's forgotten trash, sending her violently tumbling through the air. He then cockily sneers, asking if she even wants to continue this fight. Her friends desperately urge her to just give up on the symbiotic egg, and even they've sorrowfully admitted their own defeat. The cocky blonde woman then starts unleashing a barrage of verbal jabs at Wyong, taunting that even her own friends have thrown in the towel, so she might as well just roll over and accept it like a pathetic little dog, before she gets absolutely trashed from every conceivable angle. Wyong, with her body trembling violently, somehow tries to force herself upright, as she struggles to utter even a single word. But then, the bald brute lunges, grabbing her viciously by the throat, and brutally slams her down into the ground yet again. Treating her like nothing more than a discarded, broken mud doll. Massive shockwaves visibly ripple outwards through the entire area, and the bald guy slowly stands, clearly reveling in his crushing moment of triumph. But suddenly, the bald guy's eyes nearly pop from his head in utter surprise, as our incredibly stubborn Lady Hua-young somehow starts to stand up again, defiantly declaring, "I'm not done yet." Hearing her unwavering, unbreakable resolve. The Baldy's expression turns deadly serious, his eyes now bloodshot with fury. He balls up his fist, a lethal weapon, and charges straight for her. But just before he can unleash that devastating punch, our boy, with explosive speed, comes absolutely charging in. Their powerful punches collide with a thunderous impact, creating a massive shockwave of pure power. Gudin, clearly shocked, is instantly intrigued by this unexpected newcomer, who just effortlessly blocked his brutal attack, and demands to know who our boy is. Joe, cool and collected, quickly introduces himself, casually mentioning he's just been admitted to Sunset College recently. Gao Yang then throws in his very unwelcome 2 cents, scoffing that even though they'll be schoolmates incredibly soon, they absolutely will not hold back from giving our boy a harsh lesson, if he's genuinely trying to play the hero and foolishly save the day. The injured girl weakly warns our boy that this place is seriously dangerous, so he absolutely shouldn't even think about jumping into this fight. But before she can even blink, he swiftly grabs her and casually hoists her over his shoulder like she's a feather-light toddler, firmly telling her that she's the one who desperately needs to be resting and taking it easy. Now that we think about it, doesn't it seem like this character has grown ridiculously tall all of a sudden? Especially considering how comically short our boy used to look. All the way back in the very first chapter. Ugh. I seriously just want to bleach my eyes already. Even with her furious protests, he sweeps her right back to her waiting friends. The ladies finally let out a collective sigh of sweet relief, absolutely thrilled to see their dear friend is safe and sound. Meanwhile, our sharp-eyed Wei Yang isn't quite so sure how our boy will tackle this intimidating bald guy. When our boy finally comes face to face with the menacing bald guy, he attempts to channel his inner shonen protagonist's wisdom, declaring that a fight to the death isn't exactly the wisest solution. The bald guy, intrigued, then coolly asks if our boy has any other brilliant ideas for resolving their dispute. Our boy confidently responds that they can totally keep this fight PG-13, and boldly offers to land just one single punch. If the Baldy takes fewer than 3 steps back from that hit, then our boy will admit his utter defeat. Gudian, utterly annoyed by what he deems a completely meaningless tactic, begins radiating a truly menacing aura, and sharply tells our boy to just bring it on already and stop wasting his precious time. Xiao, however, remains completely unfazed, and warns the Baldy that his punch is incredibly powerful, so he might want to save his teeth. Meanwhile, the observant Gao Yang finds it quite fascinating indeed that Gudian just agreed to such an unusual fight. The blonde woman, however, is starting to truly lose her cool, worried sick that there's a real chance he might actually lose if he takes 3 or more steps backward, but her boyfriend quickly chimes in with reassurance, reassuring her absolutely not to worry a single bit. He explains that Gudian's signature Chui fighting skill is the fearsome porcupine armor, crafted from incredibly sharp needle porcupine crystals. Not only does it make his entire body as hard as pure steel, but it also grants him a truly nasty counterattack ability. And since his porcupine armor has already reached the legendary 9th rank, the last poor soul who challenged him like this ended up losing his entire arm. So, in a nutshell, our boy's audacious plan might have been more than a bit naive. It seems we'll know the answer to that question soon enough, because our boy is already balling up his fist, and as he starts to gather an incredible amount of momentum, the half-glove on his hand suddenly begins to disintegrate. His punch lands squarely and brutally in the bald guy's gut, and his face tightens intensely as the sheer force of the punch continues to build. This eventually erupts into a massive, earth-shattering explosion, sending the bald guy sliding backward, far times beyond his original position. Wei Yang is absolutely, utterly blown away by the incredible spectacle she just witnessed. It looks like Baldy has definitively lost this round, and that last punch was so incredibly brutal that our boy's fist is now completely smeared with blood. That's when the blonde woman suddenly starts shouting, because she's having an incredibly difficult time accepting such a clear defeat. She desperately tries to argue that our hero isn't actually part of Wei Yang's party, so even if he won, this victory simply doesn't count. Her incredibly dignified boyfriend then delivers a firm slap across her face, all for whining after a fair and square loss. He makes it crystal clear there's absolutely no denying their defeat, and proudly declares he's a man of his word and won't back down from a challenge. As he passes our hero, their eyes meet, and he confidently states they'll meet again, eagerly awaiting that moment. With that, the trio dramatically exits the area. The girls immediately swarm our hero, absolutely showering him with praise, absolutely drenching him in well-deserved compliments. They eagerly point out just how incredibly strong their junior truly is, and it seems they're all practically falling over themselves in admiration. That's when Wei Yang calls out to our hero, and though he points to his hand, our hero simply shrugs it off, claiming it's just a minor injury and absolutely nothing to worry about, so long as the bleeding stops, of course. He then gently reminds her, with genuine concern in his voice, that she is actually injured far more seriously and needs to head to the infirmary right away. The girl agrees, and our hero, still in his hilariously typical fashion, hoists her over his shoulder like she's nothing more than a plush toy. She seems genuinely happy to see her brother has found such a friend in our hero. Shortly after, they return to the mansion, and our hero is visibly annoyed, realizing just how long it's been since he last played his game. He's finally ready to dive into his beloved pastime. Well, or so he thought. Just as our hero is about to fully immerse himself in his game, Xuan makes a truly dramatic entrance into the mansion. By now, our hero is absolutely convinced that the entire universe is conspiring to keep him from fully enjoying his favorite game. Xuan strolls over to our hero, gives him a friendly pat, and asks if he still remembers that dimensional realm he mentioned before, the one where a creature in its visceral form was found. He's asking this because he apparently wants to invite our hero for a visit to that very place. Our hero finds this pretty strange and points out that they shouldn't even have access to the realm before school has even started. Xuan, with a confident smirk, proudly assures him that taking them there is just a piece of cake for him. But it seems our hero is far more interested in playing his game than listening to Xuan, as he's completely absorbed in checking his stats. Bluehead gets increasingly annoyed and snaps at him for not responding. Our boy just pretends to listen, completely zoned out, which, naturally, infuriates Juan even more. He then turns to walk away, warning our boy to hit the hay early, because they're leaving first thing in the morning. Our boy agrees, though it's unclear if he's actually paying attention. Still glued to his smartphone screen, he eventually calls out to Juan. When Bluehead turns around, he asks what's required to hatch the symbiotic egg of a legendary level creature. Juan is understandably surprised by this sudden question, and asks if he's talking about the legendary level skeleton knight. He then advises him not to do anything foolish, explaining that it takes at least a dozen points of ki to hatch a legendary level creature. Bluehead explains that if the hatcher doesn't have enough ki, their vitality and flesh will be consumed instead, which basically means they could end up injured or disabled. To our boy, this sounds like he might still have a chance. So, he asks if there are any exceptions to this rule. Juan proudly explains that he himself is a huge exception. His invincible constitution makes him far more resilient, and perfectly compensates for the loss of vitality, allowing him to hatch some legendary level creatures, even at a lower level. However, Juan warns that hatching a legendary level creature still costs him more ki than he can handle, and he can't sustain it. He advises our boy to give up on the Ray idea, unless he's prepared to risk death. Once in his bedroom, our boy reflects on how he wouldn't fear death if it were in the game. But since he's dealing with the symbiotic egg in real life, things are trickier. He then gets an idea. Since the phone unlocks dungeons based on real-life locations, he quickly snaps a photo of the egg. The egg starts to disappear from his hands, as the system announces it's been stored in the storage. Now that it's inside, he finally has the option to either hatch or accept a fusion. Although he's unsure what the accept fusion option means, he taps it anyway, like a curious cat. The next system window instantly appears, stating that the mutated immense strength ant has been detected, with a fusion rate of 47%, and asks if he'd like to fuse with the symbiotic egg. Without a second thought, our boy presses the yes button with his adorable chibi avatar hands, and the fusion process triumphantly begins, since he already knows that with his current ki, he might not be able to hatch the skeleton knight anyway, so he decides to see what the mutated immense strength ant will be like after fusing with the legendary level symbiotic egg. As the evolution wraps up, he eagerly dives into the stats. To his utter shock, the pet's still chilling at mortal level, even after fusing with that legendary level egg, no less. Now, this tiny critter boasts an innate skill, Skeleton Pierce. With an attack rank of 10, he desperately hopes it's mighty enough to finally take down that silver-winged mosquito. He plunges into the game, and just as the mosquito dives in, he swiftly summons the skeleton ant. He barks a command, "Stop that mosquito." His friend quickly unleashes the Skeleton Pierce skill, sending razor-sharp spikes erupting from the ground. They shoot upwards, aiming for the flying menace, but even hundreds of these piercing needles aren't enough. They just can't stop that persistent, pesky bug. The mosquito zips past every single needle, heading straight for our hero. Seeing that winged terror bearing down on him, our boy winds up, unleashing a devastating punch, only to smash into the bare ground. And after that missed opportunity, his avatar is, once again, brutally cleaved in two. This is just another crushing defeat he has to stomach, leaving him utterly baffled. What times is times this crazy skill that Critter keeps using on him? The next day dawns, bright and early, and our boy is buzzing with anxiety about their ride. He asks his friend again, "Are we really times riding that thing?" His friend flashes a warm smile, assuring him they absolutely will. He explains it's a legendary jade-eyed white tiger, and he went through immense trouble just to hatch it. As they both clamber onto the majestic tiger, it rockets off with such speed. Our poor boy starts bleeding. He groans to himself, thinking, a simple car ride would have been way times more comfortable. Once they hit the city, Xuan swipes his card through a scanner, and a soldier waves them through. They hop into an elevator that plunges them deep into an underground facility. That's when they learn Luoyang was once the proud capital of 13 nations. After the dimensional storm hit, the entire region sank, now linking to a mysterious underground world. This legendary place is now known as the Underground Buddha City. As they finally reach the bottom, the elevator doors slide open, revealing an absolutely bustling scene. A horde of people wanders around like it's a lively tourist hotspot, with vendors setting up stalls and peddling all sorts of goods. Our boy, utterly bewildered, asks, "Is this really times a dimensional realm? I can barely believe students are setting up stalls here." Xuan explains that the perimeter has been perfectly secured, ensuring everyone's safety at the entrance. But honestly, what they're selling here just isn't very impressive at all. However, he proudly boasts that he possesses an exclusive exploration map, one used internally by the army. Joe, though, isn't surprised in the slightest, knowing full well there's nothing this opulent playboy can't get his hands on. As they continue their journey, Xuan begins to explain something vital. Apparently, there's supposed to be an underground chamber here, housing a mystical lotus pond where the legendary Buddha Heart Lotus resides. While casually strolling, Joe once again spots that familiar, palm-like shape. He quickly snaps a photo, and just like that, another app materializes on his phone. A clear, undeniable sign that this very location is yet another dungeon in their game. He tells our boy to quit snapping photos and just hurry up to catch him. So the two of them continue their determined stroll, and after quite a significant trek, they finally arrive at a truly jaw-dropping, magnificent sight. A massive, breathtaking pond, absolutely overflowing with vibrant lotus flowers. Xuan points out with certainty that these are indeed the Buddha heart lotuses, and it turns out there's a mysterious creature whose symbiotic form is the very heart of the lotus. Our boy, though, wonders why these precious lotus flowers can't just grow closer to the shore, making them so much easier to grab. Also, why can't they just swim right in and snag one of those gorgeous flowers for themselves? Xuan then bluntly explains the horrifying truth, that the water in the pond is incredibly corrosive, so much so it dissolves flesh. Anyone foolish enough to wade in will swiftly end up as a mere skeleton, so it's a strict, absolute no-go zone for anyone. Just then, someone else dramatically crashes their little party. This stunning newcomer is majestically sporting a pair of angelic wings, and once he finally comes to a graceful stop in midair, he casually interjects, adding his own thoughts to our duo's conversation, declaring that the only possible way to reach those coveted flowers is if you possess the power to fly over this incredibly toxic, acid-filled pond. Almost instantly, those seemingly normal-looking flowers violently react to the threat. Their delicate petals transform into razor-sharp, blade-like projectiles, and shoot straight for the daring man suspended in the air. But the winged man is incredibly quick on his feet. Or rather, in the air. He summons his magnificent sword and fearlessly meets the attacking flower head-on. With a powerful, decisive slash, he cuts down the very core of the flower, causing its shattered petals to rain down dramatically, like crimson blood. Our boy is absolutely stunned, completely amazed by this incredible display of power. Xuan even casually mentions that such prowess is to be expected from the renowned Luo family, a lineage famed throughout the lands for their exceptional swordsmanship. He further adds that this particular guy with wings, known by the name of Luo Xuan, isn't even considered that powerful, despite this impressive feat. Our ever-greedy playboy, however, just can't tear his envious eyes away from those absolutely impressive, angelic wings. He's clearly feeling a bit envious and muses to himself how absolutely amazing it would be to possess his very own flying, symbiotic pet. He then turns to our boy, asking if they should perhaps explore somewhere else instead, since there might be even more dimensional creatures lurking around. He also reveals this area is so bizarre, it's been officially listed by the army as one of their most unknown and dangerous zones. Our boy, intrigued, asks what exactly he means by dangerous, and Xuan quickly pulls out his phone to show him. The screen shockingly reveals how many army personnel have perished exploring this area, not from attacks, but from sudden, inexplicable organ failure. For their own safety, Xuan advises they better make their decisions wisely right now. But just as they prepare to move, the swamp suddenly starts to furiously bubble up. A massive, menacing lotus flower dramatically emerges from the depths, shockingly adorned with ominous Buddha faces all over its surface. Looks like they've finally stumbled upon the very threat they desperately tried to avoid. The Buddha lotus flower instantly springs into action, preparing for a devastating battle. The man suspended in the air mysteriously summons a single, powerful wing, instantly transforming it into a magnificent winged pony. But the Buddha flower is absolutely not playing around. It unleashes a giant, scorching red beam, instantly disintegrating the pony into a pile of bones. The once cocky winged guy plummets, screaming, straight into the bubbling vat of acid, and our boy, startled, desperately calls out to him. Xuan is absolutely sure this guy is history the moment he touches that swamp. But then, surprisingly, Luo lands gracefully on a lotus flower leaf and swiftly hops out of the toxic water. Xuan instantly realizes that this dude's incredible chi fighting skill is something akin to a legendary lightness technique. However, he's still stranded pretty far from the safety of the shore. Xuan whips around to our boy, demanding to know what the heck he's doing. It turns out, our boy is attempting to place his symbiotic pet, Gauntlet, directly into the deadly toxic water. And unbelievably, the corrosive water has zero effect on his powerful weapon. The acid, it seems, only burns flesh. With his cunning plan now set, our boy swiftly pulls his hand from the toxic water, gently sets his symbiotic pet down into the acid, and stands ready. Xuan, utterly bewildered, asks what he's planning now, and Joe simply declares he's going to help the man stuck in the swamp. Meanwhile, Luo is desperately leaping around, doing his best to avoid the acid, but there's no solid ground left for him to hop on anymore. His only option now seems to be touching the corrosive acid, and to make matters worse, the Buddha Lotus fires yet another devastating laser beam right at him. Just as it looks like Luo's final moment has arrived, the swamp water around them suddenly starts to boil and churn, and our boy's formidable skeleton ant pet bursts forth. Luo is utterly startled by the sudden appearance of this bizarre creature, and the ant swiftly darts through the air, fearlessly intercepting the laser beam and taking the powerful hit directly. Being a skeleton, the ant is completely impervious to both the acid and the lasers. Luo, quick thinking, manages to find a sturdy platform to land on, which is, of course, none other than the broad back of Joe's incredible ant. Our boy then quickly commands his skeleton ant to retreat. The ant's eyes begin to shimmer with renewed energy, and it swiftly begins charging toward the safety of the shore. But the Buddha Lotus flower just keeps firing its deadly lasers. But the attack? Utterly useless, like duct tape on a spaceship window. This incredible ant picks up serious speed, finally reaching the safety of the shore. Our hero stands there, cool as ever, watching it all unfold. He watches as Luo Xuan gracefully hops down from the ant's back. The moment his feet touch the solid ground, a question hangs in the air. He asks our boy his name, and that's when Zhou Wen steps up and introduces himself. Luo, full of gratitude, thanks him profusely for his help. But Zhou, ever humble, tries to downplay it, waving it off as nothing. However, Luo insists, determined to properly show his gratitude. He promises to repay our boy for his incredible deed today. Meanwhile, Xuan, utterly stunned, is completely blown away by the sight of the skeleton ant. He quickly demands to know, what in the world is this incredible pet? Zhou simply responds that it's just a skeleton ant. Xuan is seriously impressed, and his mind is further blown to realize not only is this ant immune to the acid's deadly touch, but it also handles the flower's brutal attacks like a true champ. He urges our boy to immediately send the ant straight into the swamp to see if it can truly take down that monster. He's utterly confident the flower must be hiding something incredibly valuable, so challenging that beast is absolutely worth the shot. But our boy, however, suspects this is no ordinary mutated Buddha Heart Lotus he's facing. He's convinced it might be another legendary level creature lurking, And since this is terrifying real life, he absolutely doesn't want his precious skeleton ant to get killed. Joe swiftly recalls his ant, and Xuan immediately asks why he's so scared. He points out it's just a symbiotic pet, and defeating that monster could yield something far, far more valuable. But my guy makes it crystal clear. He's not willing to gamble with his beloved skeleton ant. No way. And with that firm declaration, he starts walking off. Once they return to their opulent mansion, we see that this playboy is now visibly, deeply disappointed. He's utterly frustrated that he wasted 2 precious entry passes and didn't find anything remotely worthwhile. He worries that tomorrow, everyone will undoubtedly hear about the giant Buddha heart lotus flower, and someone else will beat them to it. Holding his phone, Joe tells his friend he's heading back to his room and casually asks for the map of Buddha City. It might come in handy someday. Xuan hands over the map, and Joe happily, mysteriously retreats to his room. This leaves the playboy utterly bewildered, wondering why Joe seems so pleased. Once he's safely in his room, he smears his phone screen with a drop of blood, causing the mysterious Lotus Flower app to instantly boot up. He suddenly finds himself transported to the underground Buddha City dungeon. He's absolutely surprised to see a vast multitude of Buddha heart lotus flowers carpeting the water, stretching all the way to the shore. But unlike in real life, however, the truly colossal giant lotus flower is still nowhere to be seen. Shaking off the sting of disappointment, he charges forward, ready to conquer the dungeon's beasts. Meanwhile, back in the frantic real world, the elusive Buddha heart lotus flower has reawakened, catching other players' attention. Fueled by thrilling rumors from their friend Lu Xuan, they're now absolutely buzzing to hunt down this legendary bloom. The main villain's lackeys are utterly impressed to witness their boss summon forth his ultimate, top-tier legendary creature. A majestic, golden-eyed hawk descends to deal with the flower. Our cocky boss, with a dramatic glint off his spectacles, unleashes his golden eagle to assault the Buddha heart lotus flower. Back in the game, Zhou Wen is expertly dodging deadly lasers. With slick, acrobatic moves, he slices down lotus flowers left and right. His loyal skeleton ant springs into action too, delivering a devastating final strike to a flower, and causing it to drop a gleaming crystal. It seems he's finally stumbled upon something valuable after slaying countless creatures. He examines the radiant skill crystal and a realization dawns. He hasn't heard much about the Buddha heart lotus's core fighting skill mentioned anywhere. Given the lotus flower's peculiar attack style, which heavily involved concealed weapons, he boldly decides to absorb the enigmatic crystal. As he absorbs the crystal, he feels its profound effects ripple into his real life. The warm sensation he feels is utterly different from the searing pain he endured during his power punch absorption. This comforting warmth signifies a new, intriguing power, and he immediately begins to strategize how it could elevate his abilities. As Zhou Wen's heart fills with a serene calm, as if gently caressed by heavenly, soothing waters, the system dramatically flashes a new notification. New skill acquired. Meditation rank 7. It's an unexpected, strength-based skill. Utterly surprising him, curious about its immediate effects, he intently concentrates, and a shimmering blue aura erupts to surround him from all directions. However, after just a short moment, he's left slightly disappointed to find the only sensation he feels is a pleasant, comforting warmth. There's no immediate sign of the skill's power or dramatic impact. He then recalls his friend, Li Xuan, and realizes that even Li Xuan might not fully grasp the intricate chi fighting skill of the Buddha heart lotus, which is precisely why he never mentioned it within the game. Suddenly, Zhou Wen is caught completely off guard by a surprise laser attack, but expertly blocks it just in the nick of time. His excitement immediately bubbles over as he spots another Buddha heart lotus monster in the game. Precisely as he hoped, he eagerly commands his loyal skeleton ant to surge in for the attack. The skeleton ant, ever ready, leaps bravely into action, but the Buddha heart lotus fires back, unleashing a barrage of crimson laser energy. Yet, these scorching lasers barely scratch the surface of our colossal ant. As the massive flower begins to recede into the murky depths, our hero's face breaks into a confident grin. Convinced the monstrous plant is turning tail and fleeing in terror, he commands his mighty ant, "Finish it, end this now." But just as the ant prepares to deliver its devastating final blow, the flower's enormous, tooth-filled maw suddenly snaps wide open, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs, and it swallows the giant ant whole. Our hero's grin instantly evaporates, his unshakable confidence utterly shattered. He realizes, with a jolt, that the flower pulled a sneaky, game-changing trick. Now, He's left seething with frustration, completely outmaneuvered and tricked. With his mighty skeleton ant gone, he's helpless, and can't even approach the treacherous swamp. Without her, he's completely exposed. So, he makes a daring decision. He'll head straight for the restricted zone Li Xuan warned him about. He figures if he dies, it's no big deal, honestly. He's actually been hoping to respawn anyway. With that desperate thought fueling him, he strides boldly into the forbidden restricted zone. Once inside, he finds himself in a place of eerie silence. It's a decaying ruin, with serene flowing water and ancient, weathered Buddha statues. As he ascends the creaking stairs, he muses on how utterly bizarre this place is, noting he hasn't faced a single monster on his entire journey here. But then a sudden realization dawns. The true restricted zone is just up ahead. This place reveals itself as a small, secluded Buddhist temple, though small might be a massive understatement. It certainly doesn't look small from where he stands. He cautiously takes his first steps inside, but after only a few paces, it's game over. He's utterly baffled, wondering, He didn't even register when or how he died. He grimly smears his screen with virtual blood, then tries again, charging into the temple. But once more, his avatar's body begins to horrifyingly twist, and before he can react, it's game over again. This time, however, he catches a glimpse. As his character perished, its internal organs appeared to twist, ever so subtly. A chilling memory flashes back. Li Xuan's words about those soldiers. How they died with no visible injuries, and every single one suffered complete organ failure. It's terrifyingly clear now. Even the most elite military forces were utterly helpless against this unseen horror. After countless futile attempts, he tosses his phone aside in disgust and just decides to go back to sleep. Finally, the next morning dawns, and the first sound we hear is a booming, hearty laugh. It seems Li Xuan is greatly amused by a certain piece of news. Once word spread about the Buddha heart, Lotus, some impatient players rushed in and promptly got their butts handed to them by that relentless monster. Our hero steps out, asking, "What's got you so entertained this morning?" Bluehead, ever the informant, explains that just last night, a senior player deployed his legendary golden-eyed hawk, attempting to strike down the Buddha Heart Lotus with a powerful aerial assault. His hawk's feathers were utterly scorched, and he finds it absolutely hysterical how spectacularly they flopped. Our hero quickly reminds him that if they had pushed on with the battle, they would have been the ones getting roasted instead. Bluehead then drops another bombshell. The news has utterly blown up on the college forum, and now students from every grade are itching to take a crack at the giant lotus. Our hero then probes, "Isn't the military going to step in and eliminate the lotus?" Suen replies, explaining that while the lotus is indeed powerful, there are plenty of individuals in both the military and the college who are more than capable of handling it. He elaborates that because the military hasn't taken any action yet, it's clear they won't intervene themselves. See, according to Federation regulations, the military is only times meant to intervene. If a monster is above a certain danger level, unless there are truly special circumstances, it's essentially a way to give the younger generation a chance to prove their mettle and snag some valuable resources. Just then, a familiar face appears at the door and delivers a gentle knock. Xuen quickly responds, calling out that he's coming. Meanwhile, our hero's phone buzzes with an incoming call from his father. He picks up, and his father immediately asks if he's currently in Luoyang. Our hero confirms he is, then cautiously asks if there's any problem. The old man just grins and explains that his stepmother, Lan, wants to see him and treat him to dinner. Our hero quickly starts making flimsy excuses to avoid meeting his stepmother. Seriously, just seize the opportunity already. If times were him, I'd never miss that chance. But just then, Xuen calls out to our hero that there's a visitor at the door who's here to see him. As our hero starts walking toward the door, his father casually drops the bombshell that Jing volunteered to pick him up and is already on her way. Well, speaking of Jing visiting, Xuen just told him there's a visitor waiting right outside on the doorstep. He immediately gets a sinking feeling about this, and his worst premonitions come true, as he actually sees his sizzling stepsister, Shuni, absolutely shocked to realize that our hero is connected to the prominent Ang family, and that his father married Ouyang Lan. Our hero quickly reminds his friend that he has absolutely nothing to do with the Ang family. It's simply his father who married Ouyang Lan. Jing gets visibly annoyed hearing this comment and pouts for a moment, then huffily tells him that the driver is already waiting for them outside. so they should really get going. It seems our hero has no choice but to roll with it, so he just facepalms himself in resignation. As much as he desperately wants to avoid the Aang family, he's just getting tangled up with them more and more. Our protagonist informs Juan he's leaving, and his friend simply flashes him an okay sign. With that, our boy follows his stepsister outside, and that's when she pops the question. Didn't you practice the sun shooting spell? Our boy quickly reminds her that their dad explicitly stated he never gave him that spell. The girl, flustered, sternly demands to know if he's doubting her, implying she'd try to trick him with some random, fake technique. Then, in her classic, icy Sunday style, she annoyingly declares how happy she is he didn't practice it, chillingly explaining she gave it to him specifically because she wanted to hurt him. Our boy has no clue what her deal is, completely baffled by her anger toward him. Still, he's confident it doesn't even matter whether the spell was real or not, since he's already mastered the magnificent, lost immortal sutra and can't practice other key spells now anyway. And she simply tells him to get in the car. Once they're nestled inside their sleek, luxury ride, we discover someone secretly snapping photos of our boy. These shadowy figures appear to be from the FBI, and they've already compiled an entire, detailed profile on him. Talk about efficiency. The assistant explains to their senior that Joe, an impressive graduate from Gita High School, ranked second in his class, and was an excellent student overall. Currently, he's residing in Loyang, which explains why they failed to locate him back in Gita province. The senior deduces that our boy seems to have absolutely nothing to do with Jingde Xian. However, the assistant reveals she's uncovered something truly fascinating. Zhou Lingfeng, his father, is the man who recently married a formidable widow from the Aang family. This news absolutely stuns the senior, who demands to know what on earth she's talking about. He finds it incredibly strange that Yueyang Lan would take a liking to someone like Zhou Lingfeng, and wonders if he has any hidden connections with those mysterious outlanders. The assistant explains that while Zhou Lingfeng did reach the legendary level years ago, he's simply too old to be accepted by the outlanders. Perhaps Yueyang Lan is only interested in someone like him because he's a kept man. The senior objects, stating he doesn't see it that way, because Yueyang Lan simply cannot be that kind of woman. He explains that the Aang family was plunged into chaos when its master died, with many powerful figures coveting their vast properties. Aang Tianzhuo, her son, was only 13 at the time, so he questions whether someone as shrewd and cunning as Yueyang Lan would ever marry an incompetent man. Anyway, he tells the assistant to bring Zhao Wen to him first, and she readily agrees. He also insists that the Aang family must not hear about any times of this. Next, we're whisked away to an absolutely grand mansion. Our anxious boy steps out of the car, completely blown away by the sheer opulence of the mansion. There, he finally sees his father, alongside his stepmom. His stepmother greets him with a radiating warmth, exclaiming she's been eagerly looking forward to this meeting for ages. At the dining table, a lavish feast is presented, and his stepmother cheerfully encourages everyone to dig in. She offers him some delicious lobster, mentioning it's also her daughter Jing's absolute favorite. Jing happily nods, practically vibrating with excitement at the thought of devouring the tasty lobsters. But her mother quickly bursts her bubble, declaring that since Zhou Wen is their guest, he, of course, should be allowed to eat first. Jing is absolutely not thrilled to see her food being whisked away, only to be served to our lunatic MC. She immediately shoots him a volley of death glares, and the intensity of her rage is so immense, our boy can practically feel the heat radiating off her. The mother reassures him to just ignore Jing, then whispers into his ear that she's intentionally trying to punish her for bullying him earlier. The boy, still feeling a tad anxious, takes a piece of lobster and tentatively stuffs the fancy food into his mouth. He can tell the food is actually quite tasty, but he still doesn't get what her deal is, or why she's glaring at him with such intensity. He can't shake the feeling that she's completely different from Jing. They spend the evening like this, and as our boy is about to leave, his stepmother warmly invites him to just move in with them and live as a happy family. He quickly, almost reflexively, declines, explaining he needs to live on campus once school starts, and is currently crashing with his friend. But in his mind, he's far more concerned about his stepsister, Jing, because he's absolutely sure she would kill him if he stayed here. That's when she offers him a card, telling him to take it. Curious, the boy immediately asks what the card is for. His stepmother beams and explains that it's an access card for a single dormitory at Sunset College. She mentions his father told her he prefers to live alone, so she prepared this gift for him without asking for his opinion first, but she truly hopes he'll take it. And wow, a single dormitory is exactly what he needs if he wants to play games without any interruptions. He takes the card key, a little bewildered, and wonders how his dad even knew he needed a single room. He thanks her and, quite formally, calls her madam. But she completely takes it the wrong way. She runs, her hand through her hair, and indignantly asks if she really looks times old. Telling him he can call her literally anything but madam. Looks like he's learning the hard way that every woman, no matter what, is sensitive about their age. He heads back to his friend's lavish mansion, and when he steps inside, it's eerily silent, meaning Li Xuan is out again, which, for him, is just excellent news. With a powerful boost from that hearty dinner, he's all set to dive into his game without a single interruption. He dives back into the game, giving his absolute all to defeat the ant nest within the treacherous dungeon. Once he's victorious, he scores another symbiotic egg for himself. He checks the stats, reading that it's a mutated, immense strength ant, which promises an innate skill. Power punch of rank 2. However, he's not exactly thrilled, seeing its attributes are much worse than the last one he acquired. Just then, a stinging winged mosquito tries to take a deadly swing at him, but he ducks down, just in the nick of time, to brilliantly avoid the attack. He's utterly annoyed by this sudden, sneaky assault, but before he can even retaliate, the mosquito charges at him again with full throttle. But our guy brilliantly dodges this pesky mosquito once again. He's trying to stay incredibly vigilant, because he knows he must remain hyper alert if he wants to avoid getting instantly taken out. The mosquito screams at him at full throttle, and he immediately seizes this golden opportunity. He also starts running directly towards the charging mosquito. As the monstrous insect tries to strike, he blocks it head-on. This time, he narrowly escapes, but with just a slight graze on his cheek. Just as the mosquito is picking up terrifying speed, it suddenly vanishes into thin air. Our boy readies his fist, powered up by his immense strength ant gauntlet. Since he can't see the mosquito with his naked eye, he shuts his eyes and quickly senses where the sneaky critter is behind him. With his fist poised and ready, he lands a devastating blow that sends the mosquito tumbling down like a defenseless ragdoll. He leaps from his spot and unleashes his next devastating move, Ash Palm. As the energy intensifies, a huge, explosive blast erupts. Even after that brutal blow, the mosquito is unbelievably still hanging on, but he quickly jumps back into action, again, and unleashes a furious barrage of powerful punches on the critter. Finally, after all that incredible effort, the winged mosquito goes down. As the mosquito begins to vanish, its body leaves behind a shimmering symbiotic egg. His face lights up with joy at the sight of it. Now, he has two crucial options: hatch the egg, or fuse it with the mutated immense strength ants. Symbiotic egg, but with a fusion rate of only 20%. It looks like he's not exactly thrilled with the disappointingly low fusion rate the system is offering. Given that the monster he just defeated was an ant, the fusion rate shouldn't be this low compared to the skeleton knight's egg. He's gripped by the fear that his symbiotic egg could be lost forever, a total waste if the hatch fails. But he swallows his fear, takes a deep breath, and decides to dive in. Hesitation still gnaws at him, yet he presses. Yes! Suddenly, an empty void rips open, threatening to squeeze out his very soul. His heart absolutely times-pounds asterisk, as dark red energy envelops him, bringing with it a creepy, utterly indescribable sensation. It feels like his back is being violently torn apart by razor-sharp teeth. And as the harrowing hatching process finally concludes, he's on the absolute brink of tears, violently coughing up streams of blood. He has a sneaking suspicion that a brand new pair of wings has sprouted on his back, explaining the agonizing pain he just endured. Now, he's reeling, dizzy, and lightheaded, not just from the intense, relentless blood loss he suffered battling that mosquito endlessly, but from the shocking real-life effects that pushed him to the absolute brink. Eventually, pure exhaustion claims him, and he collapses. His phone starts ringing insistently, but in the very next scene, mysterious strings of words hover, pulling him back to agonizing consciousness. Groggily, he pushes himself up, immensely grateful that the real-life pain isn't nearly as severe as the torture he felt in the game. Otherwise, he might not have survived at all. He smears a bit of blood on his phone screen, desperate to check his status, dreading the possibility that the hatching might have utterly failed. But to his overwhelming relief, the egg has successfully hatched. Eager to test his newfound abilities, he quickly summons his avatar. But when the majestic silver-winged mosquito finally materializes, what he sees leaves him absolutely, utterly devastated. Because it's just a tiny mosquito? His shocked voice echoes through the mansion as he stares, utterly dumbfounded, at the little critter, completely floored by this underwhelming result. He quickly examines its stats and reads, "This thing is a silver-winged mosquito larva, and it's classified as a legendary pet." He has no clue what larva actually entails in this context, but he brushes it off, noting that its attributes are surprisingly poor for a legendary creature, especially considering how ferociously it tried to kill him. Despite its weak attributes, it does look kind of cute. Suddenly, his phone beeps, and the system announces that the silver-winged mosquito is feeling pretty hungry, so he better feed it right away. He's clueless about what this little critter is even supposed to eat, but when he presses the yes button to feed it, a system window pops up, asking if he'd like to feed it the mutated skeleton ant, or the mutated immense strength ant. Ju is absolutely furious to see that this tiny critter has such picky tastes. He certainly doesn't want to sacrifice any of his other symbiotic pets just for this asterisk. He starts grumbling loudly about who designed this trash mosquito that can't simply feast on the game's regular monsters. Meanwhile, this little guy, still adorable, is drooling and practically vibrating with hunger, ready to devour anything to sate its ravenous appetite. With no other options left, he reluctantly proceeds to sacrifice the symbiotic egg of the mutated, immense strength ant. The moment he presses the button, energy swirls around the little critter as its hunger is finally being fulfilled. Once the feeding is complete, he decides to check out the critter's symbiotic form, since this baby version isn't likely to be much help in a fight. As the mosquito morphs into its symbiotic form, a pair of wings sprouts behind his avatar. He excitedly takes to the air, testing his newfound ability to fly. The speed is absolutely exhilarating, and he feels a rush of thrill from such immense power. The wings grant him impressive agility, although they can't lift him too high. He realizes that while he can maneuver deftly at low altitudes, his flight is limited to just a few meters off the ground. Since he can now fly, it seems pointless to continue hunting ants, so he decides to dive deeper into the depths of the caves, ready to explore what lies ahead. As he ventures deeper, more and more ants start popping up, and the path keeps getting narrower and narrower, with monsters crawling around everywhere. When he finally looks at the scene from a bird's-eye view, he sees countless critters, and he's totally lost on how he's going to fight them off. But then he remembers he can fly, so he figures he can just zip right over their heads without getting hurt. Unfortunately, that plan doesn't work out as expected. The little ants quickly band together and form a giant hand which lashes out at him, swarming him from all sides. Once he is stuck inside this swarm, light starts leaking from the horde of ants. Using his ash palm skill, he obliterates all those pesky ants surrounding him, clearing out the entire area. The impact is so intense that it punches a hole in the ground, and he starts falling into a place where there's nothing but a single boulder. Just when he thinks he's safe, he notices something near the boulder. It doesn't take him long to realize he stumbled upon an ant nest, and now those critters are heading straight for him. Once he's overrun by the flying insects, his avatar eventually bites the dust, and he's pretty banged up. It's a real shame he can't explore the dungeon any further, as he'll need his silver-winged mosquito to recover before he can use those sweet wings again. His stomach lets out a mighty rumble, so he rushes to the fridge, only to discover it's completely bare. Guess he has no choice but to venture out and snag a bite to eat. The moment he steps outside into the bustling city streets, a car covertly trails him. Inside, someone reports their target has just left the house and is now making for the main street. They urgently ask if it's time to move in and strike. This woman, known as Lisa, calmly applying her lipstick, coolly replies to her junior that it's far too crowded right now. Since Chow specifically told them to remain completely undercover, she confidently reassures them she'll handle the situation herself. As our boy casually strolls down the busy footpath, the girl swiftly positions herself directly in his path, ensuring she looks absolutely drop-dead gorgeous. She's absolutely determined to charm him the very second he glances her way. While he's still walking, completely oblivious to the impending ambush, the lady stealthily hides behind a nearby wall, patiently biding her time for the perfect moment to strike. Eventually, she dramatically steps out and pretends to be incredibly clumsy, theatrically falling to the ground without missing a single beat. She puts on a full show, complete with fake tears, calling him a handsome fella, then asks him to help her up. But our guy, being the ultimate Giga Chad he is, simply walks right past her, not even bothering to give her a second glance. This utterly stone-cold response absolutely infuriates her. What bothers her the most is that this arrogant brat didn't even acknowledge her stunning beauty. She then snaps, stands up, and starts chasing him down, ready to deploy her final, desperate trump card. Meanwhile, our boy is completely lost in thought, mulling over how effortless it must be for those who can fly to enter the lotus pond. However, figuring out how to precisely deal with the blood-striped Buddha heart lotus remains a perplexing puzzle he desperately needs to solve. Suddenly, the girl grabs his hand, demanding to know why he's walking so fast. Our hero, completely confused, asks her who she even is. She replies that she's lost and hurt herself badly when she fell, so she's just asking for a little help. Hearing this, Joe calmly pulls out his phone and dials 911, telling her that help will be arriving soon. But she quickly insists that he put his phone away and just take her home. Joe, completely unhinged, coolly states he's heading out for dinner and has no time to waste. Frustration explodes within the lady with every passing second. Her pride is utterly wounded, and she's finally reached her breaking point. Deciding she's absolutely had enough, she unleashes her formidable powers and lunges straight at him, ready to knock him out cold and drag him back by pure force. A violent explosion erupts from their furious clash, and as the dust settles, the woman is left standing alone, while our boy swiftly flies up, now perched high above a signboard. It doesn't take him long to finally realize exactly who she is, and if his memory serves him right, she's one of the federal agents who were relentlessly pursuing Jing Daxian that night. It seems she seriously underestimated him, because he's far more agile than she ever anticipated. Growing much more serious, she suddenly begins summoning fire. Meanwhile, our quick-thinking guy dials 911, reporting he's under attack. Seeing this, the girl immediately grits her teeth, because if the police catch her attacking him, her secret identity could be totally exposed, and she absolutely doesn't want any unwanted attention right now. Reluctantly, she slowly starts to walk away, warning him that she's letting him off the hook times this times time. With that, she vanishes completely from his sight. The boy lets out a huge sigh of relief and jumps back down. He's still burning with curiosity about why the Federation would be after him when he hasn't committed a single crime. As he intensely thinks it over, it suddenly dawns on him. He might be mistaken for Jing Daoxian's accomplice. Oh no, he quickly calls up his friend, Li Xuan, and when his friend picks up, he sounds genuinely surprised and absolutely thrilled that our boy is actually calling him by his own free will. But our boy doesn't waste time catching up and tells Xuan to find a private place because he has something truly important to reveal. After a while, once he's explained the situation, Xuan is absolutely shocked to hear he's encountered Jing Daxian. He even expresses how incredibly jealous he's feeling, because he also wants to meet someone as legendary as Jing Daxian. Looks like our boy made the right call by not telling his friend about the Lost Immortal Sutra. Otherwise, Xuan would have been absolutely over the moon with excitement. Anyway, Xuan further explains that, based on the description our boy gave, he's almost certain that the hyenas are behind this. He explains that the hyenas are a highly specialized federal organization that deals with matters the government can't openly interfere in. He elaborates that these hyenas are utterly ruthless and will do anything to achieve their goals, absolutely no matter the consequences. They're absolutely notorious throughout the entire Federation, which is precisely why they're called hyenas. Well, it looks like dealing with these notorious hyenas is going to be incredibly tough. Our boy then asks if Xuan can get him into college ahead of schedule. He further explains that while the hyenas, also known as the Special Inspection Unit, are very powerful, they can't openly violate the law. Therefore, they'll be even more cautious at Sunset College. Xuan agrees that it's a truly great idea and teasingly reminds our boy that, after all, Luoyang is Ong family territory. If he were to live with the Ang family, in this entire world, absolutely no one would dare lay a single finger on him. Our boy, however, would much times rather avoid any discussion about the Ang family, swiftly telling his friend that time's topic is strictly off limits. After a quick, light-hearted joke, Juan instantly reassures him that he'll personally guarantee his friend's early college admission, making sure he's well ahead of schedule too. With that, our boy abruptly ends the call, and we see him immediately gritting his teeth in frustration. He's visibly annoyed, utterly fed up with the sudden chaos swirling around him. And all the relief from these mounting troubles boils down to one undeniable truth. If only he were powerful enough. Meanwhile, the next scene throws us directly into the Special Inspection Unit of the federal government. There, we discover a visibly furious Senior Times absolutely laying into Times Lisa. He's incandescent with rage because she was supposed to stay undercover, and now he's utterly riddled with worry. about how he's possibly going to explain this mess to his own superior, who, by the way, is calling him times soon. Lisa quickly, almost frantically, apologizes, admitting it's all times her fault, and she confesses. She severely misjudged the entire situation, as well as our boy's true preferences and his undeniable strengths. With a determined puff of her chest, she then requests one more chance to absolutely make things right, promising to deliver stellar results this time. But the senior quickly tells her point blank that getting a hold of Joe Wen now is far from easy. He then instructs her to dive into some mysterious documents, strongly hinting that the situation is far more complex than she could ever imagine. Our girl, both curious and clearly confused, stares at the documents. The senior then explains he had his teacher personally dig deep into the long-held secrets of Yueyang Lan and the formidable Ang family. And everything, absolutely everything, is laid out in those files. When Lisa finally opens the file, she's utterly stunned to discover that our boy has actually been enrolled in Sunset College, way ahead of schedule. But what truly baffles her is that this very place used to belong to Ang Jin. It makes zero sense. How could the Ang family possibly bestow it upon Zhou Wen, a complete outsider with no connection? Oh, and by the way, if you're burning with curiosity about what exact place we're talking about, it revolves around something incredibly potent, a God-bestowed gift. And the Ang family has actually chosen Zhou Wen himself to be the sole recipient of this extraordinary God-bestowed gift. I can't possibly give any more spoilers, so buckle up tight and keep watching. The senior reassures her, explaining that while it sounds absolutely insane, his teacher's intelligence is rock solid. He explains that the Ang family used their only available chance to switch the candidate to our boy asterisk. He's absolutely astounded at how everything, from the notorious Jing Daexian all the way to the formidable Ang family, seems to be eerily, unbelievably pointing straight to Zhou Wen, making this whole situation spiral into an even more tangled web. Meanwhile, our boy suddenly lets out a sneeze, wondering if he's catching a simple cold. But little does he realize that he has become the target of some trashy federal agency, who is going to nag the hell out of him throughout the series. While holding his backpack, he looks pretty relieved to have finally made it into the prestigious Sunset College. He looks at the key card his stepmom gave him. It says Four Seasons Garden, which must be where his dorm room is. After finally reaching the building he's been looking for, he climbs the stairs, swipes his key card and steps into his room. Honestly, it looks more like a 5-star hotel suite than a dorm room where, let's be real, most students live for the chance to indulge in anime and junk food. In any case, this marks the beginning of his new life at college. When he opens his backpack, he realizes he didn't pack nearly enough for this new chapter of life. Just some clothes and not much else. So he decides it's time for a shopping trip. He pulls out the campus map and starts looking for shops. As he's checking his phone, a girl starts descending the stairs. He looks up and sees Ang Jing. He's surprised to see her and asks if she lives upstairs. The girl seems a bit shocked but doesn't bother to respond. She just pouts and walks away, ignoring him completely. As she descends, our boy has no clue why she's so angry, but he decides not to dig into it and pretends he didn't see her. Once outside the dormitories, he checks his phone again and finds it odd that the shops he expected to be there aren't. He wonders if he might have taken a wrong turn. The street is completely empty, with no one around to ask for directions. Suddenly he hears an unexpected meow. He looks around and realizes someone is playing with a cat. He quickly follows the sound and notices that the male voice playing with the kitten sounds familiar. It's no surprise, the voice is familiar, as the person playing with the cats is Goody Ann, the same guy who lost to our boy in a punch bet. It's surprising to see this fella, who is supposed to be the most terrifying guy, getting all cozy with these little creatures. Well, this comes as a great shock to our boy, who never imagined seeing this guy playing with kittens. He musters up the courage and calls out to Goodian, but a sudden silence falls over the area. Goodian quickly releases the kittens and transforms back into his usual terrifying self. He warns our boy that if he tells anyone about this, he's in serious trouble. With fury practically bursting from his eyes, he shoots Joe a scathing glare, and our poor guy, definitely feeling the heat from that glare, quickly blurts out that he saw absolutely nothing, claiming he was merely scouting for nearby shops. He adds that if Goodian could just point him in the right direction, he'd vanish from their sight instantly. Goodian seems quite satisfied with our boy's swift response, so he slowly pulls his menacing hand back. As he turns to walk away, he informs our boy that this is the old campus. He advises him to simply follow this very road, where he'll eventually spot the guards who can properly guide him. Gideon then halts, pausing for a brief moment, shooting one last, piercing glare from his bloodshot eyes, and warns our boy to leave those precious kittens alone. 2. With that final warning, he spins around and walks away. Our guy remains behind, gently patting the adorable kittens. He ponders how, ever since the dimensional storm hit, humans gained the ability to form contracts with creatures from other universes. These creatures are far more obedient and wield incredible magical powers. Most people no longer bother with weak local pets, so it's truly surprising to witness someone as tough and intimidating as Gideon, possessing such a tender soft spot for these tiny creatures. Once he's safely back in the dormitories, our guy feels like he's trapped in a dreadful losing streak. He's incredibly annoyed that he keeps getting his butt handed to him in the game, seemingly for no apparent reason whatsoever. But he pinches his thumb, drawing forth more blood, and his avatar reappears in the game. Once again, standing right there on the very same stairs, where he keeps dying after getting his innards brutally twisted. There's some mysterious, unseen force between him and the small Buddhist temple that seems to instantly obliterate anyone who dares to step forward. He finds it utterly baffling that despite several attempts to approach the temple, he's met with instant, unavoidable death every single time. Even when he tries to fly without his feet touching the ground, no matter what cunning move he tries, he's killed the moment he enters this specific area. And he's literally tried everything he can possibly think of, but he just cannot seem to cross these cursed stairs. Since this is a game, there absolutely has to be a limit, no matter how incredibly difficult things get. Even though the Skeleton Knight and those menacing mosquitoes were incredibly strong, he was able to eventually figure out a way to defeat them. However, this time, he's just getting killed without any warnings whatsoever. It's no longer even a boss fight. It feels more like facing a sealed door that he simply can't enter without the right key. If he wants to access that small Buddha temple, he absolutely needs to find the corresponding key. But in Buddha City, he can currently only explore the tranquil lotus pond right now, and there's absolutely nothing there to help him. Reflecting on his newly acquired meditation skill, he resolves to put the Buddha City skill to the ultimate test. It doesn't boost his attack speed or fortify his defenses, yet it relentlessly drains his chi to sustain its mystical state. With his meditation skill now fully activated, he once again begins his descent down the treacherous stairs. The moment he hits the bottom, he boldly leaps, and this time, he survives asterisk. The sheer thrill of surviving that death-defying jump leaves him utterly overjoyed, as he proudly strides into the quaint Buddhist temple, hyped to finally explore it. Or so he thought. Activating the meditation skill is devouring his chi at an alarming rate, and he's about to be completely screwed. Inevitably, he dies yet again, but quickly summons his blood avatar back into the fray, only to be thwarted once more as his chi drains away at lightning speed. Frustratingly, he pinches his thumb to draw blood and summons his avatar once more. This time, he sprints like a maniac, utterly determined to blast through this chi-draining zone as fast as humanly possible. But before he can even reach the other side, his chi bar plummets to 0 again. Refusing to give up, he pinches his finger, letting a single drop of blood fall. He bitterly reflects that his speed simply isn't quite fast enough to make it through to that elusive small Buddhist temple. So, he starts to seriously consider using the mosquito skill instead. He's feeling incredibly smug after activating those powerful wings, utterly convinced that he's finally times going to make it this time. But then, just as quickly, his smugness vanishes as his chi depletes at an even more terrifying pace. Sure, the wings grant an incredible burst of speed, but they also obliterate his chi at a truly ridiculous rate, especially when combined with the meditation skill's constant drain. He grudgingly, finally, admits defeat. It's absolutely impossible to power through this area with just a rank 7 meditation skill. The only viable option left is to master skills at much higher ranks. He decides that perhaps he should re-explore the mysterious lotus pond, hoping to stumble upon something truly useful there. Just as he's about to set off, his phone suddenly rings. When he picks it up, it's none other than Li Xuan on the other end. Xuan casually tells him to swing by the lotus pond and catch the show. Our boy Joe, piqued by this, asks what's so captivating about it. Xuan just gazes straight ahead, where we see our boy's stepsister standing tall against a formidable, gorilla-like guy. She cryptically tells him that he'll totally understand once he arrives. As she stands there, hushed murmurs ripple through the gathered crowd. People are buzzing that she'd already reached legendary level, before even enrolling. And the hulking guy facing her? That's Yang Lu, a third-level legendary figure. Apparently this gorilla boldly claimed he would snag the Buddha Heart Lotus as a gift for her. She glances at the exquisite flower and, with her characteristic swagger, tells him not to waste his breath on something as utterly mundane as flowers. She's utterly confident, certain he's all bark, no bite, and utterly incapable of defeating the formidable blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus. Her dismissive remark absolutely infuriates Yang Luo, who feels profoundly humiliated by her words. Meanwhile, Shuang is rather impressed to discover the flower's true name is the blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus, confirming her thorough investigation of the monster. We then spot Mian Tu, that familiar lackey from previous chapters. He points out Yang Lu is clearly trying to impress the Yang family, putting on this whole spectacle just for them. Shuang interjects, noting that while the Yang family is renowned, they're utterly insignificant compared to the Yang family. Heck, even their own business leans on the greater Yang family, and Yang Jing would never be interested in someone like Yang Lu. The lackey readily agrees, adding that the only person truly worthy of her is Li Shuang himself. But the boss swiftly shuts his lackey down, declaring he's not interested in Yang Jing whatsoever. After all, he's not one to clap cheeks with his friend's sister, and that friend, of course, is none other than our boy. When our boy finally saunters into the scene, he glances at his stepsister and asks, "Shuang, did you really call me just to show off your sister?" The playboy just smirks, revealing that's not the main event at all. He explains his sister has an ardent admirer, and as her brother, it's his sacred right to scope out the man who's fallen, head over heels for her. Meanwhile, Yang Lu is positively seething with rage. After that humiliating rejection from our stepsister, he's utterly confident that once he takes down the mighty blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus, he'll make her swallow her words and finally accept his grand gift. But the girl simply dismisses his grand promises as utterly pointless, telling him to stop humiliating himself. That's the absolute last straw for Yang Lu. He summons his formidable pets, and two majestic, white eagle-like birds erupt into the sky. Mian Tu is utterly awestruck to behold these legendary-level silver-eyed eagles, and there are two times of them, no less. The cocky Yang Lu barks orders to his magnificent pets, and they swiftly zoom towards the fearsome lotus flower. But the lotus flower doesn't just sit idly by either. It fires another scorching red laser, smashing directly into one of the eagles. Yang Lu just laughs it off, declaring that such puny tricks can't possibly hold back his incredible pets. As those eagles deftly disperse that red blood laser attack, they strike back fiercely at the flower, which leaves Mian Tu awestruck once again. He is absolutely blown away by the fact that those feathers are completely immune to blood erosion. I guess it's no wonder they're revered at the legendary level. By now, he's pretty sure that the Buddha Heart Lotus might actually be plucked out after all. But just then, our boy throws in his 2 cents, declaring it won't be that simple. Not by a long shot. He insists the battle is far from over. As the eagles continue to scratch at those formidable petals, the mysterious lotus flower begins to awaken. Its petals unfurl dramatically, forcing the eagles to quickly retreat. The flower glares at the pesky monsters with a cold, menacing look, sending an undeniable chill down Yang Lu's spine. It seems painfully clear he's bitten off more than he can chew. Shuang explains that, in theory, most lotus creatures are weak. However, this one is a completely different species. But it seems this cocky gorilla isn't ready to back down without a fight. He quickly transforms his eagles into magnificent, fiery beasts, resembling the fiery reincarnation of phoenixes. With their blazing forms, they charge at the lotus flower with lightning speed, deploying their fearsome golden claw ability. But the flower quickly conjures a dazzling, red-crimson shield, stopping the phoenixes before they can deliver any devastating damage. The gorilla is stunned to see that the flower even possesses a powerful defensive key fighting skill. But that's when he also realizes the blood shield only defends against attacks directly around it. So he decides to keep the flower occupied with his phoenixes, while sending another phoenix eagle to attack from above, where the flower is completely unguarded. Our boy quickly realizes that the gorilla is about to launch an aerial assault, and this triggers a vivid memory of his past game experience, where the monster devoured him from above. He screams, "It's a literal trap!" But before the gorilla can make sense of what he's saying, his eagle has already reached the mouth of the lotus. The monster's giant mouth, lined with razor-sharp teeth, opens wide, and in a split second, one of the fiery eagles is gulped down in a single, monstrous chomp. The flower lets out a satisfying burp after having a roasted bird for dinner. The onlookers are utterly stunned to see this horrifying sight, and Yang Lu just lost one of his precious eagles in one fell swoop. Even Yang Lu is baffled by what just happened. He quickly recalls his last remaining familiar, and all he can do now is grit his teeth in utter frustration. That's when the guy starts strutting toward our boy, towering over him like a big shot with his usual swagger. He demands to know how in the world our boy knew it was a trap. Well, our boy can't exactly spill the beans that he's already battled this beast in a game. But thankfully, Mewtwo jumps in and says, but of course, Joe knew this was a trap. This is the guy ranked second in Gita Province's real combat test. After all, the gorilla just laughs it off, but Mewtwo? Oh, he's not letting that slide. So, Mewtwo glares at the arrogant brute, demanding, what's so funny, huh? Don't you feel even at times shred times of regret for losing your silver-eyed eagle? If it were me, I'd have dug a grave and crawled into it out of sheer embarrassment. Yang Lu, absolutely fuming now, demands to see how the guy ranked second plans to take down the Lotus. Mewtwo, unfazed, confidently declares Joe will handle it with ease, and it'll be an absolute cakewalk for him, unlike Yang Lu, who just made a fool of himself in front of everyone. Meanwhile, our guy stands silent, utterly stumped for words. Suddenly, his stepsister comes bursting onto the scene. She gets right up in his face and asks if he can actually take down the blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus. And once again, our boy is utterly at a loss for words. As much as he hates to admit it, he hasn't ever defeated the blood-striped Buddha in the game, and the Lotus here is unleashing moves that never appeared in the game either. But with her sharp gaze boring into him, he doesn't want to look like a coward by admitting he can't handle it, so he just clenches his fists in silent frustration. Meanwhile, the gorilla starts chuckling, pointing out how Joe looks pretty scared, saying that talking is all times he seems good at. Just then, Li Xuan steps forward and chimes in. He announces his desire to team up with our boy and take down this monster. The gorilla is absolutely stunned by this unexpected turn of events, because he didn't expect the famous playboy of the Li family to ever get involved. But then he starts grinning, thinking that even the silver-eyed eagles couldn't handle this. So they're just daydreaming if they think they can take down the monster. And with a smirk, the gorilla readily agrees, and says he's looking forward to seeing their plan in action. A little while later, the crowd is huddled together on one side, while our boy and his two new allies stand poised on the other. Li Xuan is clearly seething that Mewtwo provoked the gorilla and dragged them into this challenge. But our boy reminds him that fuming at Mewtwo isn't going to help them now, because they have already accepted the challenge. So they better focus on their next plan. Joe, surprisingly, feels pretty confident. Even though his blood avatar wasn't enough to take down the monster before, he's sure that with all three of them working together, the outcome might surprise everyone. Especially, with Li Xuan commanding two legendary creatures, their chances of victory are looking much brighter. The only problem? Figuring out how to enter the treacherous Lotus Pond. Joe admits his skeleton ant alone isn't enough, nor can it protect all three of them during the coming fight. Xuan also points out he has no flying creatures, and his new Sky Conch can barely manage to stay airborne. Just then, Mewtwo steps forward, dons a mask, and confidently declares, "Leave this to me." He summons his pet, and suddenly, a colossal turtle bursts from the sky, plummeting straight into the intensely acidic water. As it floats, its shell transforms into a solid, stable platform, allowing them a secure foothold high above the dangerous acid. Li Xuan is utterly captivated, seeing that even Mewtwo possesses a mortal-level symbiotic egg. He'd thought only Joe commanded pets of that incredible caliber. Anyway, our trio mounts up, riding atop the colossal turtle, heading straight for the mysterious flower. Mewtwo tells his friends to go engage the twisted flower directly, while he commands his dragon-scale turtle to support them tactically from the sidelines. And just like that, Joe and his friends unleash their pet's incredible powers. Then, Joe leaps skyward, summons his skeleton ant, deftly landing on its back. Not to be outdone, Li Xuan immediately starts showing off his own power, and quickly begins a dazzling transformation, leaving the entire crowd absolutely wild with excitement, realizing that even the notorious third son of the Li family commands a legendary-level creature. Our playboy proudly dons his dark, formidable armor, ready to dive into the hack-and-slash action. Meanwhile, the cocky gorilla is absolutely fuming, seeing that these three might actually defeat the monster. After all thanks to their incredibly powerful pets. His stepsister watches intently, not missing a single moment. It looks like our armored playboy is struggling to maintain his balance atop his conch. So, Joe tells Miantu to keep a close eye on Li Xuan. As the conch's floating ability isn't very flexible, they have to ensure their friend doesn't plummet into the corrosive acid. Miantu nods, confidently responding, "Leave it to me." And with that, our two boys surge forward, charging at the monster. The Buddha quickly unleashes crimson projectiles straight at the party, but Joe immediately orders his ant to block them. The skeleton ant swiftly rises, bravely taking the crimson projectiles head-on, shielding them from the devastating assault. That's when the black, armored guy spots his opening and slashes his sword straight at the monster. The flower immediately retaliates with its crimson, fluid-like attack once again, but Xuan's mighty slash cuts straight through that crimson onslaught, and a crimson bolt slams into the flower's face. Meanwhile, Joe's aunt unleashes a thunderous roar, and jagged spikes erupt from the curb, slamming directly into the flower's very core. But this flowery jerk remains completely unshaken. It swiftly whips out a vicious crimson tendril, and again, obliterates those spikes, like they're nothing but cucumbers. Seeing through this familiar trick, Joe starts to suspect the flower is trying to lure them into attacking from above. But then the playboy heroically cuts in, declaring they don't need to stoop to such tactics, because he's utterly convinced they can shatter this menace head-on. He supercharges his sword and instantly blurs out of sight. Meanwhile, the monster isn't idly waiting around. It unleashes a gargantuan roar, and a tornado-like force coalesces within its maw. The crushing air pressure makes it almost impossible for our boy to get close, but the armored guy bravely holds his ground. Once his sword is fully charged, he descends upon the monster like a goddamn meteor, and that solitary blow obliterates the lotus flower from the inside out. Just as the petals of the flower ignite and crumble, a grotesque frog sitting inside it spits out some noxious goo from its mouth. It's hurtling directly towards our playboy, who's utterly spent after his monumental attack and is now helplessly falling, like a sitting duck. But before it can strike, we hear our hero roar and unleash his signature power punch. Flames burst forth, incinerating that ominous dark energy. Joe launched his punch from a distance, and the explosive remnants of the dark energy shattered the conch Shuang was riding. Joe quickly shouts to Miantu to catch Li Shuang while he takes care of the disgusting toad. Miantu quickly agrees, and our boy darts forward, springing from his skeleton mount, his punch blazing with fiery energy. The toad spits out more of its vile goo, but our boy effortlessly sidesteps it as if it were a mere puff of smoke. By now, the toad is now utterly convinced it's doomed, so it resigns itself and braces for the inevitable impact. Joe's colossal explosion takes it down, and when the flames finally subside, there's absolutely nothing left of the toad, other than a gruesome splatter of blood. Suddenly, Joe notices that Shuang is plunging rapidly into the acidic pool below. The playboy is utterly convinced that Miantu is maliciously letting him plummet, and it's crystal clear when Miantu smugly declares Shuang deserves to fall into this corrosive acid. Meanwhile, the stepsister is poised to intervene if things go south, but before she can, our hero swoops in and snatches his friend from the brink of disaster, stopping him just before he plunges into the acid. Our playboy's face flushes with embarrassment. Joe's had to save him times again, asterisk. The moment they touch down on the turtle's massive, dragon-scaled shell, Mianto immediately starts berating Joe, his voice sharp, accusing him of secretly harboring another time's symbiotic pet. But our boy just lets out a deep, resigned sigh of disappointment, pointing out that Mianto had one time's job and he absolutely botched it. That's when Shuan delivers a resounding smack right to Mianto's face, declaring him the worst actor he's ever seen. The force of the slap sends Mianto tumbling, and he cries out, "Why was I betrayed?" That one time slap has completely messed up this bastard's face, as he then explains. Our playboy can never defeat his brother, Li Mobai, because Mobai has already bought off everyone around them. But then, Mianto pulls off another incredibly sneaky move, and shatters asterisk, the very dragon crystal Joe and Shuan are standing on. He boldly declares that if he can't take down the playboy alone, he'll happily drag everyone down into the acid with him. As the jagged rubble begins to plummet into the corrosive acid, things are looking incredibly grim for both of our boys. But just in the nick of time, they're saved by a mysterious blob that completely encapsulates them before they can plunge to their doom. And who's behind this incredible rescue? None other than Joe's stepsister. The next scene sweeps us away to the bustling investigation office at Sunset College. There, both boys are thoroughly grilled by the stern officer. After meticulously soaking in all the information, the officer simply dismisses them, telling them to leave. Once they're outside, Li Xuan is feeling utterly and completely disheartened, left wondering why everyone seems to be gunning for him. That's when our boy presses him. Why does his brother hold such a powerful vendetta against him? And why is he going to such extreme lengths to kill him? Li Xuan explains that he and his brother, Li Mobai, have been almost entirely estranged ever since their eldest brother tragically passed away. While Mobai is busy running the colossal family business with their father, he himself has been living the easy life. Joe's curious. Why is Mobai so utterly set on taking him down if it's not times about power or wealth? Xuan declares it's about nothing so trivial. Our boy immediately presses him for more details, and Xuan suggests they quickly find a private spot to chat. There might be spies around. A while later, we see a literal mountain of cola cans scattered everywhere. It looks like they're comfortably back in Joe's dorm room. And our boy is decidedly thrilled to see his friend littering all over his pristine room. Wayne kicks off their deep conversation by asking if Joe truly knows the stark difference between creatures of varying levels. He explains they're meticulously categorized into mortal, legendary, epic, and mythical tiers. And the higher the level, the exponentially bigger the power gap becomes. Eventually, the sheer power gap between the mortal and mythical classes becomes absolutely colossal. That the mortal class is mere ants when pitted against mythical creatures. So, with that astonishing fact rattling in his mind, he pressed his friend. Just how did mortal class humans manage to slay the very first mythic class creatures? Despite this colossal power gap, Joe, ever direct, cuts to the chase, pointing out this epic tale is meticulously documented in their history books. He explains that after 3 grueling days and nights, the Federation's original 6 epic heroes somehow managed to defeat it. But Xuan instantly dismisses this as nothing but hot air, reminding Joe that even with the most immense strength disparity, 100 epic heroes wouldn't have stood a chance, let alone 6. The real, untold reason the mythical creatures were ultimately defeated was because humans had mythical symbiotic creatures fighting right alongside them. Joe is absolutely shocked to his core, utterly unable to comprehend it. He questions, how could they possibly obtain mythical symbiotic pets before even defeating the mythical creatures themselves, since typically, the eggs can only be hatched once those mighty creatures are vanquished? Li Xuan explains that this was a divine, God-bestowed gift, revealing that someone bestowed the power necessary to slay mythical creatures directly onto those 6 legendary heroes. And that incredible power arrived in the form of a mythical creature's larva. Joe scoffs, dismissing the idea as nothing more than baseless legends. But Sean explains the Federation has established a top-secret department dedicated to managing and concealing the deeds of those 6 heroes. Most people remain completely unaware of its existence, and he further explains that his very own department is solely responsible for carefully selecting specific individuals to receive this coveted, God-bestowed gift, just as the original 6 heroes once did. Joe begins to seriously ponder if this God-bestowed power might actually be a tangible reality, though he's utterly unsure why Li Xuan is confiding this secret with him. But then, suddenly, everything starts to click into place in Joe's mind. He asks if it's truly real, and the confident playboy proudly confirms it. He reveals that his father has appointed him as the first heir to receive the God-bestowed gift in his family, and the only way Li Mobai can claim those qualification rights is by eliminating Li Xuan. The next morning, we find the blue-haired figure sleeping soundly, while Joe is diligently engaged with his phone, remembering the warning Xuan gave him just last night, to be extremely careful because he's completely messed up Mobai's plans, more than once by bravely saving Xuan's life. Now, Mobai might be gunning for him too. All these intense thoughts are fueling Joe's relentless drive to dive deeper into the game and get stronger. As he's now totally hooked on playing, a system window then dramatically pops up with an urgent notification, declaring that the silver-winged mosquito is ravenously hungry. Joe can't help but feel utterly frustrated, muttering to the system, "Do you even comprehend how much a symbiotic egg costs?" But at the end, he quickly realizes there's only one path forward. He must feed his new little buddy if he wants it to grow. And the only way to get those precious eggs? Taking down fearsome monsters, who now shiver in terror. as Joe approaches, eyes blazing, right there on the campus grounds. Meanwhile, back at the college, a buzzing crowd of students gathers to re-watch yesterday's incredible footage where our heroes took down the monster with astonishing ease. They're absolutely blown away by Li Xuan's legendary creatures, especially since word on the street is he's only an ordinary level practitioner. Joe's crucial supporting role also earns him serious respect, with many speculating that if their third teammate hadn't betrayed them, they might have completely obliterated the Lotus's core. Even the girls are buzzing about that epic fight, particularly captivated by just how charming Li Xuan looked in the thick of battle. They all turn to Wei Yang, who, by the way, happens to be Li Xuan's sister, and eagerly ask if she could perhaps introduce her brother to them sometime soon. But it seems Wei Yang is too engrossed watching her own love interest. Our boy, of course. She smiles, absolutely beaming as she watches him in action on the screen, clearly enjoying every single moment of the show. Over at the Federal Investigation Unit, the team is absolutely glued to the footage of Zhou Wen's intense battle. They're utterly blown away by how he effortlessly dodged that venomous toad's attack, then landed a single, devastating punch that instantly took the creature out. Lisa chimes in, stating that Zhou Wen's raw physical skills alone simply can't account for such an impossible move. She speculates he's likely employing a top-tier key spell, but then adds, the official records show he's only ever practiced bitter meditation, which is far from cutting edge. The senior investigator nods, agreeing with Lisa's keen observations, but then layers on a fascinating twist of his own. He recounts that while he was in Gita province, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Zhou Wen's abilities. During that time, Zhou's skin possessed a subtle jade-like luster, a telltale sign that he was indeed practicing bitter meditation. But now, that distinctive feature has completely vanished, strongly suggesting he might have abandoned the practice altogether. Lisa leans forward, asking if the senior investigator suspects that our boy is no longer pursuing bitter meditation after years of dedicated practice, and if so, who could have possibly provided him with a higher-level key spell, one potent enough to make him abandon bitter meditation? The senior pauses, contemplating for a moment, then drops two significant names that instantly pop into his mind. The first name? The formidable Yang family. And the second is, without a doubt, Jing Daexian. Of course, we times all know it was none other than Jing Daexian, who gifted our boy that incredible chi technique, the legendary Lost Immortal Sutra. Meanwhile, the old man can feel his own technique beginning to weaken, which can only mean one thing. Our boy is awakening his own incredible powers. Meanwhile, back at the bustling headquarters, the senior reveals our hero recently met his stepmother, Ao Yang Lan, and even if she'd given him a new chi spell, there wouldn't have been nearly enough time for him to master it. So, if they rule out the formidable Ong family, the only true suspect remaining is Jing Daoxian. The senior then orders Lisa to charge Zhou Wen as an accomplice of Jing Daoxian, and to apply for a cross-district arrest warrant immediately, because it's finally time they interrogate our boy face to face. Lisa agrees instantly, and as soon as she pulls up the system window, she's already pulling up Zhou Wen's entire profile. She's absolutely itching to catch him, and give him a taste of what's coming. The woman then asks if the Ong family will protect our boy at college. The senior reassures her, as long as they secure that warrant, they'll have no grounds to protect him under federal law. Plus, since both Ong Tianzhou and Ong Jin have been messing with him, it's clear they don't want Zhou Wen to fight for the god-bestowed gift. Perhaps they never even wanted to protect him in the first place. We then catch a glimpse of our stepsister again, looking a bit hesitant before entering Zhou Wen's apartment. She stands there, reflecting on past memories, recalling asking her mom why she chose our boy to be the candidate for the god-bestowed gift. She admits he's talented, sure, but talent alone isn't enough for success. Besides, he's just a gaming nerd, always glued to his phone whenever he gets a chance to play. But that's when her stunningly attractive mom, with a figure to die for and all, declares she's already made her decision, and would rather argue than change her mind. In the present moment, this memory is absolutely infuriating the girl. She's determined to prove to her mom that she's way times better than him. She eventually decides to knock on the door, but before she can even do much, Joe opens it himself. Still completely glued to his game, mind you. It takes him a moment to realize Ang Jin is standing on his doorstep. The arrogant stepsister then explains that her son's shooting spell is legit, and he can practice it however he wants. Joe is confused about what her deal is, and whether she's just here to brag about her spell. In his mind, he thinks even if he wanted times to practice it, he wouldn't be able to learn it, since he already has the lost, immortal sutra. She then asks if he still doubts her. If he does, she tells him to show the flash drive to their father, and he will surely verify it. Zhou Wen lets out a long sigh at this, and finally, asks why she even gave him the spell in the first place. The girl triumphantly retorts it was to prove her superiority over him. She then needles him, asking if he wasn't furious when she bested him in high school. Our boy, ever so charming, flashes a wide smile and simply says, not at all. In fact, he kind of admires her for it, and this utterly infuriates her. She tries to sharply remind him that she publicly humbled him in front of everyone, so it's only logical he'd want to bounce back and meticulously plot his revenge. She explains that she's witnessed his incredible abilities at the Lotus Pond, and firmly believes he's destined to reach the legendary level. After just 3 months of mastering the sun shooting spell, she'll graciously allow him to practice it. But until that moment arrives, she fully plans to challenge him once more. Our boy simply asks, "Can I just give up now?" openly admitting defeat. But this incredibly stubborn lady just gets even more exasperated and declares he must fight her again. She's absolutely fuming, her thoughts a whirlwind of frustration, completely baffled by how her mother ever chose this guy. Eventually, she withdraws her hand with a huff and decides to storm back to her dormitory. She offers Joe some sparkling chi crystals as a consolation prize, saying he's welcome to take any he desires, since she definitely won't be going easy on him this time around. Joe stands there in thoughtful silence, reflecting on how she's a truly talented girl, widely recognized by the Federation, who astonishingly reached legendary level at just 13 years old. It utterly baffles him why she's so incredibly determined to fight him. Well, it seems like this oblivious idiot is clearly still completely in the dark about being chosen for the god-bestowed gift as the Aang family's candidate. Nonetheless, he snatches the garbage bags Li Shuai carelessly littered last night, takes out the trash, then immediately dives back into his game. He's still absolutely glued to the screen, and the action is utterly intense. It looks like he's finally triumphed over the formidable Lotus Buddha flower, and his aunt skeleton has brilliantly snagged the rare Buddha heart lotus egg. He swiftly retrieves the precious egg from its pet's grasp, feeling anxious as he opens the stats tab. Li Shuwen had mentioned that the symbiotic heart of the Buddha heart lotus is incredibly useful. Meanwhile, his silver-winged mosquito larva is absolutely starving and will soon disappear entirely if it doesn't get something to eat in time. He lets out a long, defeated sigh and decides to feed the little critter first and foremost. And as soon as he presses the button, the larva dramatically begins to undergo evolution, bathed in an eruption of bright, flashy lights. Zhou Wen anxiously hopes his larva will get bigger, but in the end, he's utterly disappointed to see the larva remains just as incredibly small as it was before. He's already fed it 2 ordinary symbiotic eggs, but it's still just a larva. He wonders, when ordinary symbiotic eggs just don't cut it for legendary creatures. Snagging a legendary symbiotic egg, though, is an absolute nightmare. And even then, he'd still have to pour in monumental effort. Even if he squared off against the Skeleton Knight countless times, the legendary egg drop rate is so ridiculously dismal, he'd be grinding for what feels like an eternity to grab just one. Our hero slumps back onto his bed, utterly defeated and dejected. He grimly remembers the looming shadow of his sister's predicament, because if he doesn't hit that legendary level within 3 short months, he's going to be in an absolute world of pain. Then, a frustrating realization hits him. Thanks to the lost Immortal Sutra, he can't even practice the incredible sun shooting spell. He's still completely in the dark about how the sutra even works, or how he can possibly advance any further. As he silently beats himself up over his absolutely abysmal luck, a sharp knock on the door suddenly snaps him back to reality. He swings it open to find the all-too-familiar face of Gao Yang. Our hero asks what's going on, and Gao Yang immediately says he's here to apologize. This immediately raises a massive red flag for Zhou, who's instantly suspicious of the real reason for Gao Yang's visit. Gao Yang continues his incessant yammering, declaring there'll be no discord or conflict, and that he genuinely wants to apologize for everything in the past. He simply desires to bury all their past grievances, once and for all, and extends his hand in a gesture of sincere peace toward Zhou. Taking this first crucial step toward friendship, our hero accepts the unexpected gesture of friendship, and proceeds to close the door, mentioning that he's currently deep in the middle of a game. But Gao Yang quickly tells him to wait, because there's actually one more crucial thing he wants to say. He then mysteriously leads our boy to an undisclosed location and triumphantly introduces him to his formidable friend, Haifeng, announcing that he successfully brought Zhou Wen right here. Haifeng, the newcomer, simply grins and thanks Gao Yang for bringing our hero. Then, in a breathtaking flash, Haifeng moves with such mind-bending speed that our boy can barely track him. He materializes right before Zhou Wen, transformed into a monstrous, terrifying creature. But our guy, cool as a cucumber, doesn't even flinch, and calmly tells Haifeng that if he's truly itching for a fight, they can just settle it like real men in the arena. So there's absolutely no need to make a chaotic mess right here. Haifeng then casually snaps his fingers, and the terrifying dark red creature begins to fade away. He compliments our boy on how he remained unusually calm and incredibly sharp, even as the shadowy form completely disappears. We now see Haifeng has arrived, flanked by two of his imposing lackeys. He begins by offering a smooth apology for his previous impertinence, and formally introduces himself as the one and only Hu Haifeng. Without wasting another precious moment, he immediately cuts to the chase, and extends a bold invitation for Zhou to join their formidable team, to help them take down the legendary blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus. Together, it seems our boy probably didn't completely grasp the gravity of the situation. They failed to destroy the flower's core last time, which is key. That's exactly why the Buddha Heart Lotus is still a menace. Our boy asks why him, and Haifeng reveals he's been meticulously analyzing the video footage from the brutal showdown against the Buddha Heart Lotus. While Li Shun certainly fought with brilliance, Haifeng found our boy's command and judgment far more captivating. He highlights that the academy boasts individuals even stronger than Li Shun. However, what truly made their last fight so pivotal was Zhou Wen's razor-sharp observational prowess, how he predicted Li Shun's every move, and neutralized that nasty poison toad at the perfect moment. Haifeng goes on to declare that if their third member hadn't betrayed them, Zhou would have absolutely dominated that fight. He further reassures our boy that he won't have to face the Lotus Pond disaster again. His sole task is to guide them and manage their powerful symbiotic pets from a safe spot on the sidelines. But even with all this convincing talk, Zhou still shuts them down, in his head at least. His mind is utterly fixated on how to conquer the boss in his game, not on directing a bunch of arrogant seniors. He's almost got the Lotus's patterns figured out and plans to tackle it himself, eventually. Meanwhile, Gao Yang urges him to reconsider, highlighting that Haifeng and the other two seniors are legendary powerhouses in the academy. Joining their ranks could be a monumental win, and with their formidable aid, victory could be incredibly swift. But our boy is not having it and refuses once more, which absolutely grates on Gao Yang's last nerve. He fumes internally, thinking that if it weren't for Haifeng, he wouldn't even bother speaking to this infuriating brat. Just then, Haifeng steps in, stopping our boy and reminding him that he doesn't have to refuse so hastily. He asks him directly what he desires and assures him they can absolutely arrange it, provided it's a reasonable request. Zhou turns around slowly, and then he startles these two senior thugs by boldly demanding a legendary symbiotic egg. Gao Yang is absolutely incensed by this audacious demand from his junior, but despite Gao's intense irritation, our boy stands his ground and cheerfully declares that he'll join the team only if they provide a legendary symbiotic egg. Gao Yang is visibly seething, and he further gets cocky, aggressively grabbing Zhou Wen by the collar. He snarls at him not to push his luck, because his role in this partnership is utterly trivial. All he's meant to do is simply direct the symbiotic pets, which certainly doesn't warrant the legendary egg he's demanding. Zhou Wen tells Gao Yang to seriously cool his jets. He makes it crystal clear. It's entirely up to them *. If they're willing to grant his wish, then they're golden. Otherwise, no hard feelings. Just then, Haifeng swiftly intervenes, stepping into the chaotic scene and asking, so, our boy is asked if he has any specific requirements for the legendary symbiotic egg he desires. Zhou just shrugs, saying he doesn't have anything particular in mind. After all, he just wants a legendary egg to feed his pet. Though he doesn't say it out loud, Haifeng then tosses an egg toward our boy and asks if that will be satisfactory. Well, Zhou Wen is clearly pleased with the offer, having no further demands, because getting a legendary symbiotic egg for free * is more than enough for him. Haifeng extends his hand for a fist bump to seal the deal, and Zhou Wen quickly reciprocates, finalizing their agreement. As they part ways, Gao Yang turns to his friend, and questions how he could give away the flaming toxic bees symbiotic egg so easily. He doesn't understand why he trusts Zhou Wen so much. Haifeng reminds his friend that after watching the video of the battle, he felt our boy had something truly special, almost as if he'd fought the Lotus before. The Gao Yang is a bit shocked to hear this, but Haifeng just walks off, telling his friend not to stress. The egg is now just part of the deal, serving as insurance against their failure. Back in his room, our boy summons his winged mosquito. Once the little critter appears, he flashes the legendary symbiotic egg he snagged for dinner. Without wasting any time, he pops the egg right into his pet's mouth. Immediately, a giant blob of aura and fire surrounds the little guy as he begins to times evolve asterisk. When the transformation is done, our winged mosquito emerges with sharp green eyes, a needle-like sting, and an overall times bigger times size. It's way bigger than it was before. Zhou finds it fascinating that this evolution merged the properties of the flaming toxic bee's attributes, probably because both are insects. He then checks the stats and notices that the larva tag is finally gone, and his mosquito has finally matured. But what really shocks him is how much the stats have improved, almost exceeding the limits of a legendary creature. On top of that, it's got a new skill called Magic Light Sting, which shoots a long, high-speed energy sting, capable of piercing through targeted enemies. Zhou Wen can't help but flash a grin at his newly evolved pet. With its awesome upgrades, he's feeling pretty confident it can times definitely asterisk take down the blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus. He quickly drips some blood onto his screen, summoning his blood avatar, along with his upgraded winged mosquito. Without wasting any time, he sends his mosquito charging at the Lotus. The Lotus isn't about to just sit there and take hits. The Lotus conjures a shimmering crimson energy, unleashing it to blast the mosquito right out of the air. But the mosquito zips through the attack with blinding speed, almost a blur. It closes in, just a hair's breadth, away from piercing the flower's core with its razor-sharp claw. But in a split second, the sneaky Lotus ducks into the water, leaving the mosquito bewildered, wondering where it vanished. Just then, the mosquito notices movement erupting from below the ground. The Lotus tries to catch it off guard, launching an attack from underneath, but the mosquito deftly dodges the sneaky petals and makes a swift escape. The mosquito then locks its gaze back onto the elusive flower, ramping up its descent momentum with a powerful silver wing attack, aiming directly for the Lotus. The flower, in response, tries to block the onslaught with its swirling crimson energy, but the mosquito isn't finished with its dazzling display. With breathtaking speed, it sharply circles back, slicing straight through the crimson barrier with its razor-sharp wings. The Lotus looks utterly defeated, and with a final surge, it explodes, revealing a massive toad inside, just like in our real-life battle. And just as expected, the toad quickly starts flinging gooey, sticky sludge at the mosquito, but our little hero dodges everything with incredible ease. It quickly counters, unleashing its devastating sting attack, sending a sharp crimson needle straight into the massive toad. The toad instantly pops like a balloon as the needle finds its mark, and another sting from the mosquito obliterates the very core of the Lotus, causing a massive, earth-shattering explosion in the aftermath. Just as the smoky haze begins to clear, the mosquito swiftly grabs the precious crystal from the fiery explosion. Meanwhile, our boy watches on with absolute awe, still doubting if his incredible winged mosquito skill has truly become times powerful. His pet then returns, the coveted prize clutched in its mouth, and quickly spits out the demonic crystal of the blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus. Chu doesn't waste a single moment, snatching up the glowing red crystal. He's feeling incredibly confident that the chi fighting skill imbued within this blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus might just be the key to entering that mysterious small Buddhist temple. He absorbs the crystal, and this time, the absorption process begins to profoundly affect him in real life as well. It feels like a searing, intense heat, threatening to cook him alive, but Joe endures the agonizing pain like a true champ. Moments later, the system loudly announces that the demonic crystal of the blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus has been successfully absorbed, and his original skill, meditation, has been powerfully upgraded to a stronger skill known as blood meditation. Once the intense process is over, Joe Win's body is still emitting steam. He quickly rinses his drenched, sweaty shirt, giving it a solid twist to wring out the excess water. After that, he immediately activates his newly acquired blood meditation skill. As expected, the chi consumption rate from blood meditation is way slower than regular meditation, allowing him to sustain it for about half an hour. He's now feeling incredibly confident that this skill will help him conquer the small Buddhist temple like a true pro. Without wasting a single second, he dives right back into the game. He finally crosses the stairs of the underground Buddha city, pressing forward with renewed vigor and showing no signs of exhaustion. He's ecstatic that this enhanced meditation skill is helping him resist the oppressive power of this area. After a few intense minutes of running, he finally reaches the main entrance of the small Buddhist temple. He's feeling a chill of nervousness before daring to step inside, unsure what monstrous threats might be lurking within. But he pushes forward anyway. After scanning his surroundings for a bit, he's actually quite weirded out that there aren't any dimensional creatures anywhere around. Then, across the way, he spots a mysterious slab with Chinese writing etched upon it, and the title declares it's a short sutra on perfect wisdom. That's when he instantly recalls that the Large Times Sutra on Perfect Wisdom is incredibly renowned. According to legend, a powerful Buddhist master discovered it during a dimensional storm, and it was ranked as one of the 2 greatest chi spell arts in all of Buddhism. He's absolutely sure that this short sutra on perfect wisdom must also be a powerful spell. As soon as he tries to decipher the inscription, the words on the slab begin twisting and writhing around, and he's instantly hit with a brutal, piercing headache. It feels like someone's trying to scramble his brain like eggs. He clutches his head, racked with intense pain, and suddenly, something starts shining brilliantly from the center of his avatar's chest. In the very next moment, the immense pressure he was feeling simply vanishes. He then notices that the velocity of the Immortal Sutra has significantly slowed. The pressure is gone, and he's no longer feeling any discomfort. As he tries to read the inscription again, just as he's trying to make sense of everything around him, he notices his ki bar is rapidly depleting. He hasn't even entered the Buddhist hall yet, so he starts running, without wasting another precious second. Once he's standing safely outside the small Buddhist temple, he opens the door and spots a giant statue with 3 times Buddha faces. He's not even sure if a 3-faced Buddha is a real concept in Buddhism, but as soon as he steps inside, his avatar starts to twist, and just like that asterisk, the game is over. He's dead again, without any warning or obvious reason. Looks like he'll need to dig much deeper to figure out these mysterious rules before he could even step foot inside the temple. However, this grueling experience finally showed him what his predecessors truly endured, risking their very lives for power. And now, he's growing a deep admiration for them. Even with the powerful aid of blood meditation, he still couldn't breach the Buddhist hall. But the absence of any dimensional creatures strongly suggests that entry into the temple must be intrinsically linked to that mysterious stone tablet. He's convinced the tablet holds a powerful chi spell, but since he's already mastered the Lost Immortal Sutra, he knows he can't possibly practice another chi spell right now. Nevertheless, he decides to memorize the intricate sutra inscribed on it. To his utter surprise, he's memorizing this script far more easily than the Lost Immortal Sutra. Once he's halfway through this monumental task, he decides to retreat from the small Buddhist temple's vicinity. Before his chi completely depletes, he plans to return and finish deciphering it. Once his vital chi is fully replenished, he spends the entire day repeating this cycle, yawning and relentlessly grinding through the game. By the end of it, he's finally committed the entire sutra to memory. Suddenly, a blinding light starts radiating from his very being, and he's absolutely stunned, completely blown away by the brand new Kai circulating deep within his core. His mind races. Asterisk. This must be the short sutra asterisk on perfect wisdom he just memorized. He glances at his hand in his real-life asterisk, and can still feel this brand new chi spell. Even though he hasn't formally practiced it, it's automatically, effortlessly circulating through his entire body. Based on his memories, he has absolutely no clue what's happening. But he's far too exhausted to delve into these profound mysteries right now, so he decides to finally hit the hay, and will puzzle out what's truly happening once he wakes up. Just as he starts to finally catch some Z's, mysterious, intricate patterns begin to emerge on his chiseled body. By the way, have you noticed this lazy guy? He does nothing but game, yet he rocks one of the best bodies around. It's honestly a bit jealousy-inducing. Seriously, if I could get stronger just by writing manhwa recaps, I'd be the strongest person on the planet, hands down. Anyway, after his sleep, he heads for a refreshing bath in the morning. As the warm water pours over his body, he lets out a startled scream because his skin is shedding. He emerges from the bath, wondering if this bizarre phenomenon is the effect of the short sutra on perfect wisdom circulating through his body. But regardless, he grabs his phone again, eager to check his updated stats. To his utter surprise, His long-lost Immortal Sutra key spell hadn't been replaced at all. Instead, his constitution had shattered the limit of 10, skyrocketing to 11. And not only that, he could also feel the short sutra on perfect wisdom, circulating powerfully through his very being. But then, a realization hits him that completely blows his mind. Apparently, he can effortlessly replace and circulate his newly acquired chi with the lost Immortal Sutra. This means he's mastered 2 powerful chi spells at once, which is an absolutely monumental deal. Since most chi spells are wildly different in nature, it's incredibly tough for a person to operate 2 simultaneously. The more advanced and complicated the chi spells, the harder they are to coexist peacefully. Just then, his phone suddenly starts blaring. It's none other than Hai Feng, who sharply reminds him they've already reached the lotus pond to challenge the formidable lotus flower. And she's wondering why he hasn't shown up yet. Looks like our guy got so completely caught up in grinding his game that he totally forgot he had a promise to fulfill. Shortly after, he finally makes it to the lotus pond, where we see the party has already launched their fierce attack on the very core of the lotus flower. And our boy is the one who's expertly calling all the shots. And with his absolutely flawless guidance, the team manages to utterly obliterate the monstrous blob of goo. Our boy quickly shouts for everyone to back off at least 20 meters. The beasts immediately start stepping back. But that's when this incredibly cocky guy, who clearly seems to be using his backside to think, insists they should deliver the final, deadly blow, right now, instead of retreating. This hot-headed guy decides to take charge himself, and orders his flying beasts to launch their devastating blood-blade rain. The birds unleash their sharp feathers, which begin to absolutely demolish the entire area. A giant explosion rocks the entire area, and one bird gets caught in the blast, getting burned to smithereens. The cocky guy is left utterly speechless. After making such a catastrophic blunder, our boy makes it crystal clear that he won't be compensating for the loss of the bird because the guy blatantly didn't listen to him. The cap guy quickly apologizes and admits his grave mistake, saying there's absolutely no need for our boy to pay for it. Once the lotus flower is finally reduced to nothing but debris and dust, we see 2 teachers standing near the entrance of the tunnel. The blonde teacher feels quite jealous that someone as incredible as our boy will soon be her student. The woman with glasses comments that our boy, it truly seems as though he somehow knew the Buddha Heart Lotus was about to detonate just in the nick of time to defeat the Buddha Heart Lotus. Meanwhile, within the Western District's military department, 5 legendary creatures had to be sacrificed to accomplish it. The blonde then reminds her, quite pointedly, that, given his connection to the powerful Aang family, it's a pretty safe bet to assume he could have gotten that crucial information from them. The lady immediately counters, stating that Aang, Jing and her brother absolutely despise Zhou, so they'd never just hand over information without an excellent reason. This only makes her even more curious, absolutely burning to learn more. Alright, we're back in the game. Deep inside the dungeon under the lotus pond, the monstrous toad is activated, furiously spitting out those ominous black, gooey projectiles. But our boy's winged mosquito is expertly dodging them left and right, and then bam, takes the toad out with a powerful wing attack to finish the job. The mosquito unleashes its magic light sting, just like it did before, and it erupts in a massive, earth-shattering explosion. And our guy is absolutely chuffed to see the chaos. With his intimate knowledge of the Lotus's attack patterns, and the mosquito's formidable abilities, he can take down this boss with surprising ease. Suddenly, his phone rings, and he sees a brand new loot drop. It's a symbiotic egg of the blood-striped Buddha Heart Lotus. He picks it up, immediately learning it's an alchemy-level egg, and it boasts some pretty impressive attributes. However, he also quickly discovers that, while the Real-Times Lotus knows several powerful Kai fighting skills, this one is far too weak and only has a single skill. Since there's an inherent risk in hatching this egg, and he certainly doesn't want a puny larva Buddha Heart Lotus, he seriously considers fusing it instead. But the fusion rate is, unfortunately, abysmal. That's when another system window suddenly grabs his attention, suggesting he simply feed the egg to his silver-winged mosquito. Our boy vividly remembers that the last time he fed his monster, a legendary egg, it absolutely leveled up. So now he wonders if the same amazing thing will happen again. With that thrilling thought in mind, he presses the feed button. But absolutely nothing particularly happens. It looks like he might have just wasted a priceless legendary egg, and he's left with absolutely no clue about what exactly he needs to do to truly grow this critter. In the very next scene, we see his avatar dashing towards the small Buddhist temple. As he quickly nears the door, He quickly switches his chi spell to the Short Wisdom Sutra, and he feels absolutely chuffed to feel that energy circulating. This sutra is absolutely humming with power. Once inside, his eyes immediately land on the familiar Buddha statue again. Suddenly, a mysterious substance begins to drip from the statue's form, and a dazzling magical enchantment starts to shimmer into existence right there, directly beneath his formidable blood avatar. He's instantly worried he might have just activated another dreaded instant kill trap, but to his utter surprise, absolutely nothing happens to him. Instead, a bizarre cluster of glowing blobs starts to encircle him. When he leans in for a much closer look, he quickly realizes they're actually a clutch of symbiotic eggs. A system window abruptly pops up, displaying some truly peculiar text. According to the cryptic postscript it reveals, the Buddha statue is one of the revered 5 kings of knowledge in Buddhism, who have triumphantly conquered the 3 worlds of desire, form, and formlessness. And he's now being offered an egg by the Buddha himself. Our boy finds this whole situation incredibly strange, that this ancient statue is attempting to bestow him with free, symbiotic eggs. So, when he tries to check the egg's stats, the system window bafflingly declares that its attributes cannot be accessed, because they're simply too unknown. So, he boldly decides to pick one of the 3 eggs at random. The very instant he makes his critical choice, the system dramatically announces that mythical creature hatching is confirmed. Our boy immediately erupts in fury and violently hurls his phone away, because he absolutely never confirmed a single thing. It's not that he doesn't want a magnificent mythical creature. In fact, they are incredibly powerful beings in the dimensional realm. The real problem is that even just legendary creatures nearly annihilated him during their hatching. So, now, he's absolutely dreading the unimaginable pain that's coming with a mythical creature. But since the hatching has already been irrevocably confirmed, the arc of agonizing pain begins, as a red-black substance starts to choke him, and he absolutely refuses to be the first guy to die from just playing video games. A while later, we find him sprawled helplessly on the ground, looking utterly wiped out, as if he'd just reached post-nut clarity. After, well, jacking off to some anime girls. He's absolutely bewildered that he's still somehow alive. Despite the brutal mythical creature hatching process, he can also distinctly feel that his blood and chi have completely drained from his body. I guess it was all worth it in the end though, since I highly doubt he would have gotten such a fluffy and cute furball like this. Otherwise, the creature is introduced, named Dying. He's incredibly confused at first, because a true mythical creature is always expected to be a powerhouse, capable of utterly annihilating everything in its path. But this tiny fella doesn't seem to fit that formidable description at all. He carefully picks up his phone and immediately checks the creature's stats. Alright, get ready for some truly bad news. The system casually drops a bombshell. This creature is supposedly ordinary, but here's the real gut punch. Even in its primary stage, this supposedly ordinary creature is boasting double-digit attributes across the board, making it feel anything but ordinary. He just can't fathom how this is considered ordinary times at all, asterisk. And yet, he was explicitly told this was a times mythical times creature. Now, he feels completely ripped off by this crummy system. But despite the frustration, he starts deeply pondering the system's mention of primary stage. And a fascinating thought sparks. Can this monster actually grow? Much like the legendary silver-winged mosquito, or in myths, the white dog of Bodhisattva, Zeta Garba, famed for hearing everything in heaven and on earth. And in the epic journey to the west, Di Ting impressively differentiated the times, real times Monkey King, from the cunning 6-eared macaque, a feat many other gods couldn't achieve. Yet, this little creature, however, is looking times nothing times like he had expected. Curiosity piqued, he decides to check out the creature's symbiotic form. Poof! The little creature transforms into an ear-piercing ring. The instant the ring's power is activated, his senses sharpen. He can feel and hear times everything times more acutely. He's even picking up sounds from people times outside times his dorm room. Suddenly, he catches a familiar voice. It's Jiang, and she's groaning, with an alarming intensity, which makes him humorously suspect she's having a blast with her middle fingers. He even gets a pang of guilt, feeling like a pervert for eavesdropping, and resolves to tune out and immediately refocus. Yet, her groans only intensify, growing louder still, and it's clear she's in genuine distress. He races to her dorm room and immediately starts banging on the door, shouting, "Are you okay?" But when silence meets him, he starts to truly fear that something awful has befallen her. Resolved to rescue her at all costs, He takes a few steps back and charges the door like a rampaging bull. Yet, despite his brute force, he still can't get in, because, as it turns out, this is Ang Zhang's room, and her security door is practically impenetrable, built like a fortress. Meanwhile, Jiang, who's still on the floor, is utterly bewildered by how he can even hear her. There's no way she wants him seeing her, not in this utterly awful state she's currently in. Before he can truly demolish the door, Jiang urgently yells at him to stop. The pounding on the door suddenly stops dead, but our guy, ever the champion of chaos, swiftly decides to just leap straight through the window, leaving her utterly flabbergasted and speechless. The moment he's through the window, he immediately asks if she's alright. She's utterly mortified to see him there, and demands to know, "How on earth did you even get in through my window?" Our ever-so-clueless hero explains he thought she was in terrible danger, especially since no one was answering her door. He even suggests calling a doctor immediately if he's injured. Our girl instantly panics at the thought, frantically assuring him she's been through this countless times already, and everything will be perfectly fine very soon. That's when this absolute idiot brazenly asks her if she's on her period. She glares at him as if he's the single dumbest person on the planet, hurls a mug right at his face, then reluctantly confirms, "Yes, I am absolutely having my period." Then, she unceremoniously drags him out of the room and slams the door shut. Oh boy, looks like our guy completely misread this delicate situation. Meanwhile, back inside the room, she leans against the now closed door, slowly sliding down to the ground in a heap. Feeling utterly mortified and blushing fiercely, after that incredibly awkward encounter, the boy heads back to his dorm room and begins preparing some food, specifically choosing red dates to help him recover faster. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing, and when he picks it up, it's none other than Sean calling from the other end. The charming playboy informs him that the new semester is officially kicking off today, and every single club on campus is desperately seeking new members. So he suggests they take a leisurely stroll around campus to explore, and perhaps get acquainted with some new faces. However, our boy firmly states he has absolutely no interest in joining any clubs. Sean quickly responds, proposing that they could work together instead, as he's planning to start his very own club. He even promises to help our boy spectacularly climb up the ranks, if he'd only join his club. But as we all know, our guy can effortlessly climb the ranks just by playing video games, so he politely refuses, letting his friend know he's simply not interested. Sean then scolds him, telling him not to be so cold-hearted, reminding him that they desperately need teams to complete most of the tasks assigned by the rigorous college curriculum. He points out that absolutely no one wanted to team up with them during that intense real combat test, and asks if he truly wants to face that humiliating situation again. I guess our charismatic playboy actually has a point there. So, Joe eventually gives in to the logic, but reminds his friend that the two of them alone aren't nearly enough to officially start a club. Sean just breezily says they'll totally figure it out later. With that, the scene swiftly takes us to the bustling outside, where students are already starting to gather in droves, filling the central square of the college. Our boy is completely overwhelmed, lost in the surging crowd. Amidst this ocean of faces, a familiar voice cuts through. Schwann's up on the stairs, already calling out his name, and he's not alone. A stunning lady stands right beside him. As they meet, the resident playboy immediately asks about the bag. Our boy, ever practical, quickly explains his unique haul. It's a special blend of red dates and wolfberry tea, perfect for boosting his blood. That's when the elegant lady charmingly interjects, suggesting that since he's already made it this far, he should absolutely join Wei Yang's fabulous club. She sweetly adds, "We've got tons of lovely girls here, and we'd be thrilled to have you become one of us. Oh, by the way, Wei Yang just happens to be Xuan's sister," which is precisely why Xuan quickly steps in to protest, declaring that our boy is definitely joining his Times Club instead. He playfully teases his sister, "Are you trying to lure him with a whole bunch of beauties?" "We're not falling for that classic trick," he proudly declares. Despite his brave words, our playboy's obvious drooling betrays him completely. He's clearly, absolutely, undeniably tempted. Our boy, however, firmly states he can't join Wei Yang's club, and not because he's against the idea of clapping some cheeks either, but because he's already given Xuan his word to join his Times Club. Wei Yang's charming sister finally gives a graceful shrug, and says she's eagerly looking forward to future cooperation with Xuan's club, should the need ever arise. That perverted brother just shoots a smug thumbs up at his sister, but our boy, he just stands there, completely silent. Once the ladies have gracefully departed, Xuan immediately teases our boy about letting those lovely ladies slip away. Joe, though, sternly tells him to drop the jokes and get serious. "Are you really committed to getting this new club off the ground?" he demands. He warns that they need to start recruiting members, and fast, or all the eager freshmen will soon flock to other clubs, but the playboy casually points out that their hands are tied. Freshmen have to wait a whole month before they can even apply. Plus, to even establish a club, they need at least 5 members. And right now, they're simply not qualified to start anything. An annoyed Joe then blurts out, "What the heck are we even doing here if we can't establish a club?" Xuan proudly replies, "We're here to check out all the girls, of course." Naturally, this response just irritates our boy even more. Realizing he skipped a club full of girls, all to help Xuan establish his Times Club. But then, a distinctively familiar voice suddenly calls out to our boy. Hearing this, Joe quickly spins around, only to find 2 of his former friends standing right there. He absolutely wasn't expecting to run into them at this Times place, and he can't help but find it utterly fascinating that they've all converged upon Sunset College once again. Juan nearly jumps out of his skin, spotting a total hottie in shorts. He instantly asks our boy, "Who is this bombshell?" Shu introduces her as the one and only Feng Roxy, and reveals they even went to the same high school. The notorious playboy then sidles up to Joe and whispers, "How on earth did I miss meeting her back then? If they were in the same school." But even if he missed his shot before, Sean is absolutely thrilled to meet someone like Roxy now. He swiftly invites her to join his club, asking if she'd be interested in joining their ranks. To the playboy's utter surprise, Roxy agrees immediately. That's when this love-struck idiot suddenly remembers to tell her they can only officially apply to start the club a whole month later, so she'll have to wait a little for things to kick off. The girl agrees to wait for their club, then gracefully walks over to Joe. She bows deeply before him and sincerely apologizes, saying she's truly sorry for leaving him out of the team. During the intense college entrance exam, which might have caused him to miss his big chance, Sean watches the whole scene with keen interest, wondering if she joined Sunset College just for Joe. Joe, on the other hand, readily forgives her, saying it wasn't entirely her fault. The blonde guy also awkwardly jumps in, explaining they had absolutely no choice back then, but promises it definitely won't happen again. The playboy then tells everyone to chill out and skip the formalities. Since they're all good buddies now, he suggests it's getting late, so they should all head back and get some much-needed rest to gear up for tomorrow's epic combat test. Chu is more than a little surprised to hear this, and asks if they really have to dive straight into a combat test. On their very first day of college, he wonders if they're heading to Buddha City for it. Sean quickly clears it up, saying, "No, they're definitely not going to Buddha City, because that place is newly discovered, packed with tons of hidden dangers, and the college isn't about to let freshmen take those kinds of risks." Rusha then explains that based on past years' experiences, the college usually picks one of the 4 most stable dimensional realms. For the test, you just need to kill one dimensional creature to pass. And the more you take down, the higher your score rockets. Joe's pretty intrigued and asks, "How do you know so much?" The girl casually points out that all the info is posted on the college's dimensional forum. Soon after, they all part ways. Our protagonist, enjoying a peaceful stroll, reveals that the dimensional forum was established by the Federation, specifically designed to help and encourage users to exchange vital information about different dimensional realms. What's fascinating is that real identification isn't required for registration, allowing both military personnel and the general public to freely post their findings. He barely gave it a second thought during his Gita High days, as complex dimensional areas were seldom within their purview. Yet, he never anticipated that every single student at Sunset College would be actively using the forum to communicate. Now, a new thought sparks in his mind. Perhaps it's time to truly master its rules, and dive headfirst into using the forum himself. Just as he's utterly engrossed in his phone, a voice abruptly snaps him out of his focus. It's someone inquiring if he's the special admitted student residing in this very building. Joe swiftly scans his surroundings, trying to pinpoint the voice, only to discover the petite girl is standing right before him. Apparently, his notoriously long ass, giraffe-like neck was to blame. He quickly greets her, introducing himself as Joe Wen, and casually adds that he lives on the 2nd floor. The girl, bubbling with enthusiasm, introduces herself as Wang Lu. She excitedly shares that she's also a special admitted student, so he can simply call her Lu. She then mentions she lives right on the 1st floor, making them official neighbors now. However, the moment he registers her boundless enthusiasm, he abruptly vanishes into thin air, leaving only the distinct sound of a door closing behind him. It seems she's just stumbled upon a rather peculiar neighbor indeed. Our guy wastes no time putting away his bag, fires up his computer, and dives headfirst into the forums. What he finds is that the forum is an absolutely colossal information-sharing platform, accessible to everyone across the college campus and individuals from all corners of society. They're constantly posting or acquiring dimensional data through this site. He's utterly mind-blown by the fact that such a massive platform allows anonymous registration. And even more shockingly, the Federation isn't concerned about outlaws or hostile forces gleaning crucial information from it. But wait, there's more. An incredibly generous bonus system is in place, where you can freely trade all sorts of rare resources, all by utilizing dimensional points earned simply by posting on the forum. The sheer simplicity of earning these points absolutely astounds him, merely by sharing valuable information. The easiest way to accrue dimensional points is simply by generating clicks on your regular posts, but beware. This only nets you a paltry few points, even with thousands of eyes on your incredible post. But to truly rack up serious points, you'll need to post paid content. The content of these paid posts is unlimited, and writers can set their own prices. However, due to the anonymity of the dimensional forum, users are afraid of being scammed, so they tend to stick with paid content from well-known posters. Additionally, the Federation and the college also publish strategies for paid content, which only cost a few points. At first, our guy mulls over what kind of post to make, but it doesn't take him long to figure out his move. So he dives in and creates his first post. Meanwhile, we see a teacher is lounging on her bed, sipping tea and scrolling through the forums. She comes across all sorts of freshmen, trying to impress the ladies. As she skims through the usual junk, she finally stumbles upon something intriguing. It doesn't take her long to realize that this is a strategy for the small Buddhist temple, priced at 20,000 dimensional points. Her jaw almost drops as she realizes how impossible this is. How could this person possibly know about the small Buddhist temple? The area around it has been set up as a forbidden zone, and relevant news has been blocked. Even most teachers don't know the temple's name. She suspects the post might be a scam, especially since the account is new. But still, if this post is genuine, it could seriously shake up how the military approaches their explorations. Out of sheer curiosity, the teacher spends 20,000 points, and the information appears right before her eyes. She learns that consuming chi through the meditation of the Buddha, heart lotus, dimensional crystal, can resist the strange force in front of the temple, which twists people's insides. The higher the crystal level, the longer the effect lasts. The teacher finds this quite odd, because no one is foolish enough to practice a basic Kai fighting skill, and even if you give this technique to people for free, no one would want to practice it. She wonders if she's been duped by this post. Meanwhile, our guy is grinding away in the game again, battling the Skeleton Knight repeatedly. After taking down the Skeleton Knight a bunch of times, he finally scores a symbiotic egg as a loot drop. He quickly feeds it to his little critter, telling it to grow up and not just eat all the time. Our hero seems utterly fed up with farming those pesky Skeleton Knights, so he decides it's high time to dive much deeper into the map. As he soars around, meticulously scanning the area, he's absolutely baffled to find not a single skeleton soldier in sight, even though he's ventured significantly further than before. Then, his eyes lock onto something truly unusual on the ground. A massive, imposing tower from an ancient imperial city. It's none other than Yanbo Tower, and this is a huge surprise for him. He's left wondering, why on earth is Yanbo's tower here? For context, Yanbo was the illustrious son of Deku, one of the 5 legendary emperors from prehistory, representing the fiery god himself. This iconic tower, famously known as the Fire God's Stargazing Place, is historically supposed to be located in the southwest, specifically outside the ancient Gita city. According to all the history books, the records, everything, it absolutely should not be within the game's ancient city. He's utterly bewildered about this iconic structure's presence here. Suddenly, he spots something incredible soaring over from the tower, and it instantly starts tracking him down with fierce intent. This terrifying entity looks exactly like a scorching, fiery bird, and it swoops down towards him with absolutely bullet-like speed. He immediately adopts his battle stance and unleashes his Ash Palm ability, but the eagle-like fiery creature simply pierces right through it. This devastating encounter leaves our boy utterly blown away, because it felt like he merely hit empty air, totally useless, as the bird just zipped right past him without a scratch. And in the very next moment, that bird's scorching fire roasts his avatar alive. Ouch. He chugs down an energy shake, determined to bounce back, sets aside the empty glass, and dives straight back into the game, absolutely determined to defeat this relentless new monster he's just stumbled upon. This time, He's soaring through the air using his incredible winged mosquito symbiotic form. However, since the mosquito form is the undisputed king of low altitude and incredibly agile, he can't fly directly times above times Yanbo Tower to get a clear view of what's happening. What's making his terrible situation even worse is this relentless monster, which is hotly chasing him from right behind. He desperately needs to find a cunning way to shake it off, and fast. He suddenly recalls the moment the Firebird first turned to attack him earlier, and once the mosquito form skillfully dodged away, the Firebird seemed to suddenly prioritize, attacking whoever was standing closest to Yanbo Tower first. With this brilliant insight, he decides to strategically use himself as daring bait, to finally take down this formidable fiery bird. Just as he reaches a specific, calculated height, he dramatically deactivates his symbiotic form and plummets, utterly wingless. That's precisely when the fiery bird charges right at him, full throttle. But just then, his winged mosquito form quickly swoops in and takes down the terrifying fiery bird with a single, decisive strike. It seems the mosquito's light, agile sting actually works against the Firebird. Even though his powerful ash palm earlier couldn't even graze it, he's also burning with curiosity, wondering why the system still hasn't announced the beast's defeat. But regardless, he swiftly begins to ascend the stairs, keen to investigate for himself. But then, a terrifying sight. 2 more fiery birds are hurtling his way, and he instantly commands his silver-winged mosquito to distract them. The mosquito charges the fiery birds with incredible agility, drawing their fiery attention and clearing the path ahead. All so our hero can bolt up the stairs as fast as humanly possible. But it seems his ascent isn't going to be nearly as smooth as he'd hoped, because the inferno atop the tower begins to react once more, and this time, a flock of fiery birds are coming straight for him. Instead of backing down, he pushes the pedal to the metal. He leaps into the air, zipping deftly past the scorching birds, propelling himself forward with a powerful ash palm. But just as he inches closer to the tower's peak, he starts to discern a mysterious word, written in Chinese, shimmering beneath the scorching flames. Before he can even begin to make sense of it, a colossal explosion erupts, sending everything around him flying. And just like that, the game ends once again. The mysterious word he saw? It meant Imperial in English, but he still has absolutely no clue what it means in this time's context. He's certain this dungeon is based on the real world, ancient Gita City, but in the game, it's bizarrely called the Ancient Imperial City. He also notes there was no official killing notice from the system after he took down those fiery birds. He has a sneaking suspicion that they might have been summoned by some kind of key, fighting skill, and he's burning times to know what will happen if he faces the boss, who summoned these monstrous creatures. He's certain the Fire God Tower holds countless secrets, but he has no immediate way to explore them right now. Later, while browsing the game forums, he notices he scored a whopping 20,000 dimensional points, times twice asterisk. Earning money through the forum isn't as difficult as he'd imagined, but his well-deserved moment of satisfaction is abruptly cut short when he receives a mysterious direct message, and the sender wants to discuss the infamous small Buddhist temple. Meanwhile, on the Other Times side of the screen, the sender is waiting, heart pounding, for Joe's response. Just moments ago, she'd consulted her senior, sharing everything about how meditation might help resist the mysterious, insidious power of the small Buddhist temple. Her senior wholeheartedly agreed, confirming they had tried meditation, and it does indeed work. Yet both burn with curiosity. Who is this mysterious person, who holds such unbelievably precise knowledge about the short temple of Buddha? Then, the senior strategically revealed a crucial detail. A stone tablet stands majestically before the temple, bearing a cryptic, powerful spell. Apparently, tablets like these are scattered across other realms too. Whispers claim someone once dared to practice this chi spell, and unlocked enigmatic, hidden powers. But it's far more intricate and dangerous than that. There's something deeply unsettling about the short sutra inscribed on that tablet, which, remember, stands right before the short temple of Buddha. The senior chillingly revealed that several volunteers, who attempted to commit the inscription to memory, met a tragic untimely end. They all died. The junior is absolutely floored by this shocking revelation, and her senior then cautions her that practicing the short sutra on perfect wisdom demands something truly unique. He urges her to extract more vital intel from the enigmatic poster, the one who shared this incredibly specific knowledge. And so, as she anxiously waits in the present moment, Joe finally times replies to her message. Her fingers fly across the keyboard as she quickly types, and directly asks, "Do you know the short sutra on perfect wisdom?" Our boy coolly confirms that he absolutely does. This only solidifies her deepest suspicions even further, that this guy holds times all times the secrets of the small Buddhist temple. While Joe patiently waits for her next reply, she quickly fires back with a question, demanding to know how he learned times to practice the short sutra on perfect wisdom. She's even eager to offer a premium price for this invaluable information. Turns out, Joe actually has no clue how to practice the short sutra either. He vividly recalls nearly being destroyed by the agonizing headache that struck him when he tried to read the tablet's inscription. He was on the brink of losing consciousness entirely. The only thing that soothed his unbearable pain was the mysterious lost, immortal sutra he had already mastered. Aha! It seems he finally understands how he practiced the short sutra. So, he abruptly stands from his seat and bluntly tells her, he simply cannot help with this request. With that, he slams the forum tab shut without uttering a single word more. The very next day dawns bright and early, and students are already bustling, gathering in the college. We spot Xuan, cheerfully greeting the morning with our boy, who looks absolutely drained and barely clinging to consciousness. Xuan offers him a much-needed, energizing pep talk, warning him not to burn himself out by gaming through the entire night. And it's absolutely true. Our boy did indeed spend the whole night engrossed in his favorite game, delving even deeper into the perilous ant nest, but ultimately came up with absolutely no new leads. Even with the evolved silver-winged mosquito fighting fiercely, and even taking down those pesky black mosquitoes, the ordinary skeletons in Joe's life are still dangerously at risk. Yet they're simply too weak compared to these formidable foes, and they haven't snagged any valuable loot yet. Once everyone settles down, buzzing with anticipation, in walks a stunning beauty with flowing black hair, making all the boys in class practically drool over her. She cheerfully greets them, introducing herself as Wang Fei, a name that literally translates to King's Concubine. As energetic as she seems, however, there's no denying her eyes are clearly begging for some sleep. She spent the entire night anxiously waiting for a reply from a mysterious man, who, of course, is our very own boy. Meanwhile, ever the charmer, our playboy, being his usual audacious self, boldly asks if he can become the king of her life. The teacher, with a mischievous twinkle, agrees, explaining that if he can pass her test and graduate successfully, he just might become one. After a bit of playful banter, she gets straight down to business, inform everyone that the crucial entrance test is to slay one demonized general in the treacherous Tiger Cage Pass. Within a mere 10 days, they can team up with up to 3 other students for this deadly task. She makes it crystal clear that they must finish the task within a minute and a half, or face immediate expulsion. The entire class erupts in a collective scream of shock, with some quickly reminding her that they're still at the vulnerable mortal level. "There's no way we can pull this off," they exclaim. But she calmly explains that as long as they take it seriously, 10 days will be more than enough time to succeed. She then announces that everyone will be granted entry to the Tiger Cage Pass over the next 10 days, and hopes to see them all return after the test is over. Xuan looks just as utterly confused as everyone else, admitting that taking down demonized generals in the Tiger Cage Pass seems like an absolutely unbelievable task. It seems our clueless idiot doesn't even know what in the hell these demonized generals' times are asterisk. So, he asks, why are they so incredibly hard to defeat? In response, Sean dramatically explains that the Tiger Cage Pass used to be an ancient, blood-soaked battlefield, so the creatures residing there are incredibly powerful. Among legendary-level creatures, demonized generals are decidedly above average, with some even possessing special abilities. Demonized generals have even reached the top of the legendary level. Since most of the freshmen are still at mortal level, this test is incredibly tough for them. Joe figures the best way to handle this is to take a closer look at the Tiger Cage Pass and see what's up. The next scene takes us to the teacher's office, where a male teacher is calling out to Wang Fei. He points out that using such a challenging test for admitted students might not be a good thing, since they're just ordinary students. Wang Fei agrees, and says she's already posted the details about the demonized generals on the Dimensional Forum. As long as the students are willing to study up, it's actually not that hard to complete the task. She clarifies that she's not trying to force anyone to drop out of school. She just wants them to stay humble and not get too arrogant or overconfident. After all, what they'll face in the future will be way more dangerous than this. We're back with our boys, who are staring down at the gate of Tiger Cage Pass. As soon as they enter, they find themselves in a desert, where a bunch of weird sand-dweller-looking people are hanging around, Apparently, these are the demonized soldiers, and Juan isn't exactly thrilled to see them, since they were hoping to find demonized generals. He then turns to his friend and suggests they should go deeper, to see if they can find any demonized generals around. But our boy flatly refuses, because he just wants to play it safe and avoid risking their lives. He points out that they don't know much about this place, and he can't be the one to save this playboy every time. Shane calls him a party pooper, and Joe just starts walking away, saying he's going to look around on his own. As he strolls around, we learn that our boy is on the lookout for a dungeon. To scan into his phone, he figures, if he could find dungeons in underground Buddha City and ancient Gita City, then this place should have one too. His eyes land on a statue nearby, and as he squints his eyes to take a closer look, he spots the palm-like emblem he's been searching for. So without any further ado, he quickly pulls out his phone to scan it. A while later, other students have already started fighting the demonized soldiers, and Juan is watching from above looking seriously disappointed. Alright, check this out. Our dashing playboy protagonist instantly senses these demonized soldiers are utterly pathetic. They pose absolutely no real threat to him whatsoever. Frankly, it's quite a laughable sight indeed, especially when you remember how cautious Joe was about these pesky creatures. And speaking of our man, Joe, our boy reappears and tells his friend it's time to get a move on. Upon hearing this, Juan swiftly turns around and agrees. But the moment he catches sight of his friend's unusually happy face, a sudden, unsettling chill runs straight down his spine. As they casually stroll out of the gate, Sean can't help but point out his friend's inexplicably cheerful demeanor, but Joe, of course, outwardly denies everything outright, while inwardly, he's absolutely over the moon with excitement, because he's finally found a thrilling new dungeon to explore. As Joe returned to the comfort of his home, he fired up the game on his PC, diving deep into its features. Eager to jump back in, his character materialized at Hulao Pass. Standing atop the wall, he leaped down to find soldiers waiting below, and struck them all with a devastating, powerful blow. Feeling his character's strength had undoubtedly increased, hearing a mighty roar, he looked around and spotted even more soldiers. He easily slashed straight through them all. With a small, confident grin, Joe moved ahead, slashing down even more soldiers in his path. Wondering if he might finally encounter the mysterious marked, demonized general, he then noticed a different soldier ahead, one with a distinctive cloth tied right around his head. And he instantly guessed this must be who Miss Wang had mentioned. Joe directed his flying creature to launch an attack on the soldier, but the enemy countered instantly with a slash aimed right at the creature. The fly deftly dodged the attack, swiftly circling behind the enemy, and unleashed a powerful beam attack. The enemy, enraged, used his spear to try and blast the fly with fire, but the agile creature effortlessly evaded the blow. Then Joe noticed the enemy leaping onto his own times monster, desperate to get closer to the fly, and launching a terrifying dark and fire-infused attack. Joe inwardly cursed the vitality skill, as his flying ant was inexorably pulled toward the enemy. In an instant, just as the enemy attacked Joe with his spear, it simply passed straight through Joe's body. Shu instantly realized just how strong the enemy truly was, and felt a burning desire to obtain such immense power for himself. Ju noted that the flying ant's true specialty was its incredible speed, making it one of the absolute top creatures in the entire legend class. Yet despite its immense prowess, it had still fallen to the demonized general. The enemy general had likely reached the absolute pinnacle of the legend class. Joe swiftly flew back to the area, but found that the powerful demonized general was no longer there. Perched precariously on a rock, he narrowly dodged a swift attack, eyes immediately locking onto several lurking enemies. Joe still harbored a lingering hope for the true general to make a grand reappearance. Alas, what he found was merely a commonplace, demonized general, utterly devoid of any unique or formidable traits. He swiftly commanded his loyal flying ant to unleash an assault and utterly obliterate the foes. With the enemies spectacularly defeated, Joe recognized these adversaries were truly legend-class creatures, making that ordinary demonized general a stark disappointment from that caliber. He snagged a shiny level 15 vitality crystal, but a wave of frustration washed over him. His stats were already pushed to their absolute maximum limits, so absorbing this crystal wouldn't boost them even an inch further. With no formidable, marked demonized general impeding his progress, Joe fiercely resolved to press onward with his epic quest. As Joe boldly ventured further, he stumbled upon a colossal gate, wondering if this was indeed the famed city. Gate of the legendary Hulao Pass. He noted the conspicuous absence of any truly strong opponents on his journey thus far, suspecting this imposing gate might finally present a much-needed, greater challenge. As he drew closer, a wicked arrow suddenly whizzed from the wall, striking his character with surprising force. Incensed in the real world, Joe furiously wondered who dared to ambush him like this. He couldn't pinpoint the arrow's origin, yet suspected it had been loosed from somewhere deep within the gate's shadows. He accelerated his pace, surging towards the formidable gate, but another arrow ruthlessly struck him down. Realizing his current speed was insufficient to evade these relentless arrows, Joe decided to dive into the internet for intel on the Hulao Pass. He uncovered a treasure trove of extensive information, though details about the interior remained frustratingly scarce. He learned of an epic-class team that had once bravely attempted a daring raid, but met with utter defeat, resulting in the entire area, 5 miles within the Hulao Pass, being declared a strictly forbidden zone. It was explicitly restricted to ordinary students and teachers. Available intel on the feared demonized general was surprisingly sparse, but it did reveal these formidable foes only appeared occasionally within the depths of the Hulao Pass. Undeterred and filled with fierce determination, Joe resolved to explore the area himself. Just then, his second time's pet mysteriously manifested in the real world. With an excited roar, Joe carefully lifted it, acknowledging he needed to nourish both this new arrival and his trusty flying ant. He planned a trip to the Imperial City dungeon, intending to secure top-tier food for his precious new pet, ensuring it was perfectly nourished before daring to tackle the daunting new dungeon. The pet's egg had been an absolute nightmare to hatch, nearly costing him his very life. He had poured extra hours into securing only the finest food for it, and all this intense effort made him feel like a devoted father to the little creature. While gently caressing his pet's horn, it unexpectedly lunged out, sinking its fangs into Joe's hand. Joe let out a loud, agonizing scream, making his neighbor wonder if he'd completely lost his mind. Meanwhile, within the game's Hulao Pass area, they were fiercely battling enemies with their powers. Wong observed their intense battle from the sidelines, and noted that, after just a few days, all the other students except Joe and his friend had gradually begun to tackle the challenge. However, those two had not returned since the first day. Meanwhile, Joe was engrossed in his phone game, when he suddenly acquired a dimensional crystal. He was astonished by the incredibly low drop rate for skill crystals, and even for precious companion eggs. He tapped to absorb the crystal's power, and felt its potent effects surge through his veins in real life. Joe wondered if his robust physique, already at an impressive level 11, was why he felt no discomfort from absorbing it. He mused about trying the Lotus Buddha body as a defensive skill. He activated the power, and a brilliant red crystal enveloped him, only to find his vitality depleting at an alarming rate. Joe realized the skill consumed his vitality too quickly, making it utterly unsustainable for long-term use. Still curious about its true strength, he decided to test its limits further in the game. Joe continued his gameplay, and during subsequent battles, he eagerly utilized the new Lotus Buddha body skill. He hoped it would completely nullify all attacks from the soldiers. However, when a soldier attacked, trying to break the protective circle, Joe realized that while the skill times could weaken the attack's force, it wasn't nearly as effective as he had hoped. Despite his expectation that a general tier vitality skill would be sufficient to withstand the onslaught, it still proved utterly inadequate against the arrows. Disappointed, he found that this supposed skill, a skill hailed as legendary class, felt as flimsy as paper against the arrows. He suspected the archer inside was of a class even higher than legend, concluding that approaching the door with his current strength was unwise. As Joe reassessed his perilous situation, he unexpectedly came face to face with a different, demonized general, unlike the one he'd faced previously. The scene then dramatically shifted to the principal's office, where a mysterious lady had just arrived, informing the principal that she had successfully reached Sunset College. The principal mentioned they had also obtained the trans-regional warrant, and urged the lady to begin her task without alerting the Un family. Swiftly moving to arrest Joe, the lady agreed and prepared to make her move. The very next morning, the enigmatic lady stood before the vice principal, a silent man by her side. The vice principal, clearly bewildered, inquired what had led to the Special Supervision Bureau's sudden involvement, and why they were so insistent on requesting Joe. The lady offered a deceptive smile, reassuring him not to worry, claiming they were only there to talk, with no intention of causing harm. But the vice principal, clearly wary, mentioned his awareness of their formidable reputation and the grave potential consequences of trying to take Joe. He suggested that such an action would come at a truly significant cost. The lady coolly noted that it seemed the vice principal was quite reluctant to hand Joe over. She then subtly asked the man by her side to present his card. As the man placed it squarely on the table, The lady's voice sharpened as she told the vice principal that he should understand its profound significance. She then challenged, was his college truly prepared to violate the law? The vice principal's eyes widened in shock. He recognized the card as a terrifying trans-regional warrant. He was utterly astonished that such a powerful decree was being deployed for just times a student. Meanwhile, the scene dramatically shifted to Joe's room, where he remained utterly engrossed in his game. He quickly rushed to attack the formidable new general, who was relentlessly unleashing fierce flame attacks against him. Joe deftly made his character disappear from the area, aiming to get above the enemy, gathering immense power in his hand for a decisive, crushing blow. However, with shocking speed, the enemy suddenly launched a counterattack. Joe abruptly closed the game. He then realized the enemy had created a formidable blade directly from his hand, displaying a completely different ability compared to the general he had fought earlier. He pondered if this new enemy was truly a knife-wielding character, distinct from the cloth-based one he had encountered previously. He even speculated if there might be yet another special, demonized general with a formidable stone-based ability. Although he wasn't yet ready to face the cloth-wielding general, he thought he might be able to skillfully avoid the knife general's blade, aura, with his silver wing flash. He considered that if he deactivated his companion state, he might have a much better chance of winning the battle, since the general might present more openings when facing just one opponent instead of two. Additionally, he couldn't use demonic light metal while in companion state, which would surely result in further losses. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from his door. Curious about who could possibly be calling at this late hour, Joe opened the door to find a stern-faced man who simply asked, "Are you Joe?" He then, without ceremony, requested Joe come with him to the principal's office. Joe, utterly puzzled, agreed and quietly followed the man, heading straight for the principal's office. Meanwhile, Joe's neighbor watched, utterly bewildered, as he was whisked away. As Joe and the mysterious man continued their walk, Joe noticed the crowd around them steadily thinning. He abruptly halted the man, pointing out they seemed to be leaving the college grounds entirely, and definitely not heading toward the principal's office. Just then, the mysterious lady arrived, smirking at Joe's sharp vigilance. Without a moment's warning, she lunged forward, slamming a fist into his stomach. He gasped, coughing up a mouthful of blood. She declared their long-awaited reunion was finally at hand, and she fully intended to rip information about Jing from him, slowly and painfully. Joe realized his worst suspicions were true. She was, without a doubt, after Jing. He retorted that he had absolutely no information to give, and dared to question if she had any actual evidence to justify this illegal arrest. The lady was visibly stunned that Joe was still on his feet, as that punch should have utterly incapacitated anyone of mere mortal class. She merely scoffed at his question, stating that evidence was utterly irrelevant until times after times his arrest. She imperiously commanded the man to take Joe away at once. Joe challenged, asking what would happen if he flat-out refused to cooperate. The lady coolly replied she would simply lop off his limbs and haul him away by brute force, suggesting it would be times more beneficial for him to comply willingly. Suddenly, Joe unleashed his silver wing flash. A blinding burst of light erupted, completely obscuring him from the man's sight. By the time the light dissipated, Joe had already vanished. The lady, recognizing the flying vitality skill, immediately ordered the man to give chase after Joe, assuming he couldn't have gotten far. She speculated Joe would have made a dash for the nearby forest, and commanded the man to search every inch of it. As Joe frantically leaped from tree to tree, he grimly realized the lady was utterly convinced he was conspiring with Jing, the elusive Oxian, and wouldn't give him a single chance to explain. What's more, losing the Immortal Sutra, a power directly from Jing, would make it terrifyingly easy for them to fabricate charges against him. If he were captured right now, suddenly, a powerful blow struck him, sending him plummeting from the tree. Joe's heart pounded. The pursuit was rapidly growing too intense. A shadowy hand, wreathed in eerie green rays, burst from the underbrush, lunging out to grab him, but he narrowly managed to fend it off. He recognized his pursuers were both formidable legendary class warriors, and if he just kept running, his capture was absolutely inevitable. Quickly checking his phone, Joe uncovered crucial information about the mysterious underground Buddha city. He desperately hoped that if he could just reach that elusive location, he might finally be able to shake off his relentless pursuers. Joe burst into the mysterious underground Buddha city, but his relentless pursuers were hot on his heels. The lady was absolutely seething with rage at the man, who had dared to stop them to check their documents. The man stressed they couldn't afford to waste another second, especially if the An family were to notice their delay. The lady grudgingly acknowledged his point, and immediately blasted Joe with a furious barrage of pink rays. Joe expertly dodged some of the incoming attacks, but when 3 rays converged on him simultaneously, he unleashed his wings, soaring straight upward. The lady noted Joe's wings were indeed a legendary class ability, but she was certain he wouldn't have enough vitality left to sustain such an intense ability for long. As Joe descended, he resumed his sprint, soon encountering a sinister blood zone. Just as he prepared to leap over it, the lady unleashed another relentless attack. While he was scrambling upstairs, one of her devastating attacks struck him, sending him tumbling to the ground. The lady and the man skidded to a halt at the perilous edge of the forbidden area, where Joe had just boldly ventured. The lady declared that if a mere student dared to enter, then they shouldn't be afraid to follow. As they cautiously climbed the stairs, they suddenly saw Joe sitting there, calmly waiting. The lady demanded to know why he hadn't run away. Joe simply replied, "You will die if you dare to enter this forbidden area." The lady scoffed, telling Joe to stop his pathetic bluffing, and as the man confidently approached him, Joe fashioned his hand like a gun, fired, causing the man to instantly collapse. The lady recoiled in utter shock, realizing the man was dead, and furiously demanded to know what Joe had done. Joe calmly replied that he had already warned them, then chillingly asked if she wanted to try her luck as well. He then noticed the lady seemed strangely unaffected by the forbidden area. The lady, absolutely enraged, unleashed her power, intensifying her attack, and remarked that something was definitely peculiar about this place. She then realized Joe's presence here made perfect sense, just as a monstrous creature materialized directly behind her. Joe instantly recognized it, a terrifying headless angel. The lady then explained that this creature was said to be formed from someone who tragically lost their head during ascension, and was a dimensional being hailing from the Western Federation. It had achieved immense military success, and held a prestigious, high rank within the Federation. While her offense wasn't her greatest strength, she wielded a truly one-of-a-kind life providence. She sharply warned Joe to brace himself, as she surged forward, launching her assault on Joe. Joe pondered just how she'd managed to enslave the headless angel as her companion. Anticipating her next move, he swiftly conjured barriers from skeleton pieces, creating a cage of long sticks to trap her. Summoning his pet, he mused that if he simply kept advancing, he might finally reach the Buddha's temple. If even the mighty 3-faced Buddha proved no match for her, he'd truly be in an impossible bind. The lady taunted, asking what other strategies Joe had in mind. Then, with a burst of power, she shattered the barriers he'd meticulously set up. Visibly enraged, she snarled, demanding to know how he planned to contend against someone like her. At the absolute peak of the legendary class, the lady then lunged at Joe, sending him careening into the Buddha temple with a deafening crash. She sneered, claiming he wouldn't be able to escape, and that he'd be saying goodbye to his legs for good. Yet, the moment she stepped into the temple, the very eyes of the Buddha statue snapped open and ferociously attacked her. Joe watched, a smirk of satisfaction spreading across his face, certain that she was finally taking some real damage. Capitalizing on her sudden vulnerability, Joe quickly called forth the flying ant, planning to strike a decisive blow while her guard was down. The flying ant fired a demonic light needle straight at the lady, but she quickly summoned a want lion, using it to make her desperate escape. Joe felt a wave of relief wash over him as the lady finally made her escape. Back in the city, she was heavily, grievously injured. She immediately began plotting to frame Joe for killing Federation soldiers, certain that even if the An family intervened, her charges would stand firm. But before she could even finish her vengeful thoughts, a gun was leveled at her, and a harsh voice demanded to know what was happening. The lady spun, her eyes widening as she saw Tien, wondering what in the world he was doing there. Liz addressed Tien, calling him a warlord. Tien then questioned if Liz was really attempting to kill a Sunset College student, and inquired about the sinister reason behind it. Liz tersely replied that the entire operation was being conducted under the direct orders of the House of Lords, and would proceed regardless of Tien's protests. The man then sharply instructed her to answer the warlord's questions, and to not speak out of turn ever again. Liz finally revealed that their targets were directly connected to the operation. Without warning, the man fired, shooting her in the leg, and she shrieked in searing pain. She roared, demanding to know how he dared to shoot her. Before another word could escape her lips, he savagely shot her other leg, violently forcing her to the ground. The man snarled, demanding if she hadn't understood his command, and advanced menacingly. He warned that if she dared utter another word of nonsense, her mouth would be the very next target. Tien cut him off, ordering him to cease his chatter and execute her immediately. then instructed him to notify her superiors to retrieve her body. Liz, in desperation, begged for a moment. She explained that it was Xiao himself who had ordered her to undertake this perilous task. The man quickly contacted Xiao, who sternly warned that he had only 5 minutes to resolve the entire situation. If Tian failed to resolve it himself, then all who had trespassed at the college would face execution. Exactly 5 minutes later, Tian declared that time was officially up. As the man cruelly aimed his gun directly at Liz, she was utterly consumed by terror. But just then, Chao suddenly arrived, flying in with incredible speed, demanding they leave her alone. He wondered aloud how Liz had managed to get herself into such incredibly deep trouble. Chao then requested a private conversation with Tian, and humbly asked for forgiveness for all the offenses committed during their disastrous operation. He explained that Liz was none other than the daughter of the Lord of the House of Lords, and had despised evil since her youth. She had simply acted impulsively after receiving her orders. Chao desperately pleaded with Tian to grant Liz a chance to redeem herself for the sake of those higher-ups. Tian sharply questioned why he hadn't been informed about these critical details before. Chao explained that the higher-ups of the Federation were deeply concerned with the complexities of Jing's case, and Zhou was currently their only viable lead. They desperately needed Zhou's assistance with their crucial investigation. And Tian had previously, and quite sharply, criticized Zhou himself. This suggested that Tian was well aware of Zhou's incredibly dubious nature. Tian retorted that Zhou's issues were undeniably evident, but not everyone caught in the crossfire could be blamed for the trouble. Chao bowed deeply, acknowledging that they had undeniably overstepped their bounds. Tian then remarked that Chao's attitude toward admitting his wrongdoing was commendable, so he would allow Liz to be taken back. Chao expressed his profound gratitude, but then, Tian chillingly stated that Liz's cultivation would be crippled, and with a brutal motion, he slashed directly at her. Chao quickly mentioned that Liz came from the renowned Cape family. Tian then asked Chao if he truly knew why he was called a warlord. He explained it was because heaven was on the right and Tian was on the left. Meanwhile, Zhu sat in somber silence, deeply contemplating the unfolding situation. He noted the eerie lack of news from Liz after her crucial encounter with the king. He surmised that she might have simply fled the scene. Unable to wait any longer, Zhou decided he would investigate the entire matter himself. Meanwhile, the skeleton army lay decimated and shattered, their numbers gravely wounded. But Zhou, ever the strategist, pulled back just in the nick of time. Now, he needed a moment to meticulously plot his next move. Perhaps even a crucial discussion with Xuan was in order. Just as Zhou readied himself to finally depart, the sleek lift ascended, its gates hissing open with a flourish. A man emerged, greeting Zhou with the formal title, Young Master. He promptly informed Zhou he'd been patiently awaiting his arrival. Zhou, utterly bewildered, questioned why he was called Young Master. The man revealed that Madame Lan herself had dispatched Tian to fetch him. Inside the car, as they drove with Tian suddenly spoke, his voice laced with an edge. You must harbor quite a bit of animosity towards me, don't you, Zhou? Zhou quickly countered that such a thing wasn't true at all, though he did wonder if Tian genuinely expected him to express gratitude for almost obliterating his college entrance exam. Tian, however, merely brushed aside Zhou's biting comments, declaring he cared not a whit how Zhou chose to perceive him. Then, he darkly reminded Zhou that would never acknowledge Zhou's supposed right to replace Jing. Zhou, confused, demanded clarification, needing to understand exactly what Tian was going on about. Tian offered no response, prompting Zhou to cynically ponder that perhaps Tian desperately needed a refresher course in kindergarten, just to grasp basic communication skills. They soon pulled up to a grand mansion, where Zhou was introduced to Ling and Liu. Ling immediately spotted Zhou's chest injury and concernedly inquired about it. Liu, meanwhile, made a quick call to Tian, who confidently assured him the troublemakers had already learned their lesson. Liu then instructed Ling to ensure Zhou was properly cared for. Ling gently guided Zhou to a lavish room, where he began to meticulously tend to the wounds marring Zhou's back. Ling wistfully commented that it reminded him of Zhou's childhood. Zhou swiftly corrected him, playfully insisting Ling must be mistaken. After all, it was Ling who always got the beatings when Zhou was young, usually for shamelessly flirting with the pretty aunt next door. Zhou then pivoted, asking Ling about Tian's cryptic comment in the car, the one where Tian spoke of Zhou taking Jing's place. Just then, Liu entered the room, accompanied by a maid. The maid addressed Zhou, revealing a startling new development. Zhou now possessed the sacred right to enter the hallowed territory of the divine gift. With a respectful bow, the maid presented Joe with some brand new clothes. Joe offered his thanks, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. He then turned to Liu, questioning why this divine gift was bestowed upon him. Liu explained that even Xiao wasn't surprised by this divine gift. He noted that the youngest son of the prestigious Li family had, in fact, already informed Joe about it beforehand. Xiao then mused aloud, a hint of concern in his voice. Such an incredibly important opportunity had been unjustly snatched from Jing. Ling quickly clarified that Jing had, sadly, been suffering from a severe cold, battling factory syndrome since childhood. Even though Liu knew Jing was formidable enough for the trial, she fiercely wished her not to push herself any further, imploring Joe to grasp a mother's profound concern. Joe, in turn, sharply questioned why Tian hadn't been picked instead. Liu quickly responded that Tian was already incredibly strong, and thus had no need for the divine gift. What's more, her father firmly believed Joe was the prime candidate over Jing. Ling then revealed that Joe was also acquainted with Xiao's father. Their paths had crossed back in high school. The moment Ling showed Joe a photo of Xiao's father, Joe's eyes widened. He was the former principal. Joe's mind flashed back to his father's disappearance, right before his last year of high school, forcing him to remain at school and train constantly, even through the weekends. And it was during these demanding days that he met the former principal. Joe vividly remembered honing his powerful punches when, out of nowhere, the former principal lobbed a cold drink can at him, daring him to catch it with lightning speed. Joe's reflexes were sharp. He snagged the can and instantly recognized the principal. The principal, smiling, suggested they take a well-deserved break and treat themselves to some delicious food. Joe recalled rumors that the former principal had retired early, citing health issues, and he'd completely lost touch since. A shock ran through him to discover that Lan was none other than the daughter of his former principal. Lan calmly assured Joe it was fine if he preferred not to take the risk. Joe took a moment, deeply reflecting on the situation, and ultimately decided it was wise to avoid any needless risks. Soon after, Joe pulled up to his destination, and was met by a man who quickly assured him that the troublemakers were no longer a threat. Stepping out of the car, Joe's phone rang with a call from Xuan. Xuan quickly reported that chaos had erupted at the college. However, it appeared that the formidable and family had swiftly resolved the issue on Joe's behalf. Joe, impressed, commented on Xuan's incredible speed. Xuan responded coolly that it was the president's sworn duty to look after his members. Joe mused, the club wasn't even officially established yet. Juan kindly advised Joe to get some proper rest after all that, and then questioned why he didn't just finish the test tomorrow. Suddenly, Joe heard a loud commotion erupting from Juan's side, and urgently demanded to know Juan's current location. Juan quickly responded that he was currently at Hulao Pass. Joe exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? I'm coming right over." He needed to get over there and vent his pent-up frustration right then and there. Joe descends from the sky into Hulao Pass, launching a fierce assault on a monster. Xuan muses that Joe's battle moves can be absolutely terrifying sometimes. Joe ponders why, despite venturing so deep into the pass, they still haven't run into a single demonized general. Xuan confirms he hasn't encountered any demonized generals either, finding the unsettling quietness of the area truly strange. Suddenly, panicked civilians come rushing into view, frantically shouting for everyone to flee. A marked demonized general is here. Xuan immediately proposes Joe step forward and face this threat. Jing then urgently informs Xuan that Wei hasn't returned yet. After covering for a few of their younger companions, Xuan wastes no time, rushing off to check on Wei's safety. Jing turns to Joe, questioning if he won't go help his friend. Joe retorts that Jing seems quite eager to handle things herself, and asks if Lan sent Tian to rescue him specifically because of her. Jing sprints off, playfully denying any knowledge of what he's talking about. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Wei, who finds herself in an inescapable bind. The formidable general enemy looms directly before her. Xuan arrives just in time to assist Wei, asking if she's unharmed. He can already feel the battle's brutal shockwaves rattling his very organs, realizing he's severely outmatched by this formidable opponent. He resolves to hold off the enemy, seizing any chance to escape. Xuan unleashes a swift attack, aiming to distract their dangerous foe. As the enemy's attention is momentarily diverted, Tian quickly snatches Wei and makes a desperate dash for freedom. Xuan watches in horror as his summoned pet, a magnificent white tiger, falls to the enemy's attack in a single devastating blow, leaving him utterly heartbroken and devastated. Joe and Jing observe the grim scene unfold. Joe identifies the enemy as the fearsome knife-wielding, demonized general, realizing that if he and Jing combine their strength, they just might stand a fighting chance. He proposes that any valuable drops from the enemy will go entirely to Jing if they succeed, and suggests they immediately team up. As the enemy prepares to unleash another assault on Xuan, he shoves Wei to safety, attempting a desperate escape. Zhou intervenes, saving Xuan with the incredible aid of his flying ant. As they fly to safety, Xuan expresses his profound gratitude, noting how Zhou has saved him countless times already. He's truly unsure how he could ever repay such a debt. Zhou quickly requests that they absolutely not fight over the monster drops if they manage to win. Xuan then questions if just the two of them will truly be enough to take down this foe. Zhou responds, stating they'll definitely need a third person for this. At that exact moment, Jing unleashes a powerful beam attack on the enemy. Xuan praises the incredible offensive sun shooting technique, marveling at its dazzling effectiveness. He then asks Zhou how on earth he convinced Jing to use such a skill. Jing, thinking of her beloved grandfather, explains that even though she was born with cold factor syndrome, yet she unleashed the blazing sun shooting technique with full power. The enemy, caught in its fiery embrace, roared in fury and began to regenerate its wounds. Zhou shouted, "Don't give it an inch, no time for recovery. Finish it now, while it's still reeling and injured." But despite their relentless assault, the enemy's pet joined the fray. Xuan mused aloud, "Is it trying to make a run for it?" Zhou clarified, "No, this monster's burrowing underground with incredible speed. It's riding on some kind of bloody horse, and it's headed straight for Jing." Just as the enemy was about to strike Jing, Zhou lunged forward, determined to intercept and shield her. Jing confidently stated, "Relax, I could have dodged that myself." Zhou gently set her down, then spun around, moving behind the foe for a powerful counterattack. With the enemy finally vanquished, Zhou retrieved a glistening skill crystal and presented it to Jing. She questioned, "Why are you giving this to me? You must know how valuable this truly is." Zhou replied, "I won't ask for your help without proper compensation." He firmly reiterated, "Any items dropped by our foes belong to you, no exceptions." Jing scoffed, turning away. "There's no need for such a grand gesture. You were the one who saved me, after all." She made it crystal clear. "While I don't want to owe you anything, you're sorely mistaken if you think I'll treat you like a brother." Zhou merely shrugged, brushing off her sharp comments as utterly insignificant. Wei, ever the opportunist, snapped a picture of the duo. Joan remarked, "Ah, yes, this kind of interaction is all too familiar." And Wei added, "Every freshman this year is truly exceptional." Back in the quiet solitude of his room, Zhou activated the dimensional crystal and warped into the game world. Confronting the monstrous creatures, he observed their terrifying ferocity. He then noticed a unique knife aura, one that completely drained all his vitality, capable of instantly obliterating even a demonized general. Just like that! He quickly deduced that this aura didn't consume a fixed amount of vitality. He recognized it as a unique, vitality-based skill. No wonder the marked, demonized general could instantly fell the mighty Jedi White Tiger, a legend-class beast renowned across the land. Zhou acknowledged the overwhelming power of the star-slashing knife aura, but resolved to wield it with extreme caution, noting its incredible might. But what happens, he wondered, when I expend all my vitality? He felt a growing concern about the potential consequences of having his life force completely drained. Suddenly, a monstrous foe lunged at Zhou, catching him off guard as he narrowly dodged the swift assault. He unleashed the star-slashing knife aura, but the monster, unimpressed, simply brushed it off. To Shu's absolute dismay, he realized, the knife aura hadn't even left a scratch on its formidable skin. The monster then retaliated, launching a devastating, lethal attack. And just like that, it was game over for Zhou. Zhou pondered how the vitality skill of his knife character, the demonized general, proved utterly useless. It was completely ineffective against the first time's demonized general. He speculated that the mysterious symbols on the demonized general's forehead were linked to a unique rock-paper-scissors dynamic among them. Each of the three generals possessed distinct, powerful abilities, governed by these very rock-paper-scissors rules. The star-slashing knife aura should be mighty against the cloth character, demonized general. However, the spawn rate for these specific marked demonized generals was incredibly low. Zhou resolved that he would have to grind tirelessly in other dungeons to significantly boost his chances of encountering them. Meanwhile, as Zhou's neighbor girl strolled through the college, she overheard students buzzing about a new video from Wei's club. They all found the content quite ridiculous. One boy incredulously asked if the person was really a freshman, while another confirmed it with a nod, noting that the entire forum was absolutely blown away by the news. A third boy remarked that Joe was just a mere mortal class student, so it was utterly astounding that he was fighting alongside Jing, and had actually managed to take down a times-marked asterisk demonized general at the very peak of the legend class. The girl's eyes widened. Her neighbor was unbelievably strong. The scene then dramatically shifted to the faculty room, where Miss Wang and a man were engrossed in the very same video. Mrs. Wang paused the footage, and the man excitedly commented that not only had Joe aced his studies and the intense test, but he had also slain a times-marked demonized general. He wondered why she wasn't absolutely beaming with joy. Wang sighed, explaining that while Joe was undeniably talented, he had skipped every single self-study session and had recently been gaming non-stop, all day long. She was fiercely determined not to let her brilliant students squander their immense talent on mere games. Additionally, she was meticulously preparing to submit her Mount Laojun teaching plan. The man nodded in full agreement, and advised that as long as Wang properly wielded the power of the mysterious, wordless stele in Mount Laojun correctly, Joe would most likely conquer his internet addiction and dedicate himself more to his studies and rigorous training. As Joe slept that night, he was suddenly jolted awake by a strange, unsettling feeling. The moment his eyes snapped open, he was plunged into an alien-ravaged world. The very land lay shattered, and ferocious monsters had annihilated the human military, who had dared to stand against them. Desperate pleas echoed from the few survivors. Suddenly, Joe felt a presence behind him, and spun around to find an enigmatic smile. He jolted awake, realizing it was all a dream. But the dream's terrifying vividness lingered. The scent of blood and burning still assaulted his senses. The enigmatic figure from his dream plagued Chu's thoughts. Could it be linked to the Immortal Sutra's enigmatic list? He pondered if these unsettling hallucinations were a direct result of the sutra's potent influence, which had once felt like an empty void, but now felt chillingly, undeniably real. Was this dream a terrifying omen of the sutra going out of control? A dire warning connected to the Demon King? Or was it something far more sinister? As his mind reeled with these unsettling thoughts, another one of his peculiar pets suddenly appeared. Ju pondered why it had emerged on its own, and if hunger was the cause. He decided to push the disturbing dream from his mind. He knew that no amount of thought would yield any clues, whether it was an omen or a looming catastrophe. His only recourse was to forge himself into someone strong enough, before any impending threat made its move, and discover the elusive path to the legend class. Meanwhile, the scene dramatically shifts to the dimensional defense line, specifically in the Eastern Sea region. A dimensional creature was just detected, cleverly bypassing the defense line, first underwater, before bursting forth from the surface. Its image was instantly captured, confirming it as a creature from the Western dimension. Next, we're in Miss Wang's class, where she's addressing her eager students. She congratulated them warmly on triumphantly passing the admission test, and revealed that their lessons were about to begin. However, she clarified that combat wouldn't be their focus today. Instead, they'd all be heading to Mount Laojun for meditation. She revealed that the worry-free stele, located there, possessed mysterious powers that would profoundly benefit them all. Just then, Joe and Sean joined the class. Sean quickly leaned over, asking Joe what he'd been up to. Joe seemed lost in his thoughts, clearly preoccupied. Sean then commented on Joe's tendency to schedule too many appointments, lightheartedly urging him to control himself a bit. Joe retorted, questioning if that was truly all Sean could ever think about. Sean yawned, reflecting on his own recent efforts to find a path to advance. He knew it for a fact. If he didn't shatter the limits to Legend class, he'd hit an impenetrable wall when it came to boosting his stats. Even devouring countless stat crystals wouldn't make a difference. He'd tirelessly brainstormed techniques to skyrocket his stats, but after burning the midnight oil for countless nights, he still hadn't made a single breakthrough. It became clear. Simply using the flying ant to divert firepower was no longer going to cut it. He desperately needed a vitality skill to make him lightning fast. Meanwhile, as Joe snoozed, his legendary laziness was on full display. The scene shifts abruptly to the devastated Mount Kizi, where chaos reigns supreme as acidic rains and consuming flames obliterate everything. Amidst the ruin, a lone man fiercely battles a general, skillfully blocking and expertly dodging the enemy's relentless attacks. The man then seizes nearby ropes, yanking them powerfully towards himself. With a swift motion, he signals Tien to launch an immediate assault. Tien unleashes a devastating, powerful beam, tearing into the enemy. The man gravely reports to Tien. The entire third squad has been wiped out, not a single soul managing to retreat. Suddenly, A faint voice cuts through the din, and they rush towards it, but by the time they finally reach the source, the young boy is already gone. Tien solemnly acknowledges their sacrifice, proclaiming them the undeniable pride of humanity itself, and wishes for them to finally rest in eternal peace. But with grim resolve, he declares there's absolutely no time for mourning. Their valiant sacrifice absolutely cannot be in vain. He barks out orders for the immediate deployment of the Engineer Corps, tasking them to rebuild the shattered defense line at once. Meanwhile, the horrifying mutations within Mount Kezi's dimension are rapidly worsening, and Tien urgently pushes Tenny to uncover the true root cause. He can only pray the Eastern Sea region can somehow manage the dire situation, and effectively, the scene swiftly shifts to the majestic Mount Laojun, where Zhou, accompanied by Xuan and a cohort of other students, arrive at a mysterious, secluded location. Xuan, reflecting on their surroundings, comments on how astonishing it is that only specially admitted students have ever had classes held in this very spot in recent years. Zhou, ever cautious, inquires if the place is truly safe, and if Mrs. would seriously bring freshmen to such a place without warning. Xuan, calm and collected, quickly reassures him, explaining that this mystical place is famously known as the non-killing realm. According to the stringent rules of the Federation, the creatures dwelling here absolutely won't actively harm humans, and, in turn, humans are forbidden from harming the creatures either. It's widely celebrated as the safest dimensional realm, in that unique and crucial regard. However, Zhou absolutely must adhere to the no-killing rule, or karma will retaliate. Zhou, ever the skeptic, pointedly inquires whether Xuan truly believes in such superstitions. Xuan smartly replies that the Federation wouldn't simply enforce a rule based on something as flimsy as ordinary superstitions, and suggests they just go with the flow. As they press onward, they suddenly spot a creature, and Sean declares it's totally jinxed. Zhou then probes if there's anything special about this wordless steely. Xuan reveals that while it certainly won't kill him, it could unleash a wave of uncontrollable excitement in Zhou, as if constantly pumping him with boundless energy. As the other students sink into their meditation, Ms. Wang strides over to Zhou and Xuan, demanding what they were discussing and beckoning them to step forward. She unveils a statue, declaring it will be their next daunting assignment. They must endure the enigmatic power of the worry-free Steely for precisely half an hour, no more, and not a second less. She then promptly starts the timer. As Zhou meditates, he senses a warm, enigmatic energy surging within him. The sensation spirals into an overwhelming intensity, and not only does he feel an intense heat, but his body also writhing with uncontrollable agitation. He grips his pants tightly, desperately trying to keep calm. The peculiar sensation eventually begins to wane, and the lost immortal sutra awakens and flows through him. It's just like the profound experience he had in that small Buddhist temple. Meanwhile, all the other students grapple desperately with the exercise. Ms. Wang explains that the worry-free Steely is designed to bring forth inner peace, but it can also overwhelm them with a surge of excess energy, or even make them manically excited if they remain under its influence for too long. She expresses her hope that they will all become dedicated students, especially Zhou. Of all people, spotting that Zhou has actually fallen asleep, she sternly warns that if this continues, the worry-free Steely's power could tragically harm the other students. As the designated time draws to a close, she commands everyone to cease meditating. The students, now buzzing with an intense surge of energy, eagerly chatter about battling each other, and are utterly unable to contain their boundless excitement. Ms. Wang is utterly taken aback, noting that this is the very first time she has witnessed the worry-free Steely fail completely to affect a student, and she wonders aloud if Zhou's indiscipline has descended into utter hopelessness. Meanwhile, Gwen, on the other hand, is bursting with motivation and cranks out numerous push-ups with incredible vigor. Zhou, absolutely brimming with boundless energy, casually asks if he can go for a walk or even run an entire marathon. Ms. Wang is absolutely flabbergasted and questions if Zhou is genuinely serious or just putting on an act. She even doubts if he believes his own words. Miss Wang grants Zhou permission to depart, instructing him to return in just 3 hours for their next intense training session at the college. Zhou plunges into the forest and quickly checks his profile, noticing his vitality surge to an incredible 11 during meditation. It's a breakthrough, just like at that small Buddhist temple, as one of his stats has shattered its limits once more. The sheer vitality now surging through him clearly points to a third times type of vitality technique. Zhou now understands that the worry-free, steely technique must be a form of time's mysterious vitality, time's art, making him wonder if Mount Laojun holds a hidden spot. where he could snatch a mystic egg for free during his exploration. Suddenly, Joe stumbles upon a dimensional creature, instantly recognizing its incredibly high level, just from its intimidating appearance. Surprisingly, the creature completely ignores him, casually munching on grass. Joe observes it doesn't seem aggressive at all, wondering if it's devouring a rare spirit herb. He spots a similar glowing flower in the distance, snatches it out, and marvels at its tenacity, questioning if this is truly a magical herb. Suddenly, the creature becomes incredibly agitated, and Joe realizes he was tossed away by some unseen force. The creature had come to feast on that very grass, but Joe had brazenly taken it instead. In furious response, the creature sends Joe sprawling to the ground. Joe protests, claiming he found the herb first, implying it should follow the sacred principle of first come, first served. He notices the creature has absolutely no intention of giving up its herb, so he decides to let it go, asking if the creature truly wants it. The creature, utterly bewildered, turns and slowly begins to depart. Joe muses that even if he can't outright defeat it, he can certainly make it uncomfortable. He presses onward, and soon arrives at the majestic Zhangtian Gate, wondering if he's already halfway up the formidable mountain. As he cautiously approaches the Grand Gate, he notices a thick, ethereal fog engulfing it, hinting that no one has ventured here in ages. He recalls there should be a mysterious dungeon mark in this very area too. Checking his phone, he contemplates diving into the dungeon. Suddenly, a searing beam attack violently strikes him from behind. It's that creature, the one whose food Joe had stolen. Joe marvels at why the creature ambushed him like this, almost shattering his back. He realizes the cunning animal knows it can't defeat him on Mount Laojun, so it cleverly pushed him into a dangerous, confined space. Ju's eyes widen as the herb he swallowed now emerges from his very skin. "What in the world is happening to me?" he exclaims in disbelief. Suddenly, sinuous roots erupt, beginning to coil around him. A chilling thought strikes him. Is he actually turning into a plant? With a surge of his power, Joe swiftly disperses the encroaching roots. He then reflects, a grim realization dawning upon him, that this unsettling predicament mirrors his past ordeal at the quaint, small Buddhist temple. He knows he desperately needs a mysterious, hidden vitality technique to finally escape the clutches of this enigmatic, binding power. Disoriented by the dense, swirling fog, Joe can't discern which path to take. His vision is severely obscured, making it impossible to see ahead. Just then, the peculiar creature reappears, intently scrutinizing him. Startled at first, Joe cautiously wonders, what does it want now? The creature then expertly sweeps a leg, clearing the fog from Joe's immediate path, and begins nudging him firmly in that specific direction. Joe sighs, acknowledging, "All right, I get it, you want me to go this way," but adds with a hint of exasperation, "You really don't have to push me." Joe soon arrives at a town, its eerie silence immediately striking him. He muses, is this place also part of the dimensional realm? And his gaze falls upon the colossal trees towering behind the houses, and his curiosity is piqued by the mysterious building at the road's end. A wave of déjà vu washes over him, just like at that tiny Buddhist temple. Upon closer inspection, he realizes it's the legendary Tai King Temple. Ju ponders. Is Tai King, one of the famed three pure ones, worshipped here? And could this Tai King Temple be cursed, just like the Buddhist hall? He firmly decides against entering. Yet, true to form, the creature gives him another decisive shove inside. Once inside the hallowed temple, Joe hears a resonant voice declare, "The great Tao is formless, and from it, heaven and earth are brought forth. The great Tao is heartless," the voice continues, "governing the relentless dance of the sun and moon. It is nameless, yet nourishes all things, and thus, it is called Tao." The voice then clarifies, "Those who enter here are followers of Taoism, and you must choose one of the three pure talismans." Instantly, three shimmering cards materialize before Joe. Pondering his past as a Buddhist, and now confronted with Taoism, he thinks, what in the world is going on? Can anyone explain this? Joe must now make a crucial choice among the three mysterious cards. The luminous jade talisman, the ancient wood talisman, or the sturdy metal talisman. Recalling Mount Laojun's towering trees and strong wood element connection, he decisively chooses the wood talisman. The moment he makes his selection, a searing pain erupts, and he wonders, is this another forced hatching? Feeling utterly drained, he forces his eyes open, to find a vibrant green ball of light hovering right before him. Suddenly, the ball bursts open, revealing a vibrant banana fairy. Joe instantly recognizes this banana fairy. It's just like Ting's. Its stats are maxed out, pushed to their absolute limit, yet it possesses only one singular, potent skill. The Great Yin Wind. He's incredibly curious about its true power. Chu resolves to return and delve deeper into its mysteries. He worries his teacher might grow suspicious of his prolonged absence if he's gone for even a moment too long. Upon his return, Miss Wang immediately asks where he's been. Apparently, she'd been searching for him everywhere. Joe explains he simply went for a walk, wandering a bit too far. Chu is startled, hearing peculiar animal sounds. He checks, only to find an antelope has actually followed him. Noticing an eye-like mark on its head, Joe wonders, could this be the legendary antelope? Later, Joe returns home, the antelope in tow. He presents the antelope with its grass food, explaining he's washed it thoroughly, several times over. It simply won't get any cleaner. He wonders why the antelope refuses to eat, and why hasn't it returned to Mount Laojun. The antelope, however, ignores him. Relaxing with a good book, Joe muses that it followed him all the way here, and shows absolutely no intention of leaving. Joe sighs and takes a seat. He hoped to find a way to free himself from this predicament. This crazy game situation, that is. On his way back, he even tried entering Mount Laojun via his phone. He thought it would be as safe as reality itself. But upon entry, a dimensional creature instantly annihilated him. The only real difference between the game and his reality? The antelope had times followed him **. In real life, he figures, despite its rather unpleasant demeanor. This is definitely no ordinary high-class creature, though he still can't fathom why it's following him. He decides to keep it. There's truly nothing else he can do. Starting the game, he's at Ebo Tower with the Banana Fairy. As enemies swiftly approach to attack, he instructs the fairy, use the Great Yin Wind. The fairy unleashes the Great Yin Wind, striking the enemy. Joe remarks on its devastating effectiveness. The extreme, biting cold of the Great Yin Wind is devastatingly effective against the Firebird. Straight from the temple of the fire god itself, he notices the fairy looks utterly exhausted, realizing that with its current vitality levels, it can only unleash this potent attack times once *. The Great Yin Wind has a massive area of effect, and, if used with cunning strategy, it could potentially wipe out countless Firebirds at the temple's peak. In one swift move, Shu decides to gather the Firebirds together. This is to maximize the attack's devastating effectiveness. He rushes ahead, instructing the flying ant to join him. As the Firebirds launch their assault, he uses the flying ant to fight back. Joe acknowledges this won't be as easy as he initially thought. Both he and the fairy could get surrounded by the Firebirds, all before they can even gather them effectively. To avoid being completely overwhelmed by these Firebirds, Joe realizes he desperately needs to enhance his agility. He decides it's time to find a suitable footwork-type vitality skill. After checking numerous comments and reviews, he plans to visit the library for even more information. Meanwhile, the antelope makes a sound, grabbing Joe's attention. It then shows him a picture of a specific vegetable it wants. Joe comments that the antelope certainly enjoys its life to the fullest. Afterward, Joe heads to the library, diving into various books. He quickly discovers one technique just isn't suitable for him. While the incredible fish-to-dragon technique, much like the famed Sovereign Flash, can accelerate instantly but absolutely consumes a lot of stamina. He crosses off several other techniques and concludes that the legendary Dragon's Gate flying technique seems to be the most suitable option by far. This flying technique, depicted with a goddess in a painting, doesn't allow one to stay in the air for long, but it makes the user incredibly light and agile, a state that can be maintained for truly extended periods. Joe notes that the Dragon's Gate is located in Luoyang, and plans to visit it the very next day. As he steps out of the library, a monstrous dimensional creature suddenly appears, smashing through the floor. Joe wonders why a dimensional creature has suddenly appeared in the city. The creature attacks him, but he expertly dodges the strike by flying. He notes the immense destruction caused by its powerful swing, and wonders if it truly is an epic-class creature. Joe then observes the creature is about to unleash a vitality skill. 2 aircraft arrive to attack the creature, and then a mysterious man appears. He asks the creature where it could possibly go after running for so long. The man then unleashes a powerful Thunderbolt snap attack. The Thunderbolt strikes the creature head-on, causing its blood to splatter directly onto Joe. The creature is swiftly killed. The man then approaches Joe to check if he is alright. Joe confirms he is fine and immediately inquires about the situation. The man explains that the creature was actually a companion pet that went berserk and escaped its master, all because its master deviated during cultivation. He tells Joe the military will handle the rest of the situation, and advises him to leave and stay safe. Staying absolutely silent, to prevent a widespread panic. Joe nods, swiftly departing from the eerie scene, a chilling thought echoing. That creature was no ordinary companion pet. No creature bound by a contract, that's for sure. Back home, Joe peels off his blood-stained jacket, when suddenly, a strange conch tumbles from its pocket. He stares, bewildered, wondering just when it appeared. Suddenly, ropes erupt from the conch, coiling tightly around his neck. A mysterious lady materializes, declaring her escape from their watchful eyes, and mournfully regretting the fate of her little pet. Joe's mind reels, recognizing that her power of coercion far surpasses even the formidable snake he faced earlier. The lady turns to Joe, stating he's granted her an immense favor, and for his reward, she intends to make him her next meal. Just as she lunges forward to strike him down, the antelope swiftly intervenes, sending the lady sprawling and freeing Joe. Joe turns, bewildered, to face the antelope, which astonishingly projects a clear image of its desire. Joe, without hesitation, promises to buy it for sure. Meanwhile, the lady declares herself the princess of the sirens, scoffing that no mere antelope will ever subdue her. Joe asks the antelope, "Are you planning to finish her off? And, perhaps, will she drop anything useful if you do?" The lady frantically pleads, acknowledging her offense, and offers her father's divine technique if he just spares her life. She elaborates, revealing her father, Chaos, is a primordial god, straight from ancient mythology. The very first deity born from primordial chaos, embodying the essence of primordial order, time, and all of space. He represents the dawn and creation of the entire world itself. She confesses escaping from the West, solely to obtain this coveted divine technique, and now, she offers it to him, should he spare her. She conjures a small, shimmering orb to demonstrate. Joe ponders. Is this divine technique a vitality technique? He asks for immediate confirmation. She nods, confirming, and elaborates. All he needs to do is gaze into the mystical space held within the orb, and he will undeniably experience the raw power of chaos. Joe leans in, bringing his face perilously close to the orb in her hand. And just like that, her sinister trick begins to ensnare him. A growing dread washes over him. Something feels terribly wrong. Too late, he realizes he's been utterly deceived. Suddenly, he finds himself, along with the antelope, in a bizarre, swirling void of crimson rays. He frantically wonders where they are, and if the antelope was tricked too. Then, a chilling voice echoes, calling them children. Joe's mind screams, "When did I become a child of chaos?" As he dreadfully realizes he's about to be dragged even deeper. He stumbles upon the long-lost immortal sutras, and believes they've come alive all by themselves. Once more, he questions if he's now a devotee of some ancient deity. The scene snaps to the mysterious lady who was once in Joe's room. Though savagely attacked, she's now beginning her recovery. She muses that only the direct descendants of chaos could ever hope to command the first order of chaos. The orb flares with brilliant light, and she's utterly stunned to see Joe reappear. She demands to know why the power of chaos left him completely unharmed, and how he even managed to seize a divine technique. Antelope suddenly appears, then collapses dramatically at Joe's feet. In a burst of pure fury, Antelope lunges, attacking her, but his third eye simply absorbs the blow. Joe clarifies that the siren's orb has become nothing more than a hollow marble after surrendering the very first order of chaos. He then calls out to Antelope, and suddenly, it's absorbed into the tiny orb now clutched in Joe's hand. Joe observes that the spatial pocket still appears to be active, and muses that it could actually function like a real-life game inventory. Antelope then bursts out, delivering a swift kick right to Joe. Joe quickly deduces that conscious, living beings can't be stored inside, at least not for very long. He brought back all the fresh vegetables Antelope was craving, and informs him he's about to head out, instructing Antelope to stay put right at home. Antelope's reply? A swift kick, sending him flying right out. Joe glances at his phone, and finds a treasure trove of intel about the Dragon's Gate grottos. Right there on the forum, he reads that the grottos hold countless different caves, and contemplates finding a dungeon mark to pinpoint which specific cave houses the coveted flying technique. Just as he's leaving, he bumps into Xiao, who warmly greets him. He returns her greeting and asks if he may simply call her Xiao. She agrees, then curiously asks where he's off to so early. Joe reveals he's venturing to the Dragon's Gate grottos. Xiao's face lights up at the news, and mentions she's been cultivating her own power there lately. She excitedly proposes they go together. He readily agrees. She then proudly states she won a fantastic new ride from a TV lottery event, and it's incredibly convenient. Joe wonders if it's something humble, like a fancy bicycle. But when they step outside and Joe spies an actual aircraft, he can't help but ask if she's truly a princess, perhaps from a country blessed by the Ringasis themselves. She simply retorts, "Is it really that strange to win a helicopter from a lottery?" The scene leaps to the sprawling dimensional area of the Dragon's Gate grottos. As Joe and Xiao arrive, they observe countless people wandering, all trying to puzzle out which mysterious cave to brave. A bustling scene unfolds, with some actively engaged in lively bartering. Joe can't help but notice the sheer, breathtaking vastness of the Dragon's Gate grottos. He can't help but wonder if a powerful dungeon mark might just be hidden within these walls. Xiao, ever direct, inquires if he, too, is here pursuing a mission. Joe confirms his quest. He's on the hunt for the legendary Dragon's Gate. Specifically, the elusive Apsara technique. Xiao reveals that the Dragon's Gate, in all its glory, Apsara technique isn't just a simple drop from any dimensional beast. In the Lotus Cave, her true target is none other than the strongest Apsara herself. She then casually mentions she's in dire need of a capable assistant. What perfect timing! She proposes an enticing deal to Joe. Joe, intrigued, naturally asks for the juicy details of her proposition. Xiao lays it out. She needs to take down a fearsome Apsara beast. She requests his assistance, offering the coveted Apsara technique crystal in return. This crystal, she assures him, will definitely drop. Joe agrees. He muses. A skill crystal is one of the absolute rarest item drops out there, yet he knows there's never a guarantee it'll actually drop. He wonders how she can be so incredibly lucky all the time. Arriving at the Lotus Cave, they immediately spot the menacing Apsara beast. Xiao dramatically instructs Joe to film her epic battle, making it look absolutely beautiful. She hands him her phone, then launches into a flying attack with breathtaking speed. Not to be outdone, Joe leaps into the air as well, determined to capture every moment. He figured she absolutely needed someone to perfectly capture this incredible moment. The beast lunged, but she elegantly dodged its strike, slashing back with incredible precision. Mid-recording, Joe's keen eye catches a glimpse of a faint dungeon mark nearby. Once Xiao triumphantly defeats the mighty beast, she promptly hands him the shimmering crystal, imbued with the Dragon's Gate Apsara technique, then immediately asks, "How long was the video?" Joe quickly replies, "Exactly 1 minute and 5 seconds. Joe takes the crystal, thinking how incredibly lucky Xiao is to snag a rare skill. A crystal drop, on her very first attempt. Unbelievable. Xiao, however, casually remarks that it felt like it took forever. Suddenly, Huang arrives, immediately asking if Xiao is here to challenge his record. Xiao sighs, admitting with a touch of exasperation that she'd failed once more. Guang then introduces a boy who had shattered Huang's record in a mere 20 seconds. Xiao swiftly asks if Feng ever made it to Sunset College and how he's faring. Guang reveals that Feng isn't continuing his studies, and how Feng's legendary life story, his divine providence as the heavenly king of the quick blade, has solidified him as the times unparalleled specialist in his field. He implies there's absolutely no point in competing with Feng's mind-blowing speed. Xiao declares she plans to explore other treacherous caves to truly challenge herself. Then, she pivots, asking Joe about his next exciting plans. Joe casually replies that he intends to simply roam and explore the surrounding area. Huang presses Xiao, reminding her he wants to discuss venture capital, bringing up their very important previous conversation. Xiao, unfazed, simply ignores him and continues walking, determinedly. Huang, however, follows her relentlessly, absolutely determined to talk. Just then, Feng approaches Joe with a knowing look. He calmly remarks that he's already seen the video of Joe defeating the marked, the demonized general, utterly captivated by his incredible strength. Feng confessed he'd been completely skeptical when the teacher claimed Joe was making any progress, but he never imagined Joe would jump into the cameraman role. Feng felt more than a little embarrassed. Huang quickly reassured Joe not to let Feng's words get to him, explaining that while Feng was fundamentally a good guy, he could be a real hotshot sometimes. Joe mused on their dynamic, so reminiscent of close friends. And now that the others had cleared out, he decided it was time to explore the new dungeon. As Joe meticulously examined the area, he realized the Dragon's Gate grottos was, indeed, one of the dungeons. He walked around and spotted Huang nearby, calling out for people to sneak a peek, to just take a glance, emphasizing they absolutely couldn't miss this opportunity. Joe called out to him, and Huang recognized him instantly. Joe asked if he was engaged in some street vending. Huang confirmed with a nod, and explained he was selling eggs from the legendary stone Kylan, a creature of legendary class. He then asked if Joe was interested. The stone Kylan boasted impressive stats, and a vitality skill called Petrified Skin, providing powerful defense, though its offense was lacking. In rare cases, it could hatch with a divine skill. The Kylan's dominating body, which converted its defensive abilities into devastating offensive power, making such stone Kylans top tier among legendary class creatures. Huang offered Joe a special price, 200,000 dimensional points per egg, and asked if Joe wanted to try his luck. Joe inquired why Huang assumed he even had the money. Huang looked disappointed, explaining that since Joe was with Xiao, he assumed Joe would be wealthy as well. Joe scanned one of the eggs, and noted he had examined over 10 companion eggs with his phone, all of which had Petrified Skin as their skill. He acknowledged that the Kylan's dominating body was indeed rare. Zhu told Huang that if he could break the stone Kylan's defense, he might obtain many companion eggs, implying the Kylan was quite the powerhouse. Xiao arrived and commented that it wasn't unusual at all, and that Huang wasn't quite as he seemed. She mentioned that Huang was currently ranked first in their college's power rankings. Huang, seeing Xiao's return, asked if she wanted any stone Kylan eggs. She declined, stating she preferred cute pets. Xiao then revealing that Huang was actually the undisputed strongest in the entire college. Zhou then pointed out that if Huang was receiving subsidies from the college, he absolutely should have plenty of money. So why on earth was Huang selling these companion eggs? Huang explained he was raising crucial funds to develop an epic new game, and as he showed Zhou a peek at his creation, Zhou couldn't help but notice it was still pretty rough around the edges. Huang admitted that was precisely why he desperately needed money to perfect it. He added that the game was intricately designed to reflect reality itself, complete with detailed maps and terrifying monsters, all based on the very real dimensional areas he had personally explored. Zhou realized Huang's approach was incredibly unique, yet strangely similar to his own mysterious, evolving game. He then understood that if Huang's game reached full development, he might not stand out when playing it in the future. Zhou told Huang it was an absolutely brilliant concept, and would prove incredibly useful for newcomers. He regretted not having the money right now, though, but promised he would definitely invest in the game once he had the funds. Huang became visibly emotional, and asked Xiao, with trembling voice, "Do you see? Someone finally acknowledges my venture." He then earnestly asked Zhou to promise to be his future collaborator. Zhou readily agreed, and Huang offered him one of the precious stone Kylan eggs as a gift. Zhou acknowledged that this was also quite the gamble. When Zhou finally returned home, he found Antelope had devoured absolutely everything in sight. The result? A significantly, dramatically increased body size. Zhou wondered aloud if Antelope had really eaten all times of that food. He realized that, just like Huang, he would also need to work incredibly hard to earn some serious money. However, he had acquired the powerful Asura technique and a rare stone Kylan companion egg from the legendary Dragon's Gate. Holding the egg, Zhou suddenly saw Ting rush forward, ready to grab and eat it. Zhou then meticulously examined the mysterious crystal he had received, and intrepidly entered the underground lotus pond. There, he instantly spotted the magnificent blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus, realizing he had arrived at the absolute perfect moment. Now, he was completely ready to test out everything he had just learned. Focusing intently on the Dragon's Gate Asura technique, a terrifying creature suddenly lunged and attacked him, but Zhou dodged its strike with effortless grace. He mused that by applying just the right amount of force, he could easily avoid the creature's dangerous strikes. This was perfect, as he was using this very opportunity to test his developing skills. He called upon the flying ant, and then fiercely attacked the creature. He then discovered a blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus, and learned it possessed an astonishing 4 distinct skills, with only one of them being related to physical prowess. And then, he noticed a mysterious mark glowing on his hand, and the system then prompted him to merge the companion egg into his skeleton ant. He readily agreed, fully aware the process had only a 1/3 chance of success. Yet, considering the skeleton ant had been badly injured by Liz, and possessed incredible potential for evolution, it seemed well worth the risk. As the merging process completed, the skeleton ant spectacularly evolved into the lotus ant. Zhou quickly checked its profile, and was thrilled to note its stats were superb within the legendary class. It had inherited all the potent skills of the blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus. He pondered summoning it right away, though a lingering concern was its massive size. It was as large as the former skeleton ant, and might just overcrowd the room. Next, he eagerly headed to the newly revealed dungeon, eager to fully test the incredible strength of the lotus ant. As Zhou arrived at the mystical lotus cave in the Dragon's Gate grottos, and observed the lurking monsters, He promptly summoned the lotus ant and commanded it to attack. The monster immediately charged at them, but the lotus ant unleashed a devastating beam attack to bring it down. It then swiftly followed up with a crushing skeleton pierce attack. Joe noted just how brutal the lotus ant's combat style truly was. After soundly defeating the monster, Joe discovered a shimmering companion egg. He carefully assessed its speed and other vital attributes, deciding to daringly attempt merging it with the lotus ant. His ambitious hope was to create a legendary flying lotus ant. The system then prompted him to confirm if he really wanted to merge the companion egg into the mutated lotus ant. Joe eagerly agreed, feeling a surge of anticipation. He then focused his attention on Ting, observing it was evolving. He remarked that while this mythic creature was incredibly powerful, it was still technically considered legendary. Yet, it had already surpassed most creatures in that class. He pondered the profound significance of its life providence, hearing the world, and found the system's explanation somewhat vague. Determined to explore this incredible ability further, he decided to experiment using a unique technique. Joe discovered he could vividly visualize his surroundings through sound, even seeing past solid walls, and perceiving everything happening outside his room. He found this newfound ability incredibly useful, believing it would be instrumental in taking down the Temple of Fire God, especially when combined with his powerful Asura technique. Joe arrived at the imposing steps of the Temple of Fire, ready to put his newfound perception and skills to the ultimate test. Joe unleashed the flying ant to attack the scorching firebirds, immediately noticing that the flying ant, he masterfully lured some of them away, while he geared up to handle the rest. He continuously weaved through the flock, evading the birds with his powers, relentlessly pushing his way further upstairs. Utterly confident his Asura technique would outpace the firebird's speed, he called for the flying ant to swiftly regroup. The moment they reconnected, Joe activated the silverwing flying ant, watching it instantly transform into its powerful companion state, which then erupted in a blinding flash. Merging as one, the banana fairy then materialized, ready to unleash an attack. Finally, at the pinnacle, Joe discovered the firebirds were literally bursting forth from flames within a massive cauldron. He decided to test his vitality and the companion state. He launched his assault, only to discover he was clashing with the ancient Imperial Sutra. The encounter sent a searing, sharp pain through his heart, leaving him to wonder if the ancient Imperial Sutra was truly cursed. The agonizing pain felt like his heart was being violently torn asunder, and he felt his consciousness beginning to fade, all while the lost Immortal Sutra lay dormant, unresponsive. But just as he contemplated stopping this madness, the excruciating pain in his heart abruptly ceased. Taking a moment to settle himself, Joe observed that even though the lost Immortal Sutra hadn't stirred, he appeared to have successfully learned the ancient Imperial Sutra. His eyes then caught sight of a mysterious stone sword inside the cauldron, immediately realizing that Times was his actual prize, instead of a new companion pet. However, the moment he extended his hand to touch it, he was stunned to find he couldn't actually grasp it. Joe was utterly perplexed, wondering why he couldn't touch the stone sword. After all the incredible effort he'd poured into climbing to this summit, he genuinely hoped to obtain yet another mythic pet, but even the sword itself proved to be a mere phantom. Just then, an unexpected knock sounded at his door, informing Joe he had a piece of registered mail. As he quickly scanned the sender's name, Wu Yang, Joe instantly recognized it as the principal's. As Joe was completely baffled, pondering how the principal, who was constantly occupied exploring vast dimensional areas, could possibly find the time to send him a letter. Opening it, Joe found a business card for the Shiwan Crystal Shop, featuring the owner's name, Chin, and a mysterious phone number listed at the bottom. Joe promptly called the number, only to find it didn't even exist. He figured it must be a wrong number, but resolved to visit the crystal shop in person one day. Just then, Sean appeared, immediately asking why Joe was lingering at the door, teasingly wondering if Joe was there to greet him. Joe, however, simply inquired about Sean's visit. With a flourish, Sean proudly declared he had broken through to the legend class, and he had arrived, brimming with incredible news. Joe's jaw practically hit the floor in sheer amazement. Sean emphasized that Joe was the very first person he'd chosen to tell, so he definitely expected a suitably shocked reaction. Sean then launched into his explanation, stressing that Joe had times to grasp the monumental significance of his advancement to the legendary class. He explained that while the legend class towered above mortals, it was a truly pivotal turning point in the entire life class system. Sean laid out all these details for Joe, who then eagerly inquired about the life providence Sean had awakened. Sean, practically bursting with excitement to share, revealed he had awakened the Time's immortal form times for combat. This incredible life providence granted him maximum buffs to his life force and defense stats, causing his injuries to instantly self-heal. As long as he wasn't obliterated in a single blow, it brought him infinitely close to possessing a truly undying body. Overjoyed, Sean playfully propped his leg up on Antelope, who, in turn, attacked Sean, sending him sprawling to the ground. Joe rushed over to check on a dazed Sean, asking, "Are you okay?" Sean, still reeling in shock, remarked that, despite his new providence, he could still be hurt, and he truly wondered what kind of monstrous creature Antelope was. To have shattered his defense with just one measly kick, an ambulance swiftly arrived to whisk Sean away. As he left, Sean told Joe that with Joe's inherent strength, breaking through to the legend class should definitely be within his grasp, if he just worked harder. He urged Joe to stop isolating himself, questioning himself. How could anyone suddenly advance to the legend class while being a shut-in? Sean realized that if someone who gamed all day suddenly became stronger, people would undoubtedly grow suspicious. To avoid drawing any unwanted attention, he decided he absolutely needed to start training regularly. He set his training mode to normal and prepared to show his face at the gym before heading back to his game. As he began his training, he utilized his keen listener ability to perfectly sense and perceive even the slightest adjustments in the pitching machine's trajectory. By catching these incredibly subtle changes, he could swing his bat with pinpoint precision at the exact programmed spot. Joe began slamming the balls, practicing with an intense, almost palpable focus. Feng, who was also at the gym, immediately noticed Joe's exceptional performance and subtly checked to see who was there. Spotting Joe, Feng commented on how Joe seemed to be deliberately showing off by hitting balls even while closing his eyes. Feng saw this as a rare, golden opportunity to demonstrate the true importance of proper training and decided to reveal the true chasm in their strengths to Joe. As Feng poised, ready to strike the incoming ball, Joe blasted the ball with lightning speed and pinpoint accuracy, leaving Feng utterly stunned by such unexpected skill. Feng's mind reeled, deeming it utterly impossible, and quickly dismissed Joe's previous hit as nothing but a fluke. But as another ball soared in, Feng burned with determination not to miss this one. Yet, just as Feng coiled to strike, Joe was a blur, intercepting the ball with ease. This relentless, bewildering pattern repeated, not once, but several more times, leaving Feng utterly bewildered, despite his lightning-quick reflexes and unparalleled blade skills. Feng struggled, fruitlessly, to even make a single contact with the ball. As Joe began to casually turn and move away, Feng's voice cut through the air, pleading with him to wait, insisting there was still one more ball left to hit, and, predictably, Joe managed to effortlessly hit that final ball as well. Feng couldn't shake the chilling realization that Joe seemed to anticipate precisely where every ball would land, as if he could see its trajectory even with his eyes closed. A burning wave of shame and utter frustration washed over Feng. Joe, believing the machine had finally ceased its output, prepared to depart and resume his much-anticipated game. However, Feng suddenly dropped to his knees directly in front of Joe, humbly addressing him as coach. Joe was utterly puzzled by Feng's dramatic behavior, and after a brief, somewhat awkward conversation, Joe explained, frankly, that he simply didn't have the time to become Feng's coach. Feng responded by humbly acknowledging his glaring shortcomings and passionately expressing how much he had learned from their brief encounter. He firmly believed that under Joe's unparalleled guidance, his progress would skyrocket. Feng then promised to compensate Joe generously and appropriately, and pleaded with him, with all his conviction, not to refuse this desperate request. Suddenly, Joe's phone buzzed with an incoming message, informing him that a payment of 50,000 yuan had just been deposited. He stared, wondering if Feng truly didn't comprehend the meaning of refuse. Realizing that this staggering amount was undeniably substantial, Joe found himself reconsidering his initial, firm decision. Although he had already committed to investing in Huang's game, he decided that he could, indeed, still carve out time to guide Feng. With a sigh, Joe finally agreed to Feng's persistent request, but made it explicitly clear that he couldn't promise Feng would achieve any kind of true enlightenment, or mystical breakthroughs of that sort. Feng nodded sagely, fully acknowledging Joe's crucial point, understanding that genuine personal growth truly requires one to focus on raising their own inherent comprehension. He wholeheartedly agreed that discoveries forged independently are truly the most valuable. Afterward, Joe finally returned home, a slight shake of his head, and reflected on the utterly unexpected turn of events that made him Feng's coach. He certainly appreciated that Feng was paying him handsomely for his time. While engrossed in his game, Zhou's thoughts drifted to the intricate concept of the rock paper scissors analogy. He mused that, according to this very concept, the powerful star-slashing knife aura. This represents scissors, a crucial advantage. It should heavily damage the paper-demonized general. Yet, he knew using the star-slashing knife aura would utterly drain all his vitality. Still, he pushed on, eager to see what came next. The enemy, despite fighting Zhou and his allies relentlessly, could still unleash powerful attacks. Zhou swiftly instructed the lotus ant to divert the enemy's focus. As the lotus ant heroically engaged the foe, Zhou noticed the black ball absorbing the poisonous fog. He remembered the cloth general's ability, pure telekinesis. Last time he encountered it, the results were an absolutely immense explosion. The enemy general spotted the star-slashing knife aura, instantly preparing a devastating counterattack. Zhou rapidly raised his shield, bracing for impact. He realized he had finally caught the general off guard. Zhou deduced that the cloth general's power wasn't just telekinesis after all. It also involved manipulating space between two black orbs. Fortunately for him, the Lotus Buddha brother could defend against the poisonous fog, which, by the way, was connected to the blood lotus. Zhou knew he would have been utterly doomed if that crucial protection hadn't been there. Then, he suddenly noticed the companion egg. He carefully reviewed the companion egg's description, and the system promptly asked him if he wanted to hatch it. He agreed, and the intense hatching process began. He felt a colossal surge of power course through him, realizing he absolutely had times to endure this. His physique and vitality already defied mortal limits, unable to be reinforced any further. Luckily, the lustrous Immortal Sutra would help restore his vitality, so he was confident he could hatch the egg flawlessly. And just like that, the process was a resounding success. Meanwhile, the general was attacking his own subordinates, moving swiftly away from the chaotic scene. Zhou mused that it was only to be expected of top-tier, legendary class characters. After all, they eliminated troublesome monsters with incredible ease. Now, he could continue grinding to his heart's content. Arriving at his class, moments later, Zhou burst in, apologizing profusely to Miss Wang for his tardiness. He had utterly forgotten about her class. Miss Wang simply asked him to come right in. Xuan greeted Zhou, remarking it was no surprise he was late for their esteemed teacher's class. Miss Wang called for silence, her voice cutting through the chatter before dropping a bombshell. The class would now focus entirely on the upcoming annual Unified College Examination. Get ready, students. She then dove into the exhilarating details of the exam, revealing it would consist of several thrilling challenges. First up, retrieving oil, a test designed to push their defenses to the limit. This was no simple task. It demanded impenetrable defense. Next, they'd face the perilous paper bridge, daring them to fly across, a true gauge of their lightning-fast agility and incredible speed. The third challenge? Devour mountains and rivers, a monumental task, meticulously crafted to shatter their limits and test their very vitality. And finally, the ultimate showdown. Lifting a massive stone cauldron, an epic trial destined to reveal the true extent of their strength. Xuan and Zhu exchanged bewildered glances, noting these challenges seemed light years away from the acrobatic feats of yesteryear. Miss Wang pressed on, explaining that to conquer this formidable exam, they absolutely needed to clear at least 2 of the intense challenges. Their performance would be meticulously evaluated, based on their time, and the sheer number of tests they managed to triumphantly complete. And here's the kicker. Only those who ranked within the electrifying top 10 would earn the golden ticket to enter the legendary Z-Way Palace. The entire class erupted in stunned whispers, utterly shocked. Was this it? Was this the fabled place where, rumor had it, countless, unimaginable treasures lay waiting to be discovered? Wang confirmed with a knowing smile. The Z-Way Palace was, indeed, rumored to unlock a myriad of opportunities beyond imagination, all nestled deep within the esteemed jurisdiction of Sunset College. As the class finally ended, Zhou and Xuan stepped out together. Xuan couldn't help but marvel. Wouldn't it be absolutely amazing if I actually got the chance to explore the Z-Way Palace and really see what incredible secrets it has to offer? Zhou, ever the realist, shot back. Xuan, as the third young master of the Li family, shouldn't you effortlessly secure a spot in the top 10? Xuan sighed, admitting it was far more challenging than it seemed, especially with so many powerhouse competitors vying for just 10 precious openings. While it was a given that seniors like Huang and Hui would dominate, securing their places among the elite top 10, there were also formidable freshmen surging forward, like Feng, Zhou's own stepsister, and the impressive Lu from the Wang family. Zhou, eyes widening, inquired, "Wait, my sister too? Will she be in the top 10? Xuan warned him emphatically not to underestimate her, then launched into an extensive, glowing tribute to her prowess, highlighting her utterly impressive and formidable abilities. Zhou was truly struck, realizing just how incredibly strong his sister Xiao really was. As they parted ways, Xuan reminded Zhou, "Call me if you ever need anything." Zhou pondered the ranking system, a complex web of ambition and skill. He knew it wasn't the single most crucial factor, but still, the allure of the Ziwei Palace was undeniably tempting. A shining beacon. He wondered, could there be a legendary vitality technique hidden within the palace, one that could finally elevate his last stat to an epic 11? So, if the Ziwei Palace had a dungeon, mark my words, that could unlock countless opportunities to find amazing treasures. Just then, the man who was with Tian earlier suddenly approached Zhou, excitedly declaring how fortunate it was to find him. Zhou immediately recognized him. It was Shang, Tian's very own agent. Zhou, confused, asked Shang what Tian could possibly want with him. Shang quickly reassured him, urging him not to be nervous, explaining that Tian was far from a bad person. In fact, Tian wasn't inviting Zhou at all. It was Lan, who was eagerly looking for him. Shang then smoothly guided Zhou straight to Lan, who warmly thanked him for arriving. Zhou, still puzzled, asked Lan why she was searching for him. Lan simply invited him inside, promising to explain everything there. As Zhou followed, he spotted a shop named Siwon Crystal, instantly recalling the principal had mailed him a business card for this very place. As Zhou stepped into the shop, he pressed Lan again about why she had called him. She explained that Jing's birthday was just around the corner, and Lan desperately wanted to choose a companion egg for him. However, she admitted she wasn't familiar with young people's preferences, and truly valued Zhou's opinion. After all, he was someone Jing was particularly concerned about. Zhou thought Jing didn't seem times concerned with him, but he agreed to help. As Zhou glanced around, he noticed the massive shop was completely empty of customers. Lan revealed that the shop belonged to Uncle Qin Xiuwan, a very close friend of her father's. When Lan was younger, her father often brought her here, and whenever Uncle Qin got a new, prized collection, he'd close the shop just for them to have the first look. Zhou suddenly realized the shop had been specially closed just for Lan's visit. Lan continued, explaining that while Uncle Qin's Luoyang shop wasn't the absolute largest, it definitely boasted the most exquisite goods. The shop itself was stunningly divided into two levels. The upper level, which Zhou was currently admiring, was packed with high-priced crystals and dimensional skill stones. Zhou recognized this must be the exact place mentioned on the business card he'd received from the principal. Lan continued, saying that the companion eggs they were looking for were actually on the lower floor. So, they took the elevator down to the exciting lower level. Upon arriving, Zhou was absolutely amazed by the vast space below, and the countless companion eggs beautifully displayed. Lan excitedly began describing the options. She noted the Ice Moon Fox was incredibly elegant, and might just appeal to Jing, but the Enchanting Flower Fairy felt like a solid contender too. So, she eagerly turned to Zhou, seeking his expert opinion. Zhou declared that the Venomous Caterpillar's companion egg was an absolutely superb choice. When Lan questioned if girls would even like it, Zhou confidently elaborated that in sheer power, it stood unrivaled at the absolute peak of the legend class. What's more, it could evolve into the even mightier Venomous Queen Butterfly once it underwent metamorphosis. Lan playfully commented on Zhou's incredibly unique taste, but had to admit that, if she presented Jing with the Black Jade Butterfly companion egg, it would certainly be a fascinating birthday surprise. Zhou then revealed his father had never once remembered his birthday, ever since he was little. Lan promised she'd have Shang meticulously wrap the present, and pointed out they still had plenty of time. She eagerly suggested they continue their thrilling exploration of the shop. Zhou then inquired, wondering if there was yet another lower floor. Lan confirmed there was indeed a mysterious lower level, where truly extraordinary companion eggs were secretly kept. This exclusive level could only be accessed when Uncle Qin was present, but Lan, surprisingly, also possessed a key. She mused aloud, wondering if those special eggs were even still there. As they cautiously descended, Zhou spotted a truly massive and formidable companion pet, confined within a cage. Lan explained that most of these magnificent pets were fierce fighters, who had valiantly battled alongside veteran masters during the cataclysmic dimensional storm era. Over countless years, they developed unbreakable bonds with their owners, who simply couldn't bear the thought of them perishing. So, These extraordinary pets were respectfully placed here, patiently waiting for their fated, chosen person. Suddenly, the gate swung open, revealing a figure ominously bound with chains. Joe, astonished, questioned if this was even a companion pet. Lan admitted she truly didn't know either. Every single time she'd visited with her father, he had always meticulously watched over it, and she never expected it to still be here after so many years. She had inquired about it with her father before, but he had always remained frustratingly silent. Only Uncle Chin knew that Lan's father was the one who placed it there. Afterward, they exited the shop, and Lan mentioned that it might be getting late, so she would have Shang drop Joe off immediately. Joe readily agreed, but he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling from their encounter. He had a chilling, lingering sense that the chained figure had been watching him. As they departed, he wondered if that mysterious message from the old principal was somehow connected to this bizarre situation. He pondered whether the numbers etched on the business card could possibly be the code. It was the key, the very thing to unlock the cage. Then, a realization dawned. If Lon hadn't revealed this place, he would have never stumbled upon this extraordinary companion pet. He was still puzzling over, trying to grasp the cryptic message his old principal had been trying to convey. Fast forward to class, where Joe and Xuan were busy. The long-awaited announcement came. They were finally free to leave. Joe was busy gaming, while Sean sat with his head down, deep in thought. But then, Sean's voice broke through. Catching Joe's ear, he quipped that Sean had been singing a steady tune this entire class. Wondering what was bothering him, Sean confessed that the next day marked the critical deadline for new club applications, yet they were still short one vital member to get it officially established. Unfortunately, today's freshmen were just too utilitarian, and they'd flat out reject any new club proposals without hesitation. Right now, they only had 4 members. But still, their club boasted incredible prospects for massive growth and advancement. Joe, rolling his eyes, instantly dismissed Sean's speech as a tired cliché, then scoffed, saying it was no wonder nobody wanted to join. Sean, sighing, just wished for someone, anyone, without a club, declaring he was truly open to welcoming anyone. Suddenly, Joe proposed a potential candidate, the infamous Dion. Sean gasped in shock, questioning, "Dion? Why him?" Joe explained. Given Dion's infamous reputation as the devil, he highly doubted any club would dare invite him in. Sean remembered clearly. Dion had caused quite a ruckus before, and he still hadn't squared things away with him. So, Joe was dead serious. Joe then explained that back in the arena, both sides had, indeed, agreed to a mutual bet, and Dion, remarkably, had honored that agreement. Joe concluded this made Dion a surprisingly strong candidate. Furthermore, he had encountered Dion later, and Dion had appeared to be quite a kind and gentle soul. Sean, bewildered, asked if Joe was certain he meant times Dion. Joe retorted that they had no other viable options regardless. Sean, resigning himself, figured that since Joe was making the suggestion, he would go and see where Dion could be found. Suddenly, the scene transitions to the ancient Maria Buddha cave, guarded by legendary class Vajra guardians of immense power. When Joe and Xuan finally reached the location, Sean immediately exclaimed, "Wait, these are all Vajra guardians," and dramatically wondered if Dion had really come here for training. Joe, ever calm, reassured him, "No need to worry," explaining that these guardians moved at an incredibly slow pace, and they rarely ever attacked humans. So, they should be perfectly safe here. An hour later, and they were still diligently searching for Dion. Sean, losing patience, asked, "Joe, have you found him already?" Joe, with a sigh, admitted that he hadn't. Sean, frustrated, muttered, "Where in the world could Dion be? We still can't locate him." As Xuan reached out to touch a Buddha statue, the guardians sprang to life, one lunging fiercely to attack. Xuan barely dodged the sudden, ferocious assault, left wondering why they had turned so hostile so fast. Joe quickly explained that touching the Buddha statue could have sent them berserk, but then Joe, too, placed his hand right on the statue. Xuan urgently warned him to absolutely not touch it. The guardians began their relentless advance, closing in, and both instantly braced themselves for a brutal battle. Even as they unleashed their full powers to attack the guardians, Joe quickly realized they were caught in a truly dire situation, as more and more guardians just kept materializing. He also noticed that Xuan was rapidly being overwhelmed, and despite Xuan's immortality, gifted through the life providence of an immortal god, he was struck down by a guardian, collapsing right by Joe. Xuan exclaimed, "There are simply too many guardians, and they're too fierce." Joe instructed him to hold on tight, just as the Guardians relentlessly closed in on them. Zhou swiftly lifted Xuan and leaped right onto the statue. Xuan protested, questioning, "How dare you step on the Buddha statue?" After a moment, they noticed the Guardians slowly began to calm, so Zhou gently put Xuan down. However, after only a short time, the Guardians became active once more. Zhou, without hesitation, lifted Xuan once more, and Xuan, baffled, wondered why Guardians tolerated Zhou so much. Zhou speculated it was because they were inside the Buddha cave, and Zhou himself was currently a practicing Buddhist. Dian had likely summoned them to follow him in this place. Zhou and Xuan quickly jumped onto the Buddha statue once more. Then, Dian instructed them to quickly move behind it, to a spot where the fierce Guardians could not reach them. Once they were safely positioned there, the Guardians immediately stopped their aggressive advance. Xuan, with a smirk, taunted the Guardians, pointing out they couldn't follow behind the mighty statue. Dian assured them they'd be able to leave after just an hour, when the Guardians would return to their normal, calm state. Zhou then realized there was a hidden cave behind the Buddha statue. Xuan explained that they had specifically come to find Dian, with the grand intention of establishing their very own club, and, of course, inviting him to join them. Dian, however, easily declined their offer, expressing a clear lack of interest. Xuan urged him not to reject it so quickly, highlighting all the amazing benefits of joining their club, including a generous monthly allowance for every single member. Xuan was confident that Dian, who was well known to appreciate commissions, might just be persuaded. Dian then asked for 100,000 per month to join. Xuan was absolutely stunned by the sheer amount. Zhou then smoothly suggested they only needed Dian to hit their quota, just to get their club officially started. He wouldn't even have to participate in any of the club's activities whatsoever. So, he asked how much Dian would charge for such a sweet deal. Dian, without missing a beat, quoted 10,000. Sean quickly sealed the deal, agreeing to the sum. An hour later, Dian declared he'd finish packing up, suggesting they head out ahead of him. While Dian was busy packing his things, Zhou's eye caught an item, revealing a distinctive pocket watch. Its intricate design immediately struck him as familiar. He quickly realized that even though the size was different, the pattern etched on its back mirrored a companion he'd spotted in a mysterious crystal shop. The distinct design showcased a woman alongside an anchor. Zhou remembered how, historically, women aboard ships were once feared to bring terrible bad luck, even disaster during perilous sea voyages. This led to strict prohibitions against any women on ships. He pondered if this specific design held a deeper, hidden meaning, or if it was simply a curious coincidence. Back in his own room, Zhou dove into a game, ready to battle a formidable demonized general. He stripped his character of its clothing, observing that the initial character's attacks were utterly ineffective against the demonized general. Still, defeating these generals was relatively easy. Thanks to the classic rules of rock, paper, scissors, Zhou swiftly defeated the first character's demonized general and secured its elusive companion egg. He eagerly checked its current state, noting it was nearly identical to the cloth companion, with the sole distinctions being its astral fist and the formidable star suction palm. Given they were the same type of dimensional creatures and boasted similar stats, the system prompted a merge. It displayed an astonishing 90% merge rate. Zhou's jaw dropped at the incredibly high success rate. He swiftly decided to proceed with the merge, and was thrilled to discover the newly merged entity now boasted both the powerful fist and the cloth demonized general's unique skills. Zhou marveled, thinking, how utterly awesome is this? With this new ability, he should totally be able to merge a demonized general wielding all three unique skills. He then targeted a gate and launched an attack, considering that the demonized general's star, suction palm and astral fist wouldn't be able to keep up with the arrow. He unleashed a star-slashing attack, aiming to intercept the arrow, but alas, it still struck him. He couldn't help but lament that even the current marked version of the demonized general couldn't completely block these arrows, and that he just couldn't break through the Hulao Pass barrier, not even with all three of his skills combined. He wondered if he'd been wrong to assume a specific times skill was the only way to pass through. Just like back at the small Buddhist temple, none of his attempts, no matter how desperate, including the star-slashing knife aura, which drained all his vitality, the divine might fist, or the ash palm, were successful. Then, a sudden realization hit him. He hadn't actually obtained the ash palm from a dimensional crystal at all. It was a transformed skill, one he'd acquired by combining the skeleton palm and the 1-inch punch. He quickly double-checked, and concluded, some skills couldn't be obtained directly. Instead, you had to acquire lower-ranking skills first. and then transform them into higher ranking ones. Even though the three demonized generals were restraining each other, their merge rate was still considerably high. Joe pondered. Could there be a connection between their unique skills? And if studying all three skills could actually help him acquire a truly high-ranking skill, he decided it was absolutely worth trying. He planned to use the entire week before the unified examination to gather all three demonized general skill crystals. So, he continuously refreshed the dungeon, using his own blood to spawn a marked demonized general, hoping to become intimately acquainted with their skills. During this intense period, he played the game while juggling other activities. Finally, the highly anticipated day of the unified examination arrived. Xuan called Joe, asking frantically where he was. It was time for the examination. After all, Joe assured him he was already on his way. He reviewed his powers, noting that after an entire week of intense gaming, he had finally obtained the Star Suction Palm, despite it being relatively easy for Wang to acquire a skill crystal. Joe then proceeded to merge the three demonized generals. Finally, Joe burst through the doors of the examination site and apologized to Xuan, claiming he'd overslept. Xuan, ever observant, asked if Joe was feeling nervous. Meanwhile, Student Council President Wei observed them from his opulent office window and inquired of a girl, "Is that really Joe?" She confirmed that Joe had indeed participated in killing and utterly defeating the marked demonized general at the Hulao Pass. She added that, although Joe was still in the mortal class, they'd found virtually no significant intel on his past, beyond a fleeting connection to the infamous playboy, the young master of the mighty Li family. Wei then sighed, noting, "Unfortunately, the unified examination only tested sheer strength, so no matter how potent a mortal class technique was, Joe's final ranking would probably only hit around 100. Consequently, Joe landed on the student council's waiting list." Suddenly, Wei noticed the brilliant Jing Xiao of the Wang family. Along with Feng and Huang, they'd all arrived. But then, as Huang walked right up to Joe, Wei quickly ducked away, baffled by how close Huang seemed to Joe. The young woman beside Wei then started to say that Huang was actually the one who didn't get along with Joe. Before she could even finish her thought, Wei abruptly cut her off, proclaiming, "You just said Joe had no background, so how does he know so many powerful people?" She simply responded that Joe was just a student. Wei mused that with Joe's burgeoning connections, if they could just recruit him into the student council, they might unlock access to Joe's entire network. He then ordered the lady to meticulously reinvestigate Joe's background, remembering she was, after all, responsible for setting up the entire examination site. He then commanded her, "Follow my instructions." She agreed, nodding submissively. One by one, students then took their turn in the test, which involved lifting a monumentally heavy object. Most students struggled intensely, barely able to budget, but then, when it was Joe's turn, he lifted the object, effortlessly, with a single hand, instantly scoring full marks. He quietly mused that the cauldron felt unusually light. Once all the students had completed their exams, the final grades were finally posted. Joe eagerly scanned the results, and noted, predictably, that the top scores belonged to the most exceptional students. With full marks, he thought, well, that's to be expected. But to his utter surprise, Joe's name appeared in the top 10, leaving everyone else completely dumbfounded. Feng proudly commented, "Just as expected from my coach." Wang, utterly astonished, saw Joe's name among the top 10, and questioned, could a mere mortal class student truly be such an exceptional genius? Sean was equally flabbergasted, and remarked that Joe's lifting score actually beat his own. Joe, completely bewildered, admitted he had no idea how this happened. He felt that not only the cauldron, the difficulty of his other tests, however, was also puzzling. They felt unusually easy, almost too simple for him to believe. This made him suspect that something was seriously off with his grades. Just then, Wei stepped forward and approached Joe. He introduced himself as the charismatic student council president, Wei, from Sunset College, requesting a private word with Joe. Sean, bewildered, then asked, "When did you ever get to know the student council president?" Joe quickly replied that he had absolutely never met Wei before. Intrigued, Joe followed Wei into a secluded room. Wei immediately congratulated him for spectacularly making it into the top 10, revealing that Joe would now have the incredible chance to visit Ziwei Palace. He emphasized just how exceptionally rare it was for a mortal class student to ever achieve such an astonishingly high rank. Joe, cutting to the chase, asked if Wei had somehow lowered his exam's difficulty, wondering why he would ever do such a thing for a complete stranger. Wei responded with a knowing smile, stating his firm belief in Joe's immense potential. He passionately emphasized that the Ziwei Palace was an absolutely pivotal opportunity for any new student, and it would be an absolute tragedy for Joe to miss out on it. Joe, growing impatient, urged Wei to just be straightforward. Wei then, leaning in, dramatically revealed that the coveted vice president position was currently vacant, and he was offering to nominate Joe for the prestigious role. Joe, without hesitation, stood up, firmly declining the astonishing offer, and declared that he had absolutely no interest in joining the student council. Wei was utterly taken aback. The student council governed so many vital aspects of the college and student life, and countless students yearned to be vice president. It was truly unprecedented for someone to reject such an incredible opportunity. Joe calmly explained that his friend was still waiting for him, asking if he could leave if Wei had nothing further to discuss. Wei, with a slight smile, agreed, assuring Joe that the doors of the student council would always remain wide open for him. He added that if Joe ever had a change of heart, he absolutely must come to see Wei. Joe then departed, and the girl, utterly confused, asked Wei, how could Joe possibly reject such a magnificent opportunity? Wei simply replied, "It's perfectly fine. Winning someone over like this can't be done overnight. Joe is clearly no ordinary person, so doing him a favor right now poses absolutely no harm." The girl then presented a stack of important documents, which the college had passed to Wei for his crucial review. Wei, examining them with keen interest, asked what they contained. His thoughts turned to the intriguing exchange student from Covenant College. The scene dramatically shifted to a grand building, where Liz was absolutely fuming, furiously telling John to just get out. Another lady, looking concerned, gently asked Liz if she needed time to recuperate. John, with a smirk, remarked that it was quite surprising. A mere mortal-class student could bring Liz to such a state. Liz snapped back, declaring it was all John's fault. John then elaborated on his plan, revealing he'd applied as an exchange student to Sunset College, with the sole purpose of confronting the one who made the and family disrespect their mighty Cape family. Without a second thought, he then demanded, "Is that person Joe?" All 10 elite students converged upon the Grand Ziwei Palace gates, where they were presented with special arrow-shaped tokens, which the college had unearthed from within the palace grounds. These tokens were their key to unlocking the myriad treasures hidden deep within the palace walls. It was revealed that items of all kinds were scattered throughout, meaning they could acquire anything from a powerful secret skill or a companion egg to something as simple as ordinary antiques or fine jewelry. As a resounding bell echoed through the air, the gate dramatically swung open. They were told to select a light ball, pierce it with their token, and the item inside would instantly be their treasure. Feng exclaimed, overwhelmed by the sheer number of options, making it incredibly hard to choose. One of the boys swiftly launched his token to claim an item, wisely suggesting they simply rely on luck, since discerning the true value of each item, by appearance alone, was utterly impossible. He quickly received a treasure, and a visibly excited Xiao immediately asked if he wasn't going to open it right away. The boy simply smirked, replying, "Opportunity makes the thief." Joe mused, realizing he truly had only one shot at this, and considered that if he could just locate the elusive dungeon mark, all the treasures would become effortlessly accessible. He tirelessly continued his search, but despite his best efforts, he simply couldn't find that peculiar small hand symbol. He spotted a massive gate, and wondered if it lay hidden beyond it. Xing abruptly warned him not to take another step, grimly stating that the gate had already devoured countless experts who dared to attempt entry. Xing sternly advised that if Joe wished to avoid certain death, he should absolutely steer clear of that treacherous gate. Joe reluctantly decided to abandon his quest for the mark, and instead chose to simply pick a treasure. Xiao then approached, playfully asking if Joe wanted her to choose one for him. He readily agreed, then asked if she had already chosen one for herself. She confirmed she had, proudly displaying a massive treasure box. He declared he'd just pick randomly and was now completely relying on Xiao. Xiao snatched his arrow, tossed it without a moment's hesitation, and retrieved a box. She then proclaimed she had no idea what was inside, but since she had chosen it, it would surely be something incredible. As Joe eagerly opened it, he discovered an ancient, mysterious lamp, and wondered if rubbing it might summon a mystical genie. But as he rubbed the lamp, a small flame suddenly flickered to life. An unyielding, powerful force then seized control of his body. A chilling realization dawned. The lamp was the source of this power. He was suddenly compelled, forced into a strange, involuntary dance. The sensation was utterly bizarre. The dance steps felt deliberately, siphoning every ounce of his precious vitality to forge a new flow, clearly a masterful vitality technique. Suddenly, Joe's vision shifted, and he saw a formidable lady, fiercely commanding her army to slay any gods who dared to oppose, and to cut down any immortals who dared defy her will. She defiantly declared she would neither converse with gods, nor would she ever side with immortals. Chu, utterly bewildered, realized that upon his time's return, it would spell absolute doom for the immortals. He jolted awake, finding himself back in his own room. Both Banana Fairy and Ting were beaming, delighted to see him awake. He noticed they had manifested on their own, yet again, and he realized it had been ages since he'd had such a truly good sleep. Before, he had been tormented by endless, horrific nightmares. But now, they had finally vanished, gone for good. He attempted to get up, but the force within him was so immense that he smashed right through the ceiling and crashed onto the floor above. He was absolutely astounded by his newfound, incredible strength. Then, an obviously furious girl in a towel appeared, and promptly struck him afterward. Joe then called the workers to reconstruct the demolished area. He carefully examined his updated profile. He thought he must have finally broken through to the legendary class. He felt incredibly, impossibly lucky, but a burning curiosity nagged him about the king's sea life providence, and what kind of enigma it truly contained. He found it peculiar that he couldn't see his specific stats, unlike how they'd appear in a game, even though everyone should inherently feel the power of their life providence. Yet he only sensed its vague existence, without any clear guidance. He was completely unsure of its actual effects, but he felt an unwavering confidence he could continue to improve his stats and no longer had to worry about dying, especially after hatching legendary class creatures. He then scanned through the other vitality techniques he possessed. As he commenced his assessment, he discovered that he could access every single one of them, except for the elusive King's Sigh. Besides the foundational First Order of Chaos, each vitality technique copied from the Immortal Sutra had formed its own independent name and life providence. Now, it was time for him to explore more. He bravely ventured into a dungeon, deep within a foreboding cave, and with the invaluable help of his loyal pets, he plunged into battle, confronting his foes. His loyal pets were swiftly ordered to provide cover as he fiercely fought. Suddenly, he spotted a menacing swarm of flying enemies hurtling his way. Without hesitation, he summoned the fearsome demonized general to bolster their ranks. After vanquishing every last one, he stumbled upon a clutch of precious companion eggs. A thought sparked. Banana Fairy would absolutely adore these. Before him loomed a colossal, imposing rock. With a powerful leap, he effortlessly cleared it. A narrow crack in the rock revealed an intriguing entrance. Peering inside, he discovered a bizarre monster, drenched in a mysterious yellow liquid. Joe cautiously approached the ominous crack, peering into the nest. The moment he drew nearer, a high-pressure geyser of yellow liquid violently erupted from the nest. The monster burst forth with it, sending Joe sprawling backward. He instantly deduced this creature was undoubtedly of the epic class. Direct engagement? Not a chance. He wisely chose a different path. It was time. He summoned the magnificent Banana Fairy, who had, just recently, ascended to the legendary class. This incredible advancement was entirely anticipated, especially since he generously fed it countless legendary class, black-winged flying ant companion eggs before. He commanded Banana Fairy, attack. Though it briefly snared the enemy creature, the monster cunningly wriggled free in a flash. Meanwhile, Joe seized the opportunity and slipped into the nest. He reasoned the Great Yin Wind, while not potent enough to slay the beast, could definitely hold it in check for a while. He then stumbled upon the yellow liquid, and, overcome with curiosity, he tumbled right in. The screen flashed. Golden ant honey consumed. His vitality stat increased by 1 point. Joe's eyes widened, genuinely surprised by the vitality boost. Just then, the enemy creature lunged at him with alarming speed. As it prepared to strike, Joe calmly exited the game. He pondered how reaching the legendary class had dramatically amplified his overall stats. However, he observed that low-tier stat crystals barely moved the needle anymore. But the golden ant, honey? That was actually making a noticeable impact on his stats. He definitely considered chugging more of it. He also remembered the mysterious white cocoon he'd glimpsed within the nest. His curiosity piqued to uncover its secrets. The very next day, John made his grand arrival at Sunset College. And let's just say, the girls were absolutely buzzing eyeing him with keen interest. Wei walked alongside John and effusively thanked him for the captivating college tour. She couldn't help but marvel at how utterly astonishing it was. John had a strong hunch he'd soak up a ton of knowledge during his stay. Wei then mentioned she'd heard rumors of John being an absolute genius, hailed across the land as the Saint of Covenant College, a reputation she absolutely earned. Wang had meticulously set up a thrilling duel for Sunset College's finest, all at John's insistence, though he noted Huang hadn't been consulted at all. John practically buzzed with eagerness to exchange techniques with the formidable experts of Sunset College. Later that day, the battle building buzzed with anticipation. Feng found himself locked in intense combat with John, and Xiao remarked, stunned, that John had effortlessly matched them all. A sharp-eyed boy then observed that John was still clearly holding back. He hadn't even unleashed his signature Holy Light Judgment, a legendary vitality skill passed down through the 6 heroes' families. As the match concluded, Feng and John generously exchanged compliments, appreciating the truly excellent game they'd just had. Wang simply remarked that the performance was exactly as expected. From the undeniable genius students of Covenant College, expressing his sheer amazement, John readily acknowledged how impressed he was. He had to admit that Sunset College was, indeed, bursting with experts, totally living up to its grand reputation. He hesitated for a loaded moment before pressing on. Wang gently encouraged him, urging him to share what was on his mind. John then revealed he'd heard about the college's recent, incredibly strict, unified examination, and was well aware that times had even topped the list. He also keenly noted that a student had amazingly broken into the top 10. Despite being a mere mortal class-level student, John then declared emphatically, if he didn't get acquainted with such a phenomenal talent while he was there, he would regret it for sure. The scene then dramatically shifts to Joe, who's still stewing over his countless unsuccessful attempts to enter the nest. All through the night, he can't help but think that the golden, flying ant might just be able to withstand the relentless great yin wind, especially considering its previous, brutal defeat. Unlike the mindless black ants, which only knew how to attack, the golden flying ant was clearly far more intelligent. Just then, a sudden, jarring ring cuts through the silence. His phone. He glances down, seeing it's a call from none other than Miss Wang. When Joe meets up with her, he's surprised to find Shang there as well. Joe immediately questions, why is Shang here? Shang coolly responds that Miss Wang is the one who should explain that. Wang takes a deep breath and explains that they were considering giving him a break from the college entirely. Joe's eyes narrow. What exactly does that mean? He inquires. Wang reveals the bombshell. An exchange student from Covenant College has specifically, personally challenged Joe. And get this. The student who issued the challenge is Liz's own brother. Joe, confused, asks, who exactly is Liz? Shang explains Liz is the redhead, who infamously attempted to kill Joe, but ended up getting severely, brutally injured instead. Wang continues, explaining that John and Liz are both from the illustrious Cape family, one of the legendary 6 hero families, known for inheriting their powerful legacy. While Liz may not have inherited the family's full might, John boasts their heroic physique and a formidable life's providence, earning him the revered title of Saint in the Western region. Wang couldn't fathom how Joe had soared into the top 10, but she noted John had seized this as a pretext to challenge him. John was undoubtedly seeking vengeance for his sister, scheming to eliminate Joe. The college harbored suspicions about Joe's ranking, but chose not to investigate further, due to their unwavering obligation to the An family. If Joe's strength failed to reflect the college's apex standards, it would be an utter disgrace to the institution. Therefore, it was paramount for Joe to remain under the An family's shield. Meanwhile, a gaggle of girls swarmed around John, voicing their suspicions about Joe loudly. They then charmingly invited John to lunch. Just as they did, Jing arrived and, with feigned accident, landed a kick squarely on John's face. John demanded, "What was that about?" Jing shot back, asserting he knew perfectly well what she meant. John clarified that it was all a misunderstanding, and since Joe was on her college's list of experts, he simply wished to duel with him. Jing then challenged, "Do you dare fight me?" John countered, questioning if Jing was trying to defend her college's reputation, or if she truly believed Joe lacked the corresponding strength. He accused her of attempting to shield Joe, because he'd unfairly seized a treasure. Others present also chimed in, supporting John and blaming Joe. John declared to Jing, if Joe hadn't cheated, he wouldn't be hiding behind you. He eagerly awaited their duel in 3 days. Joe then stepped forward, suggesting they hold the duel immediately. Jing asked Shang, perplexed, why Joe had come. Wang, also present, decided to watch with bated breath. Since Joe had chosen to proceed with the challenge, the duel was broadcast on a large screen for all students to witness. John then remarked that, since this battle was to defend Joe's college reputation, it should be witnessed by everyone. He asked if Joe minded this public display. Joe coolly replied that John could do as he wished. Shen commented that it was a dirty trick, while Feng confidently assured everyone that Joe would win. Feng then prepared 2 lightning sticks, ready to cheer for Joe. John told Joe he wouldn't make it too difficult. He explained that, if Joe could withstand his companion pet for 10 minutes, the victor would be crowned. John, unfazed, summoned his mighty pet. Joe, in defiance, slashed the challenge to a mere minute. John readily agreed, confident he could still crush Joe in that fleeting span. As John's formidable pet lunged forward to strike, Joe roared, vowing to finish everything within that single minute. Then, with a flourish, he summoned his very own companion. Wang instantly recognized John's pet as the Holy Spear Knight of Camelot. Whispers claimed it was Lamorak, a legendary historical knight of the famed Round Table, himself. Renowned across the land for its unparalleled might, it stood as one of the most formidable, legendary-class companion pets ever to exist. The Holy Spear Knight unleashed a furious sword attack upon Joe, but Joe's colossal demonized general effortlessly intercepted, deflecting the powerful blow with unbelievable ease. Suan gasped in utter shock, wondering when Joe had tamed such a mighty pet. Jing instantly recognized that this demonized general was no mere companion. John observed that the Holy Spear Knight's assault had been effectively countered. The knight, undeterred, launched yet another assault, but once more, the demonized general retaliated with crushing force. Xuan Yuan remarked that with such an impenetrable defense, Joe might indeed defeat the knight within that minute. John, however, steadfastly believed the Holy Spear Knight wouldn't fall so easily, convinced Joe was gravely mistaken if he truly thought he could endure in such a manner. When the knight unleashed a devastating, shattering thrust, Joe's demonized general ensnared the attack within a shimmering protective circle, leaving John utterly aghast. The demonized general then seized the knight firmly by the neck, and unleashed a devastating astral fist, shattering it into countless fragments. Shuang erupted in excitement, commenting that John's saintly title might just be an overstatement. Feng coolly remarked that Joe's performance was precisely as expected. Ying keenly observed that the demonized general was capable of utilizing not one, but 2 unique vitality skills. John, activating his magnificent Holy Emperor physique, acknowledged Joe's power and demanded a true, genuine duel. Xiao simply replied there was no need for further combat. John, staking the very honor of the illustrious Cape family, offered a companion egg of the legendary rebellious knight, said to inherit the indomitable power of Lancelot himself. Joe, intrigued, questioned the rules of this new challenge. John clarified, stating the rules were remarkably straightforward. Face the inherited, unique skill of the mighty Cape family, and simply endure his attack as the duel commenced. Joe, with a single, swift strike, encased John in ice. Shu immediately declared John had lost. Joe shattered the ice, liberating John, and snatched the rebellious knight's egg right along with him. Miss Wang then ordered her people to swiftly tend to John. Jing mused, had Joe been hiding his incredible powers all this time? Back in his quarters, Joe scrutinized the rebellious knight's egg, discovering its stats were unbelievably off the charts. He saw this companion pet boasted a formidable 4 skills, and every single one of its stats stood at a staggering 19, making it almost as potent as his own terrifying demonized general. Joe found this quite peculiar, however. How could the rebellious knight be so much mightier than the Holy Spear Knight? He pondered why John hadn't hatched this time's formidable companion, instead using the Holy Spear Knight's egg as a mere wager. Shu then delved into the full description of the rebellious knight Lancelot, and learned it carried the very providence of a legendary main character, Lancelot, the very knight who had once taken Queen Guinevere, a queen King Arthur, his master, utterly cherished. Joe suddenly realized the truth. John had likely steered clear of hatching the rebellious knight, because its life-altering providence could unleash devastating backlash upon its owner. Later that eventful night, Miss Wang was on a confidential call, discussing Joe's astounding performance. She remarked that Joe was truly a student beyond compare, consistently delivering truly surprising, incredible results. She mused that if he was indeed a raw, unrefined gemstone, the person she was currently speaking to was the only times one capable of truly refining him. Meanwhile, the mysterious person on the other end of the call was calmly lowering a heavy chain into a murky well. They then mentioned Joe sounded remarkably like another tricky student, who might be put to the test. They noted Joe's powerful companion pets played an undeniably significant role in defeating John, and stated they would make the necessary arrangements, based on the invaluable advice of the person they were speaking with. The call ended abruptly, and the man plunged into the well. The scene then swiftly shifted to Joe, who received a sudden call from Xuan. Xuan urgently informed him that Miss Wang had just posted their next assignment, and emphatically urged him to stop sleeping and get ready. Joe quickly checked the new assignment, and saw it required them to slay a daunting 10 bronze tier auspicious beasts within the notorious restricted city. Joe questioned Xuan, asking if he was absolutely certain the restricted city wasn't some kind of perilous dimensional anomaly. Xuan confidently replied that he had already scouted it out, and confirmed it wasn't particularly dangerous at all. The restricted city, as it turned out, was one of the furthest, deepest, underground cities nestled within Luoyang's vast subterranean network, and it teemed with various bronze-tier dimensional creatures. Currently, the mightiest beings encountered were dimensional creatures soaring at legend-class power. This place was known as the Restricted City, famed for its mystical powers that shattered companion contracts, completely blocking any dimensional creatures from being summoned within its borders. As Joe and Sean finally reached the city, they were immediately ambushed by a colossal bronze auspicious beast, a legend-class threat. They had to constantly weave and dodge its relentless assaults. Suen quickly realized that none of their attacks were even scratching it. When he finally landed a hit, it was a brutal blow, but the beast's impenetrable defense forced him to retreat instantly. Then, Joe unleashed an attack with his star-slashing knife aura, and times actually managed to make a dent in the beast. Juan eagerly pressed Joe to keep using that powerful technique, but Joe revealed the shocking truth. He had already completely drained all his mana just for that single attack. A stunned Juan and Joe, nevertheless, pressed onward. During a much-needed brief rest, Juan pointed out that Miss Wang's intel claimed this bronze auspicious beast was supposed to be a relatively normal opponent, but this times one was proving to be a massive, immovable metal block that simply wouldn't budge. Joe then spotted a dungeon mark, figuring its location wouldn't be tough to find. Xuan, however, cut in, asking if Joe had even been paying attention, emphasizing that this assignment seemed incredibly challenging, especially times with their companion pets rendered useless. Joe mused that not all pets were entirely unusable, though. While he couldn't sense the connection with his usual companions, upon entering, Banana Fairy and Ting were surprising exceptions, and he could still clearly hear them. To avoid any unnecessary trouble, Joe decided it was best to keep their presence a total secret, and strictly adhere to the city's unique restrictions. Joe elaborated. The beast had an incredibly strong defense, but it wasn't utterly invincible. There was still room for maneuver, making it entirely possible to uncover its hidden weak points. Juan added that despite receiving wildly inaccurate information, it was still feasible to take on the bronze auspicious beast. However, if their mortal classmates made even one misstep, the consequences could be absolutely fatal. Joe, ever the calm leader, reassured Juan not to worry, promising to devise a clever solution that would ensure their classmates succeeded. Juan, touched, remarked on Joe's incredible kindness. Joe then mentioned that the beast's eventual defeat would undoubtedly yield incredibly valuable rewards, which he could use to properly support Huang. Once they returned home, Joe brainstormed various strategies, finally formulating a rough battle plan. By recalling a battle against a similar beast in his game, he uncovered an epic truth. The creature's every move demanded a surge of energy. With each motion, energy would pulsate and concentrate in specific body parts. This left other areas momentarily vulnerable and utterly exposed. Joe, with his sharp eye, observed these weak points dynamically shifting. They danced and changed with every calculated move the beast made. To conquer this formidable bronze auspicious beast once and for all, Joe knew he'd need to meticulously chart its critical weak points across countless actions, crafting an unbeatable playbook for the mortal class fighters to unleash. Finally, in a moment of truth, Joe dispatched a mysterious file to Xuan. Xuan's burning curiosity immediately sparked, wondering what secret it held. Sometime later, as Joe drifted in a deep slumber, Xuan's triumphant call rang out, declaring he'd executed the instructions flawlessly. Joe, elated, congratulated him, and Xuan, beaming, continued. He boasted he could now single-handedly dominate the colossal beast, all thanks to Joe's masterful, unrivaled strategy guide. Stunned, he then pressed Joe, asking how he'd unraveled such an intricate guide. Joe revealed his secret. a relentless grind, through countless epic scenarios. Sleepless nights had pushed him to the point of utter exhaustion. He quickly reassured Xuan not to burden himself with worry, and then emphasized a crucial point. Though mortal-class fighters would undoubtedly face an uphill battle, they could still triumph over the magnificent bronze auspicious beast. Xuan readily agreed, nodding with understanding, and vowed to help Zhou capitalize on this valuable intel, turning it into pure profit. While deep in conversation with a girl, an unexpected turn emerged. She, with a startling realization, bluntly stated that a walkthrough for their times assignment might have been entirely unnecessary. After all, their mission was simply to kill 10 basic bronze beasts, and even a trivial mortal-class bronze rabbit would count. A shocking revelation hit them. This wasn't the legendary, epic bronze auspicious beast they had been mistakenly dealing with. As Zhou glanced at his phone, a stark realization dawned. His and Xuan's assignment was strangely peculiar. A unique directive, Xuan mused aloud, finding it utterly baffling. Perplexed, he wondered why Miss Wang had assigned them this specific mission. Zhou's heart sank with dread. This might mean his walkthrough was a futile endeavor. Just then, Huang made a timely arrival, revealing an intriguing twist. The elite special admission class of Zhou's very own year was also assigned the formidable challenge of killing the bronze auspicious beast. Huang, astonished, admitted he hadn't even considered that possibility. And it was truly remarkable, he declared. How meticulously they had dissected every intricate move of the bronze auspicious beast. Their groundbreaking mechanism could even be seamlessly integrated into the game. Zhou eagerly asked Wang if he believed the specially admitted elite scholars would invest in his walkthrough as a crucial aid for their assignment. Wang candidly replied that it was highly unlikely. He elaborated, explaining that these elite recruits typically harbored fierce pride in their innate abilities, and relying on someone else's walkthrough would be unthinkable, implying they were inferior. Sean and Zhou were gearing up, ready to make their exit, with Sean grumbling that all their efforts seemed utterly futile. Zhou, however, declared he'd view this whole ordeal as vital training. He even planned to pour every penny he earned straight into Guang's game. Huang, exasperated, suggested they let him just finish his point first. While it was highly unlikely the specially admitted students would ever actually buy a walkthrough for the assignment, it could still help a ton of them break Huang's record in the restricted city. And some students, fueled by their massive egos, would absolutely snag it in secret, just to utterly crush his record. Zhou suddenly remembered that Feng and Wang had previously tried to shatter the record back at the treacherous Lotus Cave. Just then, Feng snuck up from behind Zhou, pulling him into a tight hug. "I've found myself!" Feng exclaimed, bursting with excitement. He then practically dragged Zhou along, declaring, "It's time for our lesson." As Feng hauled Zhou away, his pants comically began to slide down. Huang quickly told Zhou, "Leave all the sales to me." Feng then practically sprinted, pulling Zhou into a private room. There, he dramatically informed Zhou he had finally acquired the mind's eye. "If only Zhou had taught me," he lamented. Zhou, utterly bewildered, wondered if he had ever even mentioned such a thing. Feng, undeterred, urged Zhou, "Inspect me now." He then swiftly slashed his sword, a blinding blur aimed right at Zhou. Zhou barely dodged the lightning-fast attack, stunned by its incredible speed. He managed to evade several more precision strikes, a truly impressive feat. It felt as if every single one of Feng's attacks was perfectly locked onto him. Feng's relentless assault was a dazzling demonstration of the mind's eye's power. Zhou continued to dodge countless slashes, a whirlwind of blades around him. He felt as if each swing of the sword was unerringly targeting him with deadly precision. After a heart-pounding while, Feng finally stopped, explaining his new technique. "Any moving object," he began, "will subtly disrupt the surrounding airflow. This means even without using my eyes, my sword becomes swifter and far more accurate, as long as I train my perception to keenly sense those minute changes in the air." However, Feng's current level of movement perception was still miles away from Zhou's uncanny ability to predict his next move. Feng then passionately expressed that he yearned to reach the exact same level of understanding that Zhou had so masterfully achieved. Zhou mused internally that, while Feng's mind's eye was indeed similar to his own keen listener ability, it was distinctly different, representing a truly unique realm of perception. Zhou then gently told Feng that he hadn't actually taught him anything about this mind's eye. It was something Feng had, incredibly, developed entirely on his own. Therefore, Zhou suggested he really ought to return Feng's payment. But Feng, unyielding, insisted Zhou hold on. He acknowledged that Joe made remarkable progress with every single passing day, and was incredibly strict with his own cultivation journey. Feng felt it would be utterly selfish of him to ever hold Joe back. Joe swiftly clarified, "That's not what I meant!" Feng promptly assured Joe, there's no need to be perplexed. He was perfectly content, even thrilled, with self-study, and promised to lend Joe his full assistance whenever needed. Joe simply responded, "Proceed precisely as you wish." Feng eagerly agreed, then expressed a keen desire to learn more about Joe. "If you don't mind," Feng ventured, "I'd love to apply to live with you." Joe hesitated, wondering how he could possibly manage to play his game. Under those times vary circumstances. He warned Feng that it might even risk his life. Feng, visibly emotional and trembling, revealed that Coach had been conducting strict, brutal training, all in secret. Elsewhere, Xiao returned home, and triumphantly informed Antelope that he'd bought the vegetables. He then headed straight to the kitchen. Antelope, meanwhile, was gazing at photos of Joe holding a carrot, and then, casually, mentioned Joe's father's name. Joe was instantly surprised, taken aback, and wondered aloud why he'd heard someone utter his father's name. Later, Joe bravely ventured deep into the dungeon, nestled within the ant cave, where he was locked in a fierce battle with the golden flying ant. He knew that even a silver-winged flying ant would struggle intensely to match its incredible speed. The golden flying ant struck him with a powerful blow, causing him to violently fall. Just then, the demonized general charged, attacking the golden flying ant. Joe quickly called out, asking for a moment to regroup. As Joe re-entered the pool of golden honey, the golden flying ant instantly came charging after him. As expected of an epic-class creature, he mused. The chasm in their abilities was undeniably significant. Joe unleashed the banana fairy, commanding it to attack the golden flying ant, but it managed to deftly dodge the attack. Joe wondered aloud, "What's happening? Why did the ant turn back?" He then had an epiphany. The golden flying ant was protecting a precious cocoon. Determined, Joe fully immersed himself in the golden honey, which instantly and significantly boosted his vitality. After a short while, as the golden flying ant came to attack him again, Joe suddenly turned off the game. He realized the ant would rather protect its precious cocoon than relentlessly pursue him. He had finally figured out the ingenious trick to harvesting the ant honey. Just then, Joanne's call came through. She suggested they dive into the restricted city assignment the very next day. Joe readily agreed, noting they absolutely needed to get the walkthrough, and that the deadline was fast approaching. Juan then mentioned that they had already promised Juan's sister they'd collaborate with her club on the mission and other activities, since they were planning to seamlessly incorporate their club activities into the restricted city assignment itself. Juan assured Joe they could totally handle both. Joe, surprisingly, agreed to this ambitious plan. Suddenly, Sean's sister bursts onto the scene, calling him Shawnee. Sean, completely mortified, instantly begs her to drop that cringeworthy nickname. She then excitedly announces she's been absolutely swamped with applications from eager participants all itching to join the activity. Looks like this event is going to be way more hype than anyone imagined. Fast forward to the next day, and when Joe finally arrives, he's met with an absolute tidal wave of people. One guy can't help but wonder why Wei is even showing up at these club activities, or if he's back to his old recruitment tricks, flaunting that signature presidential charm of his. Wei, ever the professional, explains that the Ocean Club is just overflowing with troublesome workers who simply refuse to follow any rules whatsoever. So, naturally, he's there to keep a close eye and oversee them all. And Joe can't help but feel these two are total antagonists to each other. Then, Sister Shuang, Yang arrives, confidently betting that everyone here is absolutely thrilled to see Joe, especially after his legendary battle with John that shot him to fame. And who else is here? Xiao and Feng have also made an appearance. Joe, surprised, immediately asks them why they've decided to show up. Xuan reveals they're actually proud members of the Xuan Wen Club. Joe raises an eyebrow, wondering just how Xuan managed to sweet-talk them into joining. Sean quickly tells him not to paint him as some sort of villain here, explaining that since Joe is in the Xuan Wen Club, they joined just to see Joe more often. Xiao then chimes in, saying they can totally count on her, and she feels like she's riding on the main character's coat. Tails! With that, they all dive into battling the creatures present, and Huang immediately shouts that they absolutely cannot afford to lose to those girls from the other club. Xiao, ever observant, points out that their new walkthrough guide has drastically cut down the time it takes to kill a bronze auspicious beast by nearly half. Feng can't help but praise Joe for his truly impressive strength. Joe, walking alone, decides he needs a quiet corner to focus on the game. Suddenly, his phone rings. He immediately wonders if it's that mysterious number again. Just then, the entire area around them starts violently shaking. Is this an earthquake? They all wonder, startled. Huang spots something unsettling and urgently tells everyone to look. Rocks tumble down, and then, the door directly ahead mysteriously swings open. They're utterly perplexed by what's unfolding before their eyes, and shocked by the incredibly vast space that stretches out ahead. Shuang immediately points out that this particular location isn't even on the official map of the restricted city. Could this be some legendary treasure cave? Someone wonders aloud. Zhou, ever the leader, suggests they go in and investigate. As they step inside, they're met with a breathtaking, massive structure, forged entirely from bronze. Xiao cautiously approaches it, wondering if it might be hiding something incredible inside. Zhou uses his powers to thoroughly examine the mysterious structure, but finds absolutely no visible entrance, window, or even a vent. Someone tries to smash through with a hammer, but it has zero effect. Wei comments that it seems brute force isn't going to work on this thing either. Chu ponders aloud about the mysterious power that must be protecting this structure. Yan then explains that this is a very special place that has, blessed by the very heavens, touched by divine grace. Wei, ever curious, pressed her. Did she know anything about this mysterious structure? She admitted, a glint in her eye, that she knew a thing or two, and then, she began to unravel the secrets of the ancient Zhou dynasty. Back then, spirits and deities weren't just myths, they were living realities. They believed these powerful gods held the very strings of life and death in their hands. To prove their unwavering devotion, the royalty crafted their funerals with breathtaking, meticulous care. But then, as the Eastern Zhou era began its slow decline, the emperor, gripped by a primal terror of death itself, had his very bones and blood entombed within a sealed city of death. He desperately hoped to cheat both heaven and destiny. By faking his own demise, he sought to escape his fated end. But alas, he could not defy the will of the gods, and in the end, death claimed him. This city of death, built to mock heaven and defy the gods, was forged entirely of bronze, a solid, doorless, windowless enigma. According to ancient, whispered historical records, Suan, growing impatient, urged them, "Don't leave me hanging." And since Yan clearly knew so much, he bet she'd know the secret to entering this fortress. Yan confirmed with a knowing nod, "It absolutely is. Indeed, a genuine city of death from the Eastern Zhou period." She then suggested that Feng should start digging near the city's southern wall. Meanwhile, waiting anxiously outside, Yan voiced her concern. The others have been inside for ages. She wondered if they'd stumbled into any perilous situations. Feng reassured her, "It'll be fine. As long as Zhou is with them, nothing can go wrong." Upon finally entering the formidable city of death, all they found was a single, lifeless tree. Zhou examined it intently, realizing this was the first time his phone had reacted to something other than the enigmatic small hand mark. He quickly found Xuan and Xiao, querying, "Have you two discovered anything of true significance?" Suan shook her head, a sigh escaping her lips. "No, just this desolate tree." Suddenly, a collective gasp. The dead tree began to pulsate with an otherworldly glow. They stood utterly stunned, completely bewildered by this sudden, strange spectacle. Then, a boy nervously confessed, I touched the tree!" And that's when it suddenly started to glow. A girl quickly examined the boy, reporting, "I don't detect any curses or jinxes or anything remotely unusual." She was simply startled by the sheer, unexpected radiance of the tree. Shuen confirmed, her voice steady. "Indeed, nothing extraordinary has actually occurred. But then, why did the tree start glowing so intensely just moments ago?" Zhou, just as perplexed, had no idea either. Xiao, utterly intrigued, decided to take a chance and touch the tree herself. And to her absolute surprise, the tree flared with a brilliant, ominous red. Xuan immediately rushed to Xiao's side, asking anxiously, "Do you feel unwell?" Xiao replied, shaking her head, "No, I don't feel anything strange at all, except for that sudden, dramatic change in color." Zhou, deep in thought, began to speculate. He suggested the tree's color could shift with each touch, so he advised everyone to stop touching it for now. Yet, when Joan touched it, the tree pulsed with a curious golden light. Intrigued, others yearned to try their luck and see what hue it would yield. Meanwhile, Zhu noticed something peculiar. The tree's intricate details were still downloading on his phone. As returning home later, he discovered the download was still stubbornly ongoing. Despite his extended absence, his phone, unresponsive to touch, was locked in this endless process. he realized he'd simply have to wait until it finally finished. Deciding to call it an early night, he let the phone continue its tireless download. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Lan and Tian. Lan voiced her deep concern about the looming fight for the Holy Land's sacred right, and especially her worry about Zhou venturing there alone. She implored Tian to send Sheng to accompany Zhou. Tian, however, questioned if Lan was being unreasonable, confidently stating his unwavering faith in Jinglan. Lan responded that the decision was already set in stone. She acknowledged Tian's deep, brotherly love for his sister, but then gravely pointed out that Tian must be aware of Jing's delicate condition. Unlike Tian, Jing was born with the cold factor physique, its true cause still a mystery, shrouded in the cold factor syndrome. This accompanying condition proved unstable and made her cultivation intensely painful. This was precisely why Lan had never supported Jing in cultivating the sun shooting technique. Even if Jing times were times to secure the right, Lan harbored a profound fear that if anything befell her during the inheritance process, no matter how impossibly slim the chances, she simply couldn't bear to lose someone precious again. Meanwhile, as rain poured relentlessly outside, Zhou woke up to a revelation. The dead tree's cryptic details had finally downloaded. And the name? Utterly shocking. He realized it was the infamous Black Tree from Death City. But he wondered, why would a single tree be classified as a dungeon in the game? He was intensely intrigued by the profound secrets this tree might conceal. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Zhou opened it to find Jing, absolutely drenched from the downpour. She immediately demanded a showdown, as they had promised. Zhou, however, handed her a towel to dry off, feigning ignorance. He claimed he didn't recall agreeing to anytime showdown. He casually mentioned her room was upstairs and coolly suggested she go back times after time she dried herself. Jing, however, sharply pointed out that Zhou had recently progressed to the legendary class and acquired a powerful companion pet. So, why was he hesitating now? Zhou replied calmly, I know, Jing, you've come for the right to the Holy Land, but frankly, I have absolutely no interest in it whatsoever. If you want it that badly, he declared, he'd march right over to Lan and pressure her to return it to Jing. Jing admitted that defeating Zhou wouldn't actually prove a single thing, but she simply couldn't accept it, her voice breaking as she explained that she had risked everything, risking her life to prove she was qualified for the Holy Land's sacred right. Yet Zhou had effortlessly obtained it and just waved it around. And despite his ability to cultivate the sun shooting technique, he wouldn't even treasure it. Jing found it utterly unfair that he could simply avoid the brutal pain from the cold factor physique, while she was forced to endure it all, even though she yearned to cultivate it herself. Just then, Zhou's phone buzzed with a call from Xuan. Xuan informed him that some of the expedition members who had ventured into Death City, with them, including Xiao, had been found dead that very morning. Stunned by the news, Zhou and Jing immediately rushed to meet Xuan, who was surprised to see Jing there too. Zhou asked if it was truly possible that some of their companions from the dimensional area had actually died. Xuan gravely confirmed it was tragically true. They had all suffered sudden, inexplicable cardiac arrests. He'd seen the list, and every single one of the 5 had touched the mysterious black tree. Zhou quickly pointed out that Xuan had also touched that very tree, and if its power was truly responsible for this horror, Xuan himself might be in terrible danger too. Xuan explained that he had immediately informed the college about the ominous tree, but according to the college's investigation team, they had found absolutely no traces of the tree anywhere in Bronze Death City. Zhou's eyes widened. So, the tree just vanished? The case was so profoundly serious and utterly unusual that even the army had seized control, making it incredibly difficult for the college to intervene. Zhou then wondered aloud if this meant they couldn't even check on Wang and the others. Jing, ever resourceful, quickly offered to take them there herself. Xuan sheepishly admitted he had completely forgotten about Jing's unique background. As a member of the Yan family, Jing then turned to Zhou, demanding he owe her a favor. Zhou, intrigued, inquired about the nature of this favor. Jing smirked and replied that she hadn't decided on it yet, but would absolutely let him know once she figured it out. As they were leaving, Zhou sternly told Xuan to call him immediately if he sensed anything unusual, especially since Xuan himself had also touched that terrifying tree. After that tense exchange, Jing promptly called Sheng. Meanwhile, Zhou sat in quiet contemplation, pondering the mysterious tree. He noticed it looked remarkably different from how it had appeared that morning. The strange things clinging to its beaches now distinctly resembled flower buds. He counted them, a chilling realization dawning. There were exactly 5 buds. This number perfectly matched the students who had dared to touch the ominous tree, confirming beyond a doubt that the tree was, without question, deeply involved. Joe found something profoundly strange. While dungeons were usually based on reality, their existence absolutely shouldn't be affecting each other's worlds. Yet, here he was, seeing the terrifying effects of the black tree appearing right on his phone. He speculated that this dungeon might actually be mirroring reality itself. It wasn't a true dungeon at all, not in the way they imagined. Instead, it seemed to be uploading real-world information directly to the phone. Quite similar, in fact, to the mysterious workings of companion eggs. Suddenly, Jing snatched the phone right out of Joe's hand. She barked at him to stop messing around and get going as soon as possible. Meanwhile, inside, a man was furiously confronting a masked boy, his anger palpable. The man warned him not to overthink the current chaos too much. He argued it was still far too unclear. The masked man, however, suggested they should dissect the students who had dared to touch that tree. The masked man coolly explained they were completely clueless about this whole mess. He declared his intent to gain a much deeper understanding of it all. Since the students' psychological functions had utterly ceased, they were, for all intents and purposes, dead. The man shot back that they knew absolutely times nothing, times about what was happening. He then questioned whether the masked man truly intended to dissect them, especially considering Dr. Yan's involvement in all this. He sternly pointed out that the patriarch of the Wang family and Xiao were among those deceased students. The masked man coolly proposed that the general keep one student, while he would take the other four. The general flatly refused, declaring he wouldn't surrender a single one of them. He then accused the masked man of always seeking out soldiers who perished in battle, using them as grisly experimental subjects. The masked man calmly clarified that he only times desired four, and, he added, they were currently suspended between life and death. He yearned to uncover the source of the fascinating, mysterious power they possessed, arguing the general truly had no choice. As a general, his only option was to offer them a faint lifeline. Therefore, he claimed, it was a truly favorable deal for the general. Enraged, the general lunged, grabbing the masked man tightly by the neck. "Are you threatening me?" he roared. The masked man, unperturbed, calmly replied he was simply speaking the harsh truth. Just then, with a jarring creak, the gate swung open. The general bellowed for everyone to stay out. Immediately, he had explicitly ordered no one to enter, so when he saw Jing, she calmly approached him and addressed him as Uncle Qin. "Uncle Qin, may I introduce someone who just might be able to help?" she asked hopefully. After a tense, brief discussion, Qin grimly acknowledged that he was, indeed, aware of the unfolding situation. The son of the powerful Li family had reported it to him directly. Yet, they still hadn't managed to locate that mysterious tree within the restricted city. Ju, however, adamantly insisted that the tree definitely existed. Everyone who entered the chilling Death City had seen it with their own eyes. It was no mere illusion, and he truly didn't believe the students were dead. That very tree they touched was nestled deep within Eastern Zhou's Death City, a place originally conceived to feign death and, astonishingly, deceive heaven itself. This vanishing tree, he posited, could be the very core of this grand deception. What if Wang and the others are just caught in a state of suspended animation, merely stunned after their contact with the tree, and once the tree's eerie influence begins to fade, there's a real chance they could be brought back to life? The masked man, ever the skeptic, scoffed, calling it all pure speculation. But Joe shot back, pointing out it meant it wasn't entirely impossible either. The masked man declared he'd only grant them a single night to act on this, reminding him he'd never agreed to let the masked man just run wild after just one night's grace. The masked man had subtly implied that this was also a crucial moment for Qin to rethink his audacious recent proposal. The lives of those students were rapidly being siphoned away by an unknown, sinister power, their very last breaths dissipating into nothingness like grains of sand. Even the formidable masked man found himself utterly powerless to save them. He sternly warned Qin to carefully weigh his demands, or Qin might ultimately be left with absolutely nothing. Joe quickly reiterated the masked man's stark claim. The students' very lives were being drained away. Jing then mentioned that the forensic examiner, Yan, was a registered, top-tier military epic member, whose mastery of vitality, techniques and life providence was intricately linked to life and soul itself. Within his unique domain, Yan could precisely sense and differentiate anyone's state of life. King then directly asked Joe about his immediate next move. Joe replied he was just heading to the bathroom. Once inside, Joe frantically checked his phone, a stark realization hitting him hard. He had to act fast, before the medical examiner coerced Chin into making an irreversible decision, one that would be beyond all repair if the students were indeed dissected. He opened the gate, only to discover the buds on the sinister tree had already begun to bloom. He mused that if he connected this to Jan's earlier insights, then the rapid growth of these 5 distinct flowers could very well symbolize the life force being mercilessly extracted from the 5 students. He boldly decided to risk everything by destroying the buds. Just as he attacked one, Xiao's eyes dramatically snapped open. Jing immediately took note of this shocking development. When the masked man and Yan checked, they utterly bewildered, wondering how this was even possible, as she should still undeniably be in a state of death. Chen remarked that something was unequivocally amiss here, and Zhou's initial guess about suspended animation now seemed disturbingly closer to the truth. Yan, however, cautioned that their overall condition was not improving, so there was absolutely no cause for celebration just yet. Zhou firmly asserted that he could, in fact, destroy the buds, using his star-slashing knife aura unleashed at full, devastating power. He then commanded his powerful pets to assault the tree all at once. Suddenly, Ting made direct contact with the menacing tree, prompting Zhou to furiously question why Ting had come here alone. Ying then swiftly plucked the buds. Zhou suddenly emerged, shouting, absolutely enraged at their sheer audacity, and spotted Xiao, stirring awake, gently rubbing sleep from her eyes. Chen then explained he'd given them strict orders to examine the Wang family's daughter, but it seemed she was perfectly fine. Since Xiao was now recovering, it was likely the other students would awaken soon too. It looks like Zhou was right. Yan won't get his way now. Zhou shrugged it off as mere luck and announced he was leaving. Chen sincerely thanked Zhou for his intervention. Zhou thought he needed Ting to pluck the other buds too. Jing was on the phone, talking to Zhou, and told him that Chen had called to confirm the other students were saved too. Zhou simply agreed and ended the call. Ting was absolutely ecstatic about receiving the 5 flowers. Zhou, however, wondered what to do with them, considering these buds had become actual items, but he wasn't sure what their true use was. He told Ting he could eat them if he wanted, as Zhou himself had no idea what to do with them. Just as Ting was about to place one in his mouth, Zhou's eyes caught sight of another bud growing on the tree. He instantly recognized a golden aura around it, indicating that it could only be Shuang. Zhou urgently called out to Shuang, but Shuang was unconscious, lying motionless on the floor. Zhou instantly realized something had happened to him. He quickly instructed Ting to pluck the new bud as well. Once the bud was removed, Shuang woke up, calling out to Zhou, said he was fine, then suddenly fell back asleep. Zhou speculated their lives might be drained if they touched that tree, and noted that this particular bud was just a dead flower that hadn't bloomed yet. He wondered what might happen if it actually did bloom, fearing that someone might die in the process. He then noticed another bud and pondered how many people had touched that cursed tree. The scene then shifts to the restricted city, where Wan took a picture of a beast and, by uploading it, successfully completed his mission. He then asked Zhou why he'd looked so pale in recent days. Zhou explained that he had been completely preoccupied with monitoring that troublesome tree alongside Ting, which had finally stopped producing new buds. He hoped that the gods wouldn't burden him with such mandatory tasks again. The scene shifts to Miss Wang, who saw that Zhou had completed his task. She decided it was time to discuss his next steps. She called him, and after their conversation, Zhou wondered what he would study under his new mentor. And Miss Wang told him that he was exceptionally talented, and that this new mentor would be far more adept at honing his skills than she ever could. The chosen mentor? None other than the renowned Ming. Though previously ranked in the middle tier, during previous strength assessments, Ming, however, stood absolutely unrivaled when it came to academic brilliance and groundbreaking theories within the entire college. Miss Wang was convinced that studying under Ming's guidance would prove incredibly advantageous for Zhou's growth. Zhou readily agreed, expressing his heartfelt thanks for all her unwavering support until now. Just as he was about to depart, Miss Wang casually revealed they'd actually be fellow mentees. From that point on, right on cue, Yan and another young man suddenly appeared. The boy muttered that their mentor had mentioned taking on yet another new mentee. He wondered what kind of troublemaker times would be joining them now, but it all clicked the moment he recognized Zhou. Yan, meanwhile, greeted Zhou with genuine warmth. Miss Wang then clarified that these two were Zhou's senior mentees. The boy then led Zhou toward the ancient dragon cave, announcing their return to Xia. Yan quickly clarified that this was the very spot where their teacher had been immersed in research, but he had just ventured down the legendary dragon well to inspect something at this very moment. Zia remarked that they had returned far sooner than anticipated, adding that if he hadn't been on duty that day, he would have personally gone to pick up their junior. The boy cheekily called Zia the lazy one, pointing out that Zia was also Joe's senior. Zia grumbled, clearly annoyed at the lazy jab, and gleefully declared that with Joe's arrival, he was finally liberated from his arduous duties. Now, Joe would be the one responsible for pulling up that time's freaking asterisk chain. The boys then dramatically presented the chain to Joe, explaining it was part of an entry-level task from their mentor, instructing Joe to hoist it up. As he gazed at the chain disappearing into the profound depths, he couldn't help but wonder aloud what it was even times for asterisk. The boy responded that it was directly connected to the dragon well below, and its purpose was to draw up a times dragon asterisk. He mentioned that strange light and deep dragon roars occasionally echoed from the cave, and this unique chain had been specially forged by their mentor for that very purpose. Joe mused, "Is this dragon something straight out of Legends?" Zia clarified that it was merely their mentor's times theory asterisk based on observed dimensional mutations. And even if their times is times something lurking down there, he continued, it'll likely just be another dimensional creature. As Joe reached for the chain, he was hit with a piercing cold sensation, quickly followed by a jolt of pain. Zia burst into laughter, explaining that the dragon well was notoriously frigid, ensuring the chain itself would also turn bone-chillingly cold while submerged. He then added that Joe wasn't permitted to use any vitality skills to retrieve the chain, as this was yet another strict rule laid down by their mentor. Joe nodded, relentlessly continuing to pull the chain, undeterred by the icy grip and biting pain. Yan couldn't help but remark on the sheer number of times Joe had attempted to pull the chain, noting that he was still employing such an unyielding, straightforward method to lift it. He mentioned that even though the damage from the extreme, frigid cold was limited for someone with legend-class strength, it certainly wasn't a pleasant experience. Finally, their mentor Ming arrived on the scene. Observing that it seemed everyone had already warmly welcomed their new junior, Ting swiftly built a roaring bonfire, while Ming prepared a steaming hot soup for Joe, explaining its incredible effectiveness against the creeping frostbite and biting cold. Joe graciously thanked him for the thoughtful gesture, savoring every spoonful of the rich soup. Ming then mentioned he'd heard from Haifeng about Joe's numerous, valiant attempts to retrieve the cold chain. Joe admitted he hadn't quite figured out a specific solution yet, but acknowledged that was likely the situation. Ming then inquired why Joe hadn't considered an alternative method, especially given how many times he had already pulled the chain. He elaborated, explaining that Haifeng had utilized his full power and a wide amplitude to pull the chain, leveraging inertia to minimize the time his hands were in contact with the frigid metal, thus avoiding freezing. As for Yan, he had cleverly taken note of the precise moments when the coldness momentarily diminished, and then pulled up the section of the chain that was least affected by the intense cold, successfully managing to bring it all the way up. Zia then added that while Joe had indeed followed the rules to the letter, people often discovered flexible and ingenious solutions, even within strict constraints. Joe wondered aloud if Zia was, in fact, the one who had stated he couldn't use a vitality skill. After finishing the revitalizing soup, Joe expressed his unwavering desire to continue pulling up the chain in the exact same manner, viewing it as both a crucial mission and an unparalleled training opportunity. He firmly believed that with just a few more dedicated attempts, he would become fully accustomed to the challenge and eventually succeed. Ming acknowledged that among all his mentees over the years, there had been a few who attempted to pull up the chain without success, but Joe was truly the only one who persisted with such resolve after failing dozens of times. Joe then inquired about the other person who hadn't succeeded in the task. Ming explained that the other mentee had eventually graduated, but rules were rules, absolute and unyielding. Joe could only truly rest once he had successfully pulled the chain up. With renewed determination, Joe resumed pulling the chain, and at long last, he finally discovered a giant, colossal anchor. Its form eerily resembled the one he had seen earlier, though this one appeared to be a beautifully polished version. Curious, Joe immediately began to ask about the mysterious anchor. Ming revealed a legendary fish hook, crafted specifically to ensnare mighty dragons. Dragons, infamous for their utterly insatiable hunger, were its target. Especially when it came to a delicious meal, they couldn't resist. He then handed the massive chain over to Joe, instructing him to return the hook to the well immediately before any rest. Joe agreed, and once solitude settled, his mind raced, fixated on the dragon. Utilizing his incredible flying power, he soared forth to investigate, arriving swiftly at the Dragon's Gate grottos. Deep within the ancient dragon cave, Joe pressed on, his descent unending. He wondered how profoundly deep it went, acknowledging with a shiver that the frigid air down here was simply unbearable. He swiftly activated his Lotus Buddha body, hoping for some much-needed warmth. Yet, as he plunged even deeper, the biting cold intensified dramatically, and he realized that even with his enhanced physique and formidable power, he might genuinely freeze to death if he dared to venture any further. He briefly considered practical, real-world solutions, like donning a down jacket or simply lighting a roaring fire, but then remembered his actions were confined to the game's realm. Suddenly remembering the mysterious, potent, vitality technique from the Temple of the Fire God, an idea sparked. He decided to unleash his innate firepower. The vitality technique, specifically the Flaming Steely, proved incredibly effective, granting him formidable resistance against the biting cold. Joe pressed onward, but after some time, his fiery skill inevitably expired. He estimated he was finally nearing the bottom of the abyssal chasm, so, using his incredible flying ability, he unleashed the demonic light needle. As the attack pierced deeper into the darkness, he activated his keen listener skill, sensing his surroundings intently. To his absolute shock, he discovered a break in the depth, and a dragon. The dragon's roar was so deafeningly loud, it sent an intense chill through Joe. This prompted him to immediately turn off the game, wondering if such a roar, powerful enough to slay someone from 100 meters away, was truly the roar of a legendary dragon of myth. He also noticed the peculiar presence of a mysterious cocoon within the dragon well, which instantly reminded him of the enigmatic white cocoon that was fiercely protected by the golden flying ant. He decided to ponder that perplexing mystery at a later time, resolving to return to rest only after hauling up the formidable chain. Suddenly, without warning, he found himself plunged into a dark, utterly unfamiliar place, wondering where he was. Then, Jen, the enigmatic masked man, spoke up calmly. He revealed he'd used his life soul to profoundly interfere with the senses of all nearby life forms, ensuring no one could possibly detect his current domain. Jen declared he'd finally discovered the perfect moment to meet with Joe once more. Joe instantly realized that Jen was none other than the medical examiner. Joe, bewildered, asked Jen exactly what he wanted, especially since all the students were safely saved, and Chin hadn't even issued any investigation orders. Jen simply replied that he merely had a few pressing questions for Joe, and there was absolutely no need to be nervous, Joe. Joe then inquired if Jen was implying that it was completely pointless for him to be nervous. Jen confirmed it, then instantly immobilized Joe as he approached. Jen declared he disliked playing these cat and mouse games, and had temporarily severed the connection between Joe and his body. He indicated that the crucial matter at hand was the tree, which was precisely why he had come to see Joe. Joe asked if Jen was truly searching for the vanished tree. Jen confirmed it, stating he desperately wanted to acquire its powers. Joe inquired about the very nature of these mysterious powers. Jen then asked if Joe was familiar with the ship of Theseus, that infamous, unsolvable paradox. He explained it describes a ship that could sail on for 100 years because its numerous parts were constantly maintained and meticulously replaced. If a plank rotted, it would be replaced, and eventually, every single part of the ship would be brand new. The question then arose, was the ship still truly the ship of Theseus? Or was it no longer the same, after all those planks had been replaced? Jen then concluded that the answer, surprisingly, was simple. It wasn't the ship of Theseus itself that determined its identity, but rather its powerful ruler. He then proceeded to explain many complex concepts to Joe. Joe admitted he still didn't fully understand, wondering if Jen was a true genius or a complete madman. Jen explained he had dedicated his entire life to researching life, providence, and the profound concept of souls. His goal was to explore these abstract concepts and expand their ultimate possibilities. However, no matter how meticulously careful, he attempted to separate the soul consciousness from the body, the soul would always become detached, and life force would simply disappear, every single time. But those rare instances where substances would mysteriously reappear after being stripped away had completely broken that unbreakable rule. The tree they were discussing possessed the exact power Jen craved. Joe asked if Jen truly believed he had something to do with the tree. Jen agreed, and then elaborated. If the existence of the tree was at static equilibrium, then the key variable causing its disappearance would undeniably be the people who entered Death City. And if there was also a variable linked to the dead students who received something, it would undeniably involve both Zhou and Jing, with Zhou, conveniently, existing in both crucial variables. Zhou replied that this was merely Jen's wild guess, after ruling out all other possibilities involving unknown variables. Zhou then thought he couldn't use any skills at all, under the strict restrictions of an epic class. Jen said he would surely find what he needed after separating all the memories from Zhou's brain. He then used a device on Zhou, asking if Jen didn't find it utterly absurd to harm his very own kind, all for the sake of mere humans. Jen coolly retorted that it wouldn't take long at all, and the instant he ripped the memories from Zhou's very brain, Zhou's king, his entire being, would utterly collapse, leaving him nothing more than a lifeless doll, devoid of emotion and consciousness. These sacrifices, he declared, were absolutely vital for advancement, and Jen himself was more than willing to bear that crushing sin, forever inscribing Zhou's sacrifice into the grand history of human evolution. Afterward, Zhou unleashed his fiery attacks, forcing Jen into a desperate retreat. Jen then conceded his guest had been correct. Zhou truly harbored a secret power. Jen quickly attempted to deploy his soul, controlling eyes, but they had absolutely no effect on Zhou. Shocked, Jen could hardly believe it. Zhou was only at the legend class level. How could he possibly possess such unimaginable power? Zhou, unflinching, declared he was simply eliminating an intruder, and then lunged forward, attacking Jen head-on. However, Zhou soon felt utterly abnormal and violently coughed up blood. He wondered if he would be the very first person to die from the overwhelming power of his own life providence. He then fainted. After some time, Zhou awoke to a stunning realization. He had not died. His clothes were gone, but his grievous injuries had miraculously been treated. As he tried to sit up, his mentor, Ming, gently told him to remain still. Ming had deployed his life soul, painstakingly repairing Zhou's fatal wounds, but Zhou still desperately needed to recuperate from the severe damage caused by broken ribs and shattered organs. Through their subsequent conversation, Zhou learned that Zia had been the one to find him. Ming had also been utterly shocked when Zia first brought Zhou in, noting that all of Zhou's meridians were crushed by some mysterious power, and his surrounding bones and organs were catastrophically damaged. Zhou then anxiously wondered if he had lost any of his precious belongings. Ming directly asked if Zhou knew who, or what, had attacked him. Zhou replied with a troubled look that he had difficulty recalling the events. He considered that rather than purely attributing the attack to Jen, it was more accurate to say he had been attacked by his very own life providence. However, this was incredibly odd, because life providence, being born from oneself, should never, ever, surpass the body's natural limits. Yet, this was clearly not the case for the King Sai. Additionally, when the brutal attack occurred, another sinister consciousness seemed to have forcibly intruded into his mind. Ming noted with a grave expression that Zhou's difficulty recalling these crucial events was deeply troubling. Zia then mentioned that he had found absolutely no traces of another person when he discovered Zhou lying there in a horrifying pool of blood. Zhou immediately questioned this suspicious lack of traces, wondering aloud if Jen had simply exploded on the spot, as he would expect such a cataclysmic event to leave evidence scattered, undeniable, all across the ground. Ming then revealed he had already contacted the college's elite investigation team, suggesting they leave the rest to them, all while diligently treating Zhou with his powerful life soul. Ming just uncovered something utterly fascinating about Zhou's mysterious injuries. Zhou's body was a wreck, severely battered everywhere. Except for his heart, it seemed to be shielded by an extraordinary, unknown power. Without this incredible protection, Zhou would have been gone in an instant. Zhou puzzled over what force was safeguarding him, and Ming began to explain. She revealed that Zhou had been teetering on death's edge from the moment he became Ming's mentee. Zhou quickly denied it, but Ming simply patted his head, playfully teasing him for being so incredibly naive. Zhou then inquired about a special notebook Ming had hinted at, and Ming excitedly unveiled it was for Zhou, containing the legendary 7 scattered palms. He explained that he couldn't always be there as Zhou's personal shield, and only by forging his own strength would Zhou truly be safe. Shu wondered if this incredible power was a vitality technique, marveling at its immense, apparent might. Ming clarified that the technique bore the name 7 scattered palms, because its origins were derived from 7 distinct and powerful kingdoms of palm techniques. This is precisely why it was known as such. Explaining this, Ming noted that Zhou, currently unable to walk from his injuries, should seize this chance to get some much-needed rest. Ming then chatted with Xuan about a certain antelope but Xuan confessed to feeling a phantom pain in his chest. Just by hearing the name, Zhou admitted he couldn't move a muscle right now and issued a serious warning. If he didn't steer clear of thinking about the antelope for a few days, it might just wreak significant havoc on the entire dorm. He pleaded with Xuan for help, and Xuan readily agreed, wishing Zhou a super speedy recovery. After ending the call, Zhou was utterly relieved to discover he could still use his hands, allowing him to dive into the game and practice the 7 scattered palms within its virtual world. While playing, Zhou pondered if Jen had performed a similar feat for the tree. Checking the game, he noticed a number beneath the tree icon, and swiftly navigated to the tree within the game's realm. He found another bud on the tree, but the tree itself had mysteriously vanished. No one should have been able to make contact with it, Zhou then pondered Jen's disappearance, a chilling sense of foreboding washing over him. He then dedicated himself to practicing battling and reflected that instead of merely calling the 7 scattered palms a simple vitality technique, it was far more precise to describe it as an advanced skill, much like the legendary 1-inch punch. The 7 distinct moves of the 7 scattered palms were each unique in style and meticulously documented. However, truly mastering them would demand intense, further training. He pondered with anticipation what incredible event would unfold once the flower ripened. As he bravely ventured into the deeper, darker parts of the ant cave, he immediately recognized the immense difficulty the gray yin wind had in affecting it. As he plunged downwards, a mysterious cocoon suddenly appeared. He reached for it, but a golden, flying ant fiercely intervened, stopping him cold and defeating him outright. Zhou keenly observed that both the magnificent golden cocoon protector, the formidable dragon's will, and even the ant nest itself, all housed similar cocoon-like structures. This strongly hinted at a profound, hidden secret nestled deep within them. He also came to a stark realization: the Aodara technique wasn't a true flying skill after all. Its shimmering movement was significantly slower than epic-class techniques, and agonizingly limited in altitude. He desperately needed a superior flying vitality skill. A man fed Zhou some soup, who grimaced, noting its intense bitterness. The boy serving the soup playfully told him not to complain. Zhou expressed deep gratitude for their mentor's medicine, noting he was recovering remarkably well, but full recuperation would still take more time. Zhou then asked for Ming, eager to pick his brain with some questions. The boy replied that Ming was off studying the dragon with Xia, but would return soon. He then boldly encouraged Zhou to ask his times questions, proclaiming his own vast knowledge. Zhou mused that since Yan knew about Death City, he must be an incredibly erudite person too. He explained that he had previously learned the Dragon's Gate Asura technique, but found it focused more on agility than true flight. He was intensely interested in discovering if any other, truly faster flying skills existed within the legend class. The boy, Yan, informed him that the Asura technique was, indeed, an outstanding footwork skill within the legend class. He then revealed that a faster vitality skill was the incredible sun-chasing technique found among the birds around Sunset City. The sun-chasing technique was likely the absolute fastest. Zhou asked if this was connected to Sunset College. Yan agreed, and then explained that Sunset College didn't carry the complex connotations it holds today, not when it was first established. Originally, it simply denoted a place from which one could gaze upon Sunset City itself. Xia arrived, chiming in that it was essentially impossible to kill those elusive sun-chasing birds. He didn't want to dampen Zhou's enthusiasm, but he knew exactly where Sunset City was located. Zhou confidently replied that he would see it from Sunset College. Xia explained, "It's situated right above us. Sunset City is a phantom city, appearing only within the golden rays of sunlight." He continued, "The sun-chasing birds lack legs, so they never land. They spend their entire lives tirelessly pursuing Sunset City. They're unbelievably fast, making it far more practical to try and kill fairy times instead." Zhou's interest peaked. "A fairy?" Yan added. "And Zhou, you did inquire about legend-class flying skills?" That's precisely why he hadn't breathed a word about it. He then revealed a secret. Their was asterisk. Indeed, a far more potent flying vitality skill, hidden deep within the Dragon's Gate grottos. It was known as the Dragon's Gate Fairy. This ability utterly dwarfed the Asura technique that Zhou currently commanded, and it was tied to an epic-class creature. Xia elaborated that while Asura beasts held the Asura technique, that was only because they were the fairy's loyal followers. The fairy itself, however, was immensely more powerful and could truly soar. Zhou conceded that he was presently in no condition to take down an epic-class creature, barely able to defeat an Asura monkey. Xia then pressed him. "Are you holding anything back, Joe?" She promised that once he made a full recovery, they'd all band together to help him get what he needed. With that firm decision, Zia swiftly departed to scout for a ferry for Joe. Chu worried aloud, questioning Zia's safety, and if this epic-class creature would pose a grave threat. Yan quickly dispelled his fears, insisting Zia was more than capable, and a ferry couldn't possibly kill him. At most, it would just give him a truly tough time. Yan then urged Joe to drink the soup once more, which Joe grumbled was times agonizingly bitter. Yin emphasized that Joe's one and only mission was to recover as swiftly as humanly possible. As Joe recuperated, Ming noted his impressive progress, but queried why they were taking the entire day off. Zia explained. They intended to bring Joe out and propel them closer to their ultimate goal. Ming granted them permission to leave. Zia then informed Joe. He had been relentlessly tracking the ferry for several days and was absolutely itching for a confrontation. Today was finally the day for battle. Joe cautiously asked if they even stood a ghost of a chance against the ferry. He'd hoped to find one in the Dragon's Gate Grotto's dungeon, but hadn't stumbled upon a single one. Zia frankly admitted he had no idea whatsoever about their chances. Hyphen, ever the optimist, remarked that things were always far more interesting when destiny threw in a thrilling twist. And if they truly had no hope against the ferry, they wouldn't all be standing here right now. Joe mused on how his mentor remained so mature and steady, while his mentees were each wildly unique. They finally arrived at the mysterious Lotus Cave, where an Apsara beast perched regally on a lotus rock. Joe immediately questioned if that was indeed an Apsara beast. Zia pointed directly to the distinct mark on its head, confirming it was the ferry's very first follower. He clarified that while ferries didn't often cross dimensional cracks, that first follower's presence hinted strongly that a real ferry had finally broken through. It dawned on Joe, now he finally understood, why he'd never encountered any in the entire game. Haifeng cautioned that striking down the beast could lure out its master. He then asked Joe if he wanted to warm up after such a long rest. Joe agreed, then boldly stepped forward, facing the beast all by himself. When the beast lunged, Joe dodged effortlessly, already having become intimately familiar with Apsara beast attacks from the game. He then unleashed a clear conscience attack right at the beast. Yan commented on how incredibly fast Joe had mastered their mentors. 7 scattered palms. Haifeng, though, noticed Zia seemed strangely disinterested, and asked if something was amiss. Zia replied that the mask on the monkey's head simply appeared, distinctly different from the one he'd been tracking. Then, without warning, the entire area plunged into darkness. And there, the fairy materialized, radiating an eerie glow. Joe noted the fairy, clad in black cloth and white silk ribbon, looked starkly different from the colorful fairies in the mural. As Zia impulsively attacked the fairy, Haifeng advised them to wait, revealing it was no ordinary fairy, but a Times mutant asterisk. Zia confirmed, as expected of an epic-class creature. His oscillation crystal bullets were proving utterly ineffective, and here, in its own dark domain, they were utterly disadvantaged. And just as Zia suggested retreating, he was suddenly struck, collapsing instantly. They soon realized a powerful barrier was blocking their only exit. The fairy, ever so slowly, crept closer. Prompting Zia to draw his gun, he urged everyone to get ready, stay alert, and fight with all their strength, or they would surely die. Haifeng quickly urged him not to speak such dire words. As all 4 of them prepared to attack, the fairy, naturally, struck first. They miraculously managed to dodge the initial assault, then instantly rushed forward to counterattack. Joe attempted to unleash the great yin wind by throwing a leaf, but the fairy blocked it effortlessly and fired a shot straight at Joe. Zia instantly stepped in front, bravely intercepting the attack. He then fiercely told Joe not to die in their very first battle. Joe confidently responded that he absolutely wouldn't. He then noted that this banana fairy's life class was simply too low. He explained that if they had been in the same life class, the fairy would have been utterly frozen, despite its wind abilities. The fairy attacked Joe once more, but he managed to skillfully dodge. Noticing that while still incredibly fast, the fairy's terrifying speed had been somewhat reduced. Haifeng then asked Zia to cover him, while Joe blocked the fairy's attacks, creating a vital opening for Haifeng to strike. Joe finally seized the fairy's leg, pulling it in tight to land a punch. However, the fairy ferociously counterattacked, making Joe stagger back. A visibly injured Haifeng revealed he had received blood from his mother. Joe, stunned, remarked, "This creature was absolutely formidable, and Haifeng wasn't exactly known for being so reckless." Haifeng shot back, declaring he hadn't gotten hurt for nothing. Meanwhile, Yan unleashed his skill, snatching the fairy's leg. Zia struck with a moonslash, but the fairy retaliated instantly. It lunged for his neck, sending him sprawling to the ground. Xiao remarked that Tenny had finally inflicted some serious damage on the fairy, signaling that this was now a fierce battle of attrition. The group relentlessly assaulted the fairy with their combined powers, and Zia seized a perfect opportunity to strike once more. He observed that Hai Feng seemed to have done his part, but suddenly, sinister yellow tendrils erupted, coiling around Zia. They realized, with dawning horror, that the fairy was gathering all its energy for a massive, cataclysmic explosion. Hai Feng instantly recognized the fairy was about to detonate. Zia was utterly trapped, completely unable to free himself. So Zhou intervened, lunging forward and seizing the yellow tendrils. The others questioned why Zhou had come back at all, and if he, too, wished for a quick death. Zhou believed that Ash Palm was a form of incredible hidden force, so he focused all his energy on the silk, intending to break it and free Zia. They barely managed to escape just as the cataclysmic blast erupted. Zia commented, relieved, that they had finally killed the fairy, and then he noticed the shimmering skill crystal left behind. He felt incredibly fortunate that the fairy had dropped something so valuable. Zhou offered to pay for the crystal himself, but Zia insisted it wasn't necessary. However, Zhou couldn't resist the urge to challenge more dimensional creatures. He agreed and took the crystal, pondering if a legend-class being could truly absorb the skill crystal of an epic-class creature. As they all gathered around him curiously, Minhwa then activated his life-soul materialization and carefully applied a few drops to Zhou's injuries. Zhou felt the searing pain dissipate, his wounds healing with incredible speed. This was the astounding power of the mentor's life-soul. Minhwa then remarked that as Zhou's seniors, they shouldn't have put him at such risk right after his recovery. He then reminded Zhou of the burning question he had asked earlier about absorbing an epic-class skill crystal. Minhwa then explained that theoretically, it was entirely possible to absorb a skill crystal of a higher class than one's own. Unlike the delicate process of hatching dimensional creatures, however, it wasn't a straightforward process, as skill crystals were essentially mediums that channeled vitality into different forms, which didn't directly correlate with a being's life class. Some skills, however, required more than just raw vitality. They needed a certain minimum of fundamental stats to maintain their potent activation. Since such conditions were often only available in higher classes, the process was inherently risky. Minhwa added that it was rare to see all his comrades so injured, so they should celebrate with a feast that night. Zia saw Zhou and asked what he was looking at. Zhou was examining the description of the crystal and remarked that, just as the mentor had said, it was his first time seeing a vitality skill with a speed requirement. When Zhou got home, he found Antelope sleeping, and noted that Xuan had been surprisingly diligent in taking care of it. He took a bath and checked his phone, reflecting that he hadn't even been able to defeat a normal fairy on his own, and it was only a matter of time before he would be killed by them. He noticed that the crystal had a speed requirement of 21, while his current speed, after cultivating in the game, was 18. Lying down, Zhou wondered if a high-class speed crystal would be as restrained as when he advanced to legend class, and he realized he needed to find a way to obtain a high-class crystal. The next morning his phone rang and he wondered who it could be. While traveling with Shem in the car, Sheng apologized for calling so early and addressed Zhou as young master. Zhou asked him to simply call him by his name. Zia saw Zhou and asked what he was looking at. Zhou was examining the description of the crystal and remarked that, just as the mentor had said, it was his first time seeing a vitality skill with a speed requirement. When Zhou got home, he found Antelope sleeping, and noted that Xuan had been surprisingly diligent in taking care of it. He took a bath and checked his phone, reflecting that he hadn't even been able to defeat a normal fairy on his own, and it was only a matter of time before he would be killed by them. He noticed that the crystal had a speed requirement of 21, while his current speed after cultivating in the game was 18. Lying down, Zhou wondered if a high-class speed crystal would be as restrained as when he advanced to legend class, and he realized he needed to find a way to obtain a high-class crystal. The next morning his phone rang and he wondered who it could be. While traveling with Shenbi in the car, Shen apologized for calling so early and addressed Zhou as young master. Zhou asked him to simply call him by his name. Shen apologizes by explaining that all the scars and marks are from confronting dimensional creatures, and warns that in the future they will face even harsher challenges. Zhou asks what Shen means by that. Shang explains that ever since the world mutated, the borders between dimensions and human living spaces have been protected by elite soldiers and the world's natural restrictions. However, what most people, safely sheltered in the safety zone for nearly half a century, don't realize is that dimensional creatures have been gradually breaking through these restrictions all over the Federation. Despite the deceptively peaceful yet fragile equilibrium, these creatures have been times invading Asterisk. Joe wonders if it has already reached times that times point. He reflects on the sea, Serpent Emperor and the Siren Princess that attacked him, realizing they must have already shattered the dimensional barriers. Sheng confirms that the situation is far worse than they expected, and despite their strenuous efforts, they have yet to uncover the cause of this dimensional mutation. Shang warns that dimensional creatures just keep invading, and if this continues, once the restrictions completely collapse, those overpowering creatures will massacre all innocent lives in the cities. In fact, Shang adds, there have already been several devastating invasions in the dimensional area closest to them just a short while ago, and that specific threat has now been subdued, but an epic-class officer and his entire squad were all killed in action. Shang adds that without enough power in this world, Joe wouldn't even be able to protect his family or those he cherishes. Shang mentions that the divine gift was one of those rare chances for Joe to gain the strength he times needs asterisk. He hopes Joe will give it careful consideration, not for anyone else, but just for a slim chance of survival in this brutal world. Joe thanks Shang for all the crucial information, but he remains firm in his decision. He explains that the right to the gift had always belonged to Jing, and her abilities should align perfectly with that opportunity. Even if Yang's quota becomes invalid, Joe absolutely won't take advantage of someone else's misfortune. He feels bad about turning down Lan, but he doesn't want to feel indebted to anyone by taking their once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Though Lan might have lost her chance, Joe is determined to find enough power on his own to protect everything he holds dear in the future. Shang adjusted his dress and remarked that Lu was right. Joe wasn't actually brothers with Tian, but their temperaments were strikingly similar. Joe responded that he didn't consider that a compliment. Shang then said that since Joe had made his decision, he wouldn't interfere any further. He offered that Joe could come to him if he needed anything in the future, and he would now send Joe back as they stepped outside. Joe noted that Shang's surname was also an An, yet he couldn't help but notice Shang addressed other An family members as Madam and Young Master. Shang then playfully asked if Joe was curious about his origins, explaining his true identity wasn't a secret. Most people regarded Shang as the An family's personal lackey or even the demon drill master. However, to the Madam, Young Master, and his lady, he was unequivocally seen as part of the An family, despite everyone knowing he wasn't related by blood. Shun then revealed he was once a nobody who'd forgotten his past, and Shun was the very name Tian had given him. Joe returned home, deep in thought over Shun's revelations. If harsher invasions truly loomed, was the world's condition steadily worsening? Even an epic-class officer had fallen during a recent invasion. And speaking of dimensional creature invasions, didn't he have one lurking in his dorm times right now, asterisk? What about that apocalyptic dream? Was it a catastrophic omen? He booted up the game again, spotting the Dead Man Tree icon. He'd almost completely forgotten about the Dead Man Tree. Inside the game, he saw the Dead Man Tree's fruit had ripened and wondered why it resembled a companion egg. Checking its stats, Joe quickly realized that this fruit possessed the incredible power to transform a life into a companion egg. He recognized this tree's ability was undeniably powerful, yet incredibly risky. However, it might just be his golden opportunity to shatter the bottleneck he'd been stuck on in the game. With that thought, he decided to hatch it just as the game crashed. Joe wondered if this was because his physique had improved. Despite feeling utterly drained both in-game and in reality, he somehow managed to endure the excruciating pain of hatching an egg times above times his life class, all while staying conscious. Then, he sensed a new summoning contract forming. Joe felt immense relief, remarking that it was times, fantastic times, the egg didn't hatch again. Otherwise, that would have utterly given him the creeps. He quickly checked the newly acquired skills, noting that these 3 skills were essentially all specialized in high-level medical treatment. However, he was completely clueless when it came to medical knowledge. Nevertheless, these skills would be incredibly useful for emergency battlefield treatments. The Dark Doctor was currently in the process of hatching, and Joe mused that if it could regain its epic class, state, and its coveted Soul Doctor providence, it would undeniably be a significant asset. Thinking of all these incredible possibilities, Joe realized he was stuck in an infinite loop of thoughts again. He pondered. He knew he'd have a shot if he teamed up with some powerful allies, ready to take on even the toughest epic creatures. But he'd already called in a few too many favors from his seniors. So, he dialed Xuan, who was busy in the training area, and Xuan, instantly caught on. Joe was clearly looking to team up and tackle an epic class creature, and he wanted Xuan right by his side. Joe then explained how the antelope was helping his immortal, god of combat life Providence grow incredibly stronger. While Joe hadn't made his final decision just yet, he promised Xuan he'd be the first to know when he did. Joe then smoothly switched gears, asking Xuan where he was off to. Xuan revealed he was heading to the Holy Land of the Federation, with something urgent to handle. After hanging up, Joe realized Xuan was out of commission. "Alright, I'll just gather the others," he mused. It was time to pick his target. Joe reasoned that if he was just hunting for ingredients, there was no point in chasing down notoriously tricky epic creatures. That would only needlessly put everyone at risk. Instead, it was smarter to focus on safer options, boosting their success rate, and benefiting the entire team. While he'd encountered countless epic class creatures, Joe still hadn't cracked the code for the arrow at Hulao Pass. He also understood he was the only one who could even enter the Zhongtian Gate and challenge the mighty crane, all thanks to that mysterious power. Plus, the golden flying ant in the Any Cave was ridiculously overpowered. Practically an instant kill, and there wasn't a real-world dimensional counterpart for the ant cave just yet. So he pondered, are there any weaker epic creatures out there? Joe then set his sights on exploring the Dragon's Gate grottos, specifically the Binyang Cave. It was his first time venturing here, and he noted that these caves within the Dragon's Gate grottos were wonderfully self-contained. This made them far more user-friendly, compared to zones requiring deep, extensive exploration. As he ventured deeper, he spotted what looked like a cute tiger. However, it suddenly lunged at Joe. He swiftly dodged, realizing instantly that this was indeed an epic class creature. He blocked the tiger's fierce attacks, then retaliated with his star-slashing knife aura, but the tiger artfully dodged. Even when Joe trapped it in ice, the tiger shattered its icy prison. Joe remarked, "Now this times is the true meaning of power. Power that breaks through any spell." It managed to escape using only its innate epic class attributes. He realized that while he often faced moments where his vitality was drained, this magnificent tiger showed no signs of tiring, not anytime soon. As Joe concluded the encounter, a thought sparked in his mind. He never truly expected to defeat an epic class creature all by himself anyway. However, if times was all this tiger truly had to offer him, then it would be an absolutely excellent option to tackle as a team. While reflecting on this, nightfall arrived, and just before dawn, he found himself locked in battle with the tiger once more, getting attacked. He noted that after grinding through countless encounters with it, he had meticulously discovered every single one of its attack patterns. Even the damage it dealt was hardly anything extraordinary or terrifying. Chu wondered, could there truly be an epic class creature that only knew how to perform basic, simple attacks? The very next day, Joe brought up this intriguing matter with Xuanfeng and Xiao. Xuan was utterly shocked upon hearing about the tiger. Joe then explained that he didn't think it was truly necessary to pick a super dangerous target for their very first mission together, after all. He then asked if there was anything inherently wrong with his idea. Xuan quickly denied any issues, but mentioned the tiger was a protected species, a fiercely protected dimensional creature. In fact, he then swiftly gathered some key information about this tiger from the Federation forum. Its life providence was quite metaphysical and legendary, affectionately referred to as a lucky little tiger. While it didn't seem to enhance any particular combat attribute directly, some fascinating research suggested that bringing this specific tiger along to dimensional areas could dramatically increase your chances of obtaining something incredibly valuable, like a companion egg with truly desirable attributes. Some people even believed that the life providence of this tiger was intrinsically connected to an ancient Buddhist story, where a bodhisattva nobly sacrificed himself to feed a pack of starving tigers, thus making it incredibly lucky for those tigers to have eaten a Buddha. Although this little tiger was widely known as the weakest epic class creature, brutal gang wars occasionally erupted due to its unique characteristics and extreme scarcity. Eventually, it became so incredibly well known that the Federation took complete control over Binyang Cave itself, implementing incredibly strict and crafty rules regarding access to the cave, especially concerning the precise timing and actual entry. The scene dramatically shifts to the majestic Dragon's Gate grottos, specifically Binyang Cave, where a man emphatically announces the entry rules. He explains that it costs a hefty 10,000 per draw, with only a measly 1% chance of winning the right to enter the cave. There's also a strict time limit for entry, a 99% chance of winning. allows for just 1 to 5 hours of precious access. But that 1% chance of winning a times special prize times grants a whopping 72 hours. He warns that absolutely no one can cheat within his formidable range of detection, so any such attempts would be utterly futile. Xiao readily agreed with these terms. Then, everyone received their passes, and Zhao enthusiastically suggested they all head straight to the cave. After some time passed, the man was utterly astonished to see that all 4 times had won the special prize. He couldn't fathom how they'd snagged 4 special prizes back to back, yet he sensed no power interference whatsoever. He immediately asked someone to notify the maintenance department, suspecting the machine might be utterly broken. Everyone was buzzing with curiosity about how Xiao pulled this off. It was like winning the lottery not once, but 4 times over. Xiao simply explained to Xuan that he had just pressed the button a few casual times. Feng remarked that since the Li family wasn't from their region, it was perfectly normal they hadn't heard of Wang before. Tales of her legendary luck included, but weren't limited to, her winning a whopping $10 million lottery ticket shortly after she was born, or snagging a hairpin with a super rare crystal for just $3 from a street vendor in elementary school. Xuan suddenly asked them to wait, feeling as though he was finally grasping Xiao's luck. Feng then pulled out a coin and challenged Xiao, heads or tails. Xiao, ever confident, responded that she'd go with whatever stood. Feng flipped the coin, and just as Xuan reached out to grab it, the coin dropped and impossibly landed standing upright. Xuan was utterly shocked. He finally realized just how extraordinary Xiao's luck truly was. Xena then commented, "While a lucky tiger might be interesting, we have Xiao. So, are you all interested in hitting up Gambling City tomorrow?" Shu quickly interrupted, reminding them not to forget their original mission here. Xuan replied, assuring them there was no need to be overly cautious. The little tiger never appears at a fixed location, and many with only a short entry time return completely empty-handed. But with 3 days of free entry, they had more than enough time. Suddenly, a deafening blast echoed from within the cave, and Wan immediately warned them to be careful, because regardless of its apparent weakness, an epic-class creature was still an epic-class creature. Zhu then instructed them, "Follow my lead." Meanwhile, a man monitoring the situation from outside noted that Zhou was, indeed, one of the individuals who had entered a while ago. However, since they'd won 72 hours of free entry, he wasn't sure when Zhou would actually come out. Jing, who was also observing the monitor, remarked, it might already be too late, and insisted on seeing Zhou immediately. The man advised them, please don't make things difficult for the gatekeeper. He explained that while he truly wanted to help the An family, Binyang Cave was strictly under Federation jurisdiction. Despite being located in Loyang, all entries had to be reported in painstaking detail, unless one possessed the absolute highest level of permission from the Federation Parliament itself. Everyone, no exceptions, had to abide by these rules. On the other side, the giant tiger lay utterly defeated. Xuan, however, couldn't help but wonder if it truly was an epic-class creature, given how surprisingly easy it was to take down. Feng quickly interjected, explaining the tiger was simply weak for its class, and even hinted that Xuan hadn't grasped the real reason for their easy victory. Zhou's brilliant strategy had utterly neutralized all of the tiger's attacks, while Zhao, observing the creature, saw it had submitted to her and magically transformed into an egg. Shuai exclaimed that he'd never witnessed a creature willingly become an egg before. Xiao then eagerly asked if she could keep it, offering to owe them a massive favor in exchange. Xiao quickly clarified she wasn't trying to monopolize their efforts and could easily repay them with money or another valuable item. Shuai simply stated he came solely to challenge himself alongside Zhou, and certainly wasn't in need of funds. Feng likewise declared he had no interest in the egg, leaving Zhou to wonder, what in the world is happening? As he felt it wasn't worth giving up an epic-class companion egg just for Xiao, Feng noted that the little tiger probably wouldn't show up again anytime soon, telling Zhou to call him if he needed anything as they exited. As they left, Zhou spotted Jing waiting, but despite his attempts to ignore her, she called out, demanding to know why. She pressed, wanting answers for why he'd refused the divine gift. Zhou responded that he simply felt it didn't belong to him, having no idea why it had ended up in his possession. Since I took it from you, he challenged, aren't you pleased I gave it up? Jing's eyes blazed. She asked if he was insulting her, and if so, she demanded to see his true self right then and there. She yearned to witness the raw strength of the person who had made her mother change her mind about her privilege. Rather than shrinking from challenges, she declared, Jing wanted to confront whatever was blocking her path head-on. She then reminded him he still owed her a favor. He agreed, and Jing immediately pressed him to fulfill his promise, right now, by claiming the territory of the divine gift for her. He agreed to that too. When they returned home, Jing speculated he might not yet know the intricate details of the divine gift, so she was here to tutor him herself. Joe couldn't help but wonder if she was just trying to experience what it felt like to be a teacher. Jing clarified that the territory of the divine gift was actually a special, expansive dimensional area, where incredibly powerful creatures, known as demigods, resided. These demigods not only wielded terrifying power, but they also acknowledged humans who successfully passed their trials. They would even bestow special bloodlines upon those chosen humans, imbuing them with truly unique and potent abilities. The 6 heroes, everyone knew, were the very first humans to obtain 6 distinct bloodlines directly from these demigods. Their descendants would inherit these formidable bloodlines, like the Holy Emperor, Physique John unleashed in their epic battle, one of the legendary 6. Although the descendants' bloodlines wouldn't be quite as potent as the original ones, they still wielded significant power. Joe then questioned, why was the right to the divine gift given only to the younger generation, asking if high-ranking experts had no say in this crucial matter. Jing replied, it's not that we didn't want to, no, it's that we simply couldn't, due to a strict restriction. A rule in the demigod's domain allows only those of legend, class or below to enter the territory of the divine gift. Chu remarked, no wonder Lan said Tian was far too strong for the divine gift. Jing confirmed, yes, that's certainly part of the reason, and mentioned that her own brother had participated in the previous divine gift, but hadn't succeeded. Joe commented, it seems no one has received a divine gift. Then, as Jing was on a call with Lan, she abruptly ended it. Lan then informed Shang that the lady had confirmed Joe agreed to journey to the territory of the divine gift on her behalf, and Lan was counting on Shang to accompany Joe there. Shang readily agreed to this arrangement. Shang told Joe to pack everything he'd need, and assured him that he would take care of the rest. Joe agreed, and then he recalled his deep conversation with Ming, where he had asked if Ming knew about the divine gift. Ming had replied that as a wise scholar of the dimensional era, he naturally knew more than anyone else. Ming then took out an item from his wrist and handed it to Joe, explaining he had planned to make one for each of them, but since Joe had taken personal leave, he was giving it to him now. He asked Joe to think of it as a powerful amulet. As Joe was about to respond, he heard a sudden knock at the door. He opened it to find Juan standing there. Suan mentioned that he'd seen Joe's name on the final list for the divine gift, and questioned why Joe hadn't informed him about it. We could have tackled this grand challenge together. Shuang stated he didn't mind bringing Shuang along. Joe then introduced Shuang to Shuang, explaining that Shuang would be accompanying him to the territory of the divine gift. Upon hearing Shuang's name, Shuang asked if he was the rumored, cold-blooded demon agent of Tian. Shun acknowledged how others perceived him, but assured them he would try not to exhibit that side of himself. Shun was taken aback and wondered if Shun was admitting to something else entirely. Suan then remarked on the surprising decision of the Yan. The family dispatched the warlord's demonic agent to accompany Joe. Just then, a call from Tian buzzed through to Shuang. During their chat, Tian issued a strict military order, stating that it was absolutely imperative for Joe to confirm his participation without any delay. Tian also pointed out that Sheng should journey through the Qinling Mountains on his critical path to the Holy Land, and bring Tian along if he wanted to shave off some precious time. Sheng agreed and promptly ended the call. He then turned to both Joe and Xuan what they thought about sightseeing the captivating Qinling Mountains on their exciting journey to the Holy Land. That evening, Shun, Joe, and Xuan departed. Xuan questioned why Shun wanted to visit such an unclaimed, wild, and unsupervised territory. Shun responded that the Li family was also extraordinary, so he'd need to grasp more about this region, sooner rather than later. They were also actively investigating whether there was any strange dimensional mutation in the Qinling Mountains. Xuan mentioned that he would consult his father as soon as he returned. Shun noted that the Qinling Mountains weren't far from Luoyang, and that a dimensional mutation had, in fact, already occurred there. As they drove, twilight deepened, and soon night fell, reaching a point where they could no longer continue their journey by car. Shang assured them that their stay wouldn't be prolonged. Shang only needed to swiftly collect data on the dimensional fluctuations in this enigmatic area. He also warned that it would get unusually cold once night truly set in, so if they felt a chill, warmer clothes were readily available in the car. Xuan confidently replied that there was no need for any extra clothing, as he had diligently cultivated his vitality technique for precisely such conditions. Zhou readily agreed, noting that his ancient imperial sutra was incredibly effective in fending off the bitter cold. Just then, a small bird gently landed right on Zhou's head. Xuan commented that it seemed animals were quite fond of Zhou, but upon closer inspection, he quickly realized it wasn't an ordinary animal at all. Sheng observed that something seemed strangely concealed, and he couldn't quite determine its exact class, but it should remain within a safe range. Xuan found it genuinely strange that Sheng couldn't see through it, and observed that the creature was surprisingly soft, and didn't appear aggressive in the slightest. Since it was contentedly nesting right on top of Zhou's head, Xuan playfully suggested that Zhou might as well keep it as a pet. Zhou asked them to stop playing with the creature. He thought to himself that he already had a whole bunch of gold-eating creatures at home. When he gently set the creature down, it immediately crawled into his shirt, making Zhou wonder if it was perhaps afraid of the escalating cold. Xuan commented that it was incredibly clingy, suggesting that the creatures in this unusual area always stayed close. Closer to their parents, Xuan pondered. Aren't dimensional creatures usually born incredibly strong? Xuan then clarified, the military once found adult dimensional creatures, carrying their young during ancient explorations. He added, Miss Wang even brought them to the non-killing realm before. A place teeming with such magnificent beings. Chu mused, why is this little creature only clinging to me? My body isn't exactly extraordinary. He then felt a surge of ancient Imperial Sutra energy surrounding him. Xuan asked, Zhou, what did you do with the antelope? Zhou casually replied, I handed it over to be cared for. Xuan scoffed. Xiao is definitely going to regret that decision. Xing cautioned, it's too dangerous to enter the dimensional zone at night. We should rest first, then proceed with the morning light. The next morning, they pressed on with their journey on foot, as Shang meticulously scanned the area with his detector. Zhou pointed out, that bird is still following us. Xuan observed, it's only following times you asterisk, Zhou. A moment later, the bird once again perched on Zhou's head. Sean, utterly bored, questioned, are we even in a dimensional space? We haven't seen a single dimensional creature yet. Sean clarified, my expanded presence has actually kept normal creatures away, as they find it uninteresting. He promised, next time, I'll take you to a proper dimensional training zone. Sheng had hoped that with his formidable presence, they would at least barely touch the dragon vein. Chu pondered the legendary dragon vein, considering the Qinling Mountain's deep ties to Kunlun mythology. Xuan Yuan emphasized, Zhou, you need to grasp this concept. While it's not strictly essential, many dimensional creatures tend to appear in areas most compatible with their essence, especially in regions linked to the Kunlun dragon veins. Xuan then asked, Zhou, do you think dimensional mutations have any impact on this? Just then, they spotted a magnificent beast approaching. Xuan whispered to Shang, is that the legendary phoenix? Shang urged, remain absolutely silent. Its presence is so overwhelming, I can't even discern its true nature. He then wondered, why would such a high-class creature be out here in the outer region? Suddenly, the small bird on Zhou's head chirped, causing the majestic phoenix to turn its gaze directly towards them. As Zhou stared at the phoenix, he realized that some of the birds surrounding it looked exactly like the one perched on his head. As the small bird fluttered closer to the phoenix, Joan quipped, let's not assume the phoenix is treating us like fellow humans, but rather as bird traffickers. The phoenix then flew away, and Shuang felt relieved that it left without attacking them. Shang remarked that the phoenix knew they meant no harm, but if it had come to a fight, the outcome would have been different. Shuang acknowledged Shang's military prowess, but noted that even he might struggle against such a creature. Shuang shook his head and asked if Shuang was okay after seeing a divine beast. Ju noticed that the small bird was still present, leading Shuang to wonder why it hadn't followed its mother, and whether it might have been abandoned. Zhou and Shang explained that the phoenix was likely searching for the bird in another region. Zhou speculated that the bird might be trying to lead them somewhere. Following the bird, they came across a massive tree. Shun commented that, according to ancient lore, phoenixes only rest on parasol trees, and guessed that this region might be its mother's territory. He suggested that the small bird was probably a phoenix chick that had ventured out on its own and lost its way. Zhou agreed that since they were already so close, they should take a look. Xuan was shocked and wondered if Zhou was serious about being in the territory of a legendary divine beast. Noting that it was too dangerous, Zhu reassured him that it should be fine, since they had already entered the territory with the bird. which hadn't attacked or chased them away, as long as they didn't provoke it. Tenny would likely be safe. Shang agreed, adding that since the creature wasn't hostile, he would be able to collect more accurate spatial data for Tian. Swan consented to proceed as well, and Joe suggested they hurry and leave before dark. As they approached the tree, Teeny discovered a lot of tanks and vehicles and wondered how they had ended up there. Joe explained that they had been abandoned for a long time, and likely belonged to the missing military forces that had tried to establish a base. Shang uncovered an item, and when they opened it, Tenny found a bamboo sword. Shang remarked that it had been missing for a long time and was surprisingly there. He explained that normally, metals could hardly damage dimensional creatures, so the ammunition in the Federation's military was all infused with primordial metal, a mineral born from the dimensional storm. There was a swordsmith who forged 4 famous, forged from the purest primordial metal, naming them after the legendary 4 noble ones. Chu suddenly remembered he'd been fortunate, lucky enough to witness one of these blades before, and the one he now held was none other than the bamboo sword. Joe meticulously examined the sword, marveling at its incredible quality. Xuan chuckled, remarking that Joe was far too late to claim it, for he had become its true master the moment he unsheathed it. Sean, noting Joe's luck, still seemed strangely worried. He also hinted that Sean might discover the other legendary swords nearby. Shang replied, grimly, that even if Sean found them, he feared they would prove utterly unbreakable for him. He darkly revealed that the owners of the 4 swords had met tragic ends, including the former master of the Plum Blossom sword, and even the previous head of the An family, who had suffered a premature, accidental death. Zhu suddenly realized the former An family head must have been Tian's very own father. Shang took the sword from Zhou, then made a small cut on his own hand, sternly warning them not to fight. He explained that if even a drop of blood were spilled in their conflict, it would inevitably lead to absolute disaster. Zhou was its master, but using the sword right now was simply out of the question. Tenny arrived at the magnificent golden tree, and Wan gasped in astonishment. He noted the phoenix awaited them there. Then he spotted a strange cocoon, wondering why it was even there. Zhou mused it was another cocoon, just like the ones in the dragon well and the ant nest. He was intensely curious about its mysterious purpose. Suddenly, the phoenix appeared, and the small bird with Zhou gently approached it. Shang urged them to move forward. As they departed, the phoenix used its flames to craft a small rock. When Shang, Shuang, and Zhou finally reached the car, Shuang noted it would be a long overnight drive, but they should arrive at the divine gift trial just in time. Shuang remarked, "It's a pity we couldn't subdue the divine beast's baby, despite how incredibly amazing it was, but at least we managed to recover it." Shu replied, "Indeed, we haven't come away empty-handed." They then saw the bird had returned to Zhou, chirping softly and delivering a piece of the precious eggshell. The scene then dramatically shifted to the Cape family's imposing castle, where a furious man berated John and Liz for disgracing their family. He harshly criticized them for being humiliated by some unheard-of child they knew nothing about. John argued that Zhou had brazenly undermined their entire Cape family, and such insolence simply couldn't go unpunished. The man, however, stated that while their 6 hero families absolutely should seek revenge against the and family for old grudges, with the divine gift trial approaching, and so many eyes watching, he simply couldn't make a move against Zhou just yet. John quickly reassured him not to fret, as he already had a plan. However, he absolutely needed a little assistance from the man. Liz revealed that Zhou wielded a peculiar fan, a weapon capable of shattering her holy emperor physique in an instant, all with its incredibly frigid air. She cautioned that without a swift countermeasure, they would certainly face a grave disadvantage. The man conceded he'd heard whispers of such a fan long ago, and then, with a flourish, presented them with an item. John exclaimed, "Is this the protection of the goddess of wind?" The man simply nodded, and John was utterly astonished. They were actually willing to loan their clan's sacred treasure. The man confessed he wasn't entirely certain about the fan itself, but he firmly believed that wind was, after all, just wind. With the divine protection of the goddess of wind now in their grasp, no wind-based attack could ever touch John, so he implored them to press onward and ensure they did not disappoint him. Meanwhile, Zhou was journeying with Shang, intently examining the mysterious shell. Shang advised him not to dwell on it too much, noting how legends speak of divine beasts who repay kindness and exact their vengeance. So, this was a monumental opportunity for Zhou. They had already reached the holy city, and as they drew nearer, students thronged before them, immediately recognizing Shen. They buzzed with speculation about the one the Yan family had chosen. to participate in this trial. Shen clarified that this would be the lodging for all participants, and he had already secured their accommodations. Zhou would journey to the land of trial by the very next morning. Zhou observed a palpable hostility directed toward the Yan family. Shang looked surprised, asking if Zhou truly wasn't aware of this. He then vividly recounted how no one had received a divine gift last time, all thanks to Tian. As Shang spun the tale, a man interjected, asking why Tian had blocked the path. Tian defiantly responded that he desired to revolutionize the monotonous inheritance ceremony, which relied solely on creatures from another world. Zhou then pressed Shang, inquiring what had transpired afterward. Shang grimly replied that Tian had cruelly crippled every single participant of that generation. He had done nothing to stop it until the trial's very end. The divine gift itself even altered its rules because of this, now instantly teleporting everyone to random locations within the trial, to prevent any repeat of Tian's interference from last time. Zhou suddenly recalled a particular girl from that tumultuous period. A man then indignantly asked a lady how the Yan family could possibly allow such things. The lady calmly replied, explaining that during the divine gift trial, participants were entirely on their own once they entered, and it was merely considered a small accident within the divine gift's territory. She drew a stark comparison, likening it to the turmoil after her husband's passing, where vile pests foolishly attempted to devour the ant family. With a steely gaze, she declared she was the one who annihilated them all. A small girl, eyes wide with wonder, told the lady how deeply she admired her incredible strength, aspiring to become just like her one day. The girl boldly vowed to defeat the lady herself one day, growing even stronger in the process. The scene then dramatically shifted to the girl, now a younger self, perched on a building's terrace, when John suddenly arrived, triumphantly declaring that he had finally tracked her down. The girl, however, swiftly rebuffed him, stating she wouldn't participate in his plan. John, exasperated, reminded her not to forget that the lady herself was a distinguished member of the 6 heroes' families, and it was her solemn duty to uphold their prestigious reputation. But before he could even finish his sentence, the lady abruptly slashed at his face, sternly warning him not to repeat such remarks. She then coldly questioned if he truly believed he had the power to instruct times her asterisk. Suddenly, Shang handed a mysterious egg to Zhou, explaining that Lan had specifically asked him to give it to him. Lan had adamantly insisted that while Zhou could refuse other companion eggs, this particular one was absolutely non-negotiable. She had personally obtained it herself from a dangerous dimensional area, and Zhou times had times to accept it, regardless of his preference. If he didn't, she would personally ensure he dined with her and Jing every single day after his eventual return. Shang affirmed he would wait until the end of the trial, and then wished Zhou the very best of fortune. Zhou then carefully examined the egg's description, noting it was a formidable defense-type companion, pet with a mixed physique whose companion state was powerful armor. It seemed Lan had thoughtfully prepared this for him a long time ago. After his refreshing bath, Xuan arrived, asking if Zhou had already decided which temple he'd cultivate in after entering the Holy Land. Xuan mused aloud, recalling that the An family's sun shooting technique was traditionally associated with the Sun Temple, and the technique's complete form could only be achieved by passing through the quenching of the sun trial, thereby obtaining the legendary sun god body. Xuan admitted he wasn't particularly good at distinguishing vitality techniques, but he honestly didn't think Zhou's unique vitality resembled the sun shooting technique at all. Zhou calmly responded that he hadn't cultivated the sun shooting technique, so it truly didn't matter where he went. He also gently added that Xuan didn't seem to have cultivated the virgin technique either. Xuan gave Zhou a firm, knowing pat, declaring he knew exactly what Zhou was thinking. Xuan revealed he planned to head to the innate temple first, since everyone was randomly teleported upon entry. He suggested they meet up at the innate temple itself, and then look for trials that might specifically interest Zhou. Zhou, a slight smile on his face, gave a firm thumbs up in agreement. Xuan then gravely warned that the 6 heroes' families were deeply hostile toward Zhou. The formidable representative of the An family had arrived, and John, who held a fierce grudge against Zhou, was also participating in the trial. He sternly advised Zhou to exercise extreme caution before their inevitable encounter. Zhou calmly stated he had no interest in stirring up any trouble, and would much rather avoid crossing paths with them altogether if he could help it. Lan had even gone above and beyond, arranging for Shuang to bestow upon Zhou a metal essence armor beast, boasting maximum defense. Upon hearing this, Shuang couldn't help but marvel at the An family's immense generosity, though he also hinted at some underlying concerns. He then dramatically drew a magnificent sword to showcase it to Zhou. Xuan explained that it was Thunder Forge General, the undisputed strongest offense-type companion pet in the entire Legend class. Boasting unparalleled attack power, it was also a rare mutant, possessing the one-in-a-million special skill, Thunder God Attractor. Zhou remarked, impressed, that Shuang was indeed incredibly fortunate. Zhou then rose, declaring he would have Xiao step in to assist Shuang. Shuang, bewildered, asked for clarification on what he meant. The very next day, everyone was summoned to the central gathering point, where the mystical passage was on the verge of opening. As they collectively stepped into the intricate magic circle, Shuang and Zhou made a solemn pact to rendezvous at the innate temple. They were swiftly teleported, scattering to vastly different locations. Zhou scanned his surroundings, taking in the immense, sprawling expanse of the land of trial. He decided to prioritize finding Shuang, meticulously following the map he had received. Suddenly, John materialized right behind him. Smirkingly, admiring Zhou's courage to participate in the divine gift trial, despite brazenly making an enemy of the formidable Cape family. Zhou retorted, asking if John himself was truly prepared for what lay ahead. John, now surrounded by a flock of ominous birds, boldly explained that he had personally requested the patriarch of the Cape family, a revered elder of the Holy Land, no less, to strategically alter some of their designated landing points. He chillingly warned Zhou that escape was impossible, even if he sprouted wings. Zhou, unfazed, expertly drew his shining sword, urging John to cut the theatrics and get straight to the point. As he was in a hurry, the other enraged combatants instantly advanced to attack Zhou. But then, the small phoenix fledgling suddenly intervened, effortlessly defeating them with a flurry of powerful attacks. Chu observed that all the other birds appeared to instantly submit to the enraged phoenix's power. A bewildered man nervously wondered what their next move should be now, as their former companions had inexplicably dismissed themselves. John, absolutely furious, roared, ordering Zhou's immediate death. Zhou calmly placed the phoenix fledgling aside, confidently instructing it to leave the rest of the fight to him. He then dramatically took out his leaf fan, instantly conjuring a massive, swirling tornado. John quickly activated the special device he'd been given, expertly counteracting the powerful wind, contemplating how Zhou would possibly fare without the might of the fan's tower. As they braced to attack Zhou once more, he skillfully wielded his sword with dazzling precision, cutting down several opponents. John was utterly shocked, questioning aloud, how could Zhou possibly still possess such incredible power, such immense strength, even after unleashing an air vitality skill? John's forces retaliated with a fiery assault, creating a devastating blast, but Zhou skillfully evaded every flame, effortlessly cutting down a few more foes. John roared, demanding they halt Zhou's rampage immediately. A warrior quickly summoned a formidable tetragonal shield to block Zhou's relentless advance, but Zhou, with a single strike of his sword, effortlessly shattered it to pieces. At that critical moment, John unleashed an incredibly powerful attack, declaring, "It's time for Zhou to die," as the attack surged forward. Enveloped in ominous black energy, the devastating blow struck Zhou directly. John felt certain Zhou was finished, convinced this was the absolute end. But Zhou, with incredible speed, had already dodged the attack. Then he calmly asked John, "What end are you referring to?" John reeled back in utter astonishment, seeing Zhou completely unharmed. John exclaimed in utter disbelief, utterly questioning, how could anyone withstand the holy light judgment with just their bare body? Zhou, however, had tapped into the life providence of the ancient emperor. And then, in a truly menacing display, he cracked his fingers, a sight that made John shrink back, fearfully regarding him as a true monster. With John finally brought down, Zhou then retrieved the device that had been blocking the powerful wind attacks. And since John had willingly sought out Zhou felt completely justified in claiming it as his own. He then severed their vitality meridians and resolved to avoid any further unnecessary trouble. As Zhou turned to leave, he suddenly sensed someone approaching from behind. He calmly addressed the hidden individual, his voice even. Noting that since they hadn't made a move to attack, he would assume they were not his enemy, Zhou stated clearly. He needed to meet with a friend, and politely asked the person to excuse him. It turned out to be the very girl John had desperately sought help from. She admitted, "I really thought I was hiding myself quite well." The girl then remarked, impressed, on Zhou's truly incredible strength, expressing that even though she had been teleported against her will and quite suddenly, she felt truly fortunate to witness such a brilliant, breathtaking fight. She then asked for his name, and Zhou simply told her, Zhou. And that, for now, is exactly how this epic story concluded.